The moment this dude opened his eyes, his entire world had changed. Screams echoed all around him. Looking at the panicking crowd and the all-too-familiar gloomy scenery, Hansu cracked a smile. He had actually returned to the past. Everything was now perfectly within his grasp. Hansu watched as the scene descended further and further into chaos. He thought to himself, well, of course they're panicking. It's their first time being transported to the Otherworld after all. The Otherworld is a nexus world connecting different dimensions, a place completely dominated by hell. Anyone who comes here gets to learn skills. But the freakish monsters turned it into an absolute nightmare. This is a world of violence and lawlessness, the classic setup for a brutal survival manhwa. Anyone who goes down to hell gets teleported to the Otherworld. And when everyone from across the globe is present, the gates to hell will swing open and the fierce battle for survival will begin. I've got 5 years to get crazy strong, but all my old skills and power are gone. Whatever, it's about time he showed up anyway. And sure enough, not long after, a rift tore open in the sky. And then a creature of grotesque design appeared. Greetings, I am your assistant Fei Li. I'm here to help everyone get through the registration process nice and quick. So listen up, everyone. Hansu looked at Fei Li's radiant smile and scoffed internally. What a bunch of phonies. The quick procedure he mentioned was basically telling everyone to jump in and beat the crap out of each other. Fei Li, meanwhile, continued his enthusiastic presentation. First off, welcome everyone to the Otherworld. From this moment on, you will all receive an unexpected opportunity. A hot-headed man cut him off. Hold on, what the hell is this Otherworld? Stop spouting nonsense and send me home. Listen to my explanation. The smile on Fei Li's face vanished, replaced by a terrifying glare. He said, here you will have limitless freedom, rules, order, morality, all that stuff. Have you ever dreamed of a world with absolutely no laws? Here you will have limitless freedom, rules, order, morality, all that stuff. Have you ever dreamed of a world with absolutely no laws? Here you will have infinite freedom. And not only that, the physical limits that have been holding you back will also disappear. Depending on your own efforts, that power can reach infinity, just like the heroes in the movies. This is your chance to do everything you've ever imagined. Pretty awesome, right? Let me give you an example. Like this, for instance. Fei Li pinched his index finger and thumb together. He aimed at the man who had just spoken and fired a beam of light. It sent the guy on a one-way trip to meet his ancestors. My apologies, I just really hate loudmouths. Fei Li said with a smug look. The crowd, having witnessed this, was terrified and immediately started screaming and running for their lives. Seeing this, Fei Li aimed at the fleeing crowd and fired off a few more beams of light. And then it let out an ear-splitting, furious roar. I told you I hate all that racket. Seeing quite a few people drop dead, the crowd finally got the memo. They instantly froze in place. They were terrified, but not a single soul dared to make a sound. A sudden chilling silence fell over the entire area. Just like that, Fairy was all cheerful again, chirping happily. Ah, quiet, isn't this much better? Shall we continue? It then pulled out a strange stone and began to explain. This, my friends, is a rune. You get one whenever you eliminate any living thing. There are 8 other runes just like this one. They pop up randomly and come in all sorts of different colors. But if you put in the effort and level up, you can get even better runes. And this one is a strength enhancement rune. Any takers who wants it? A single hand went up. It was none other than Hansu. Fairy seemed genuinely surprised, staring at Hansu for a long moment. Then a look of delight crossed its face as it zipped over, circling him with praise. Excellent, such an enthusiastic attitude. Now give me your hand. With a completely deadpan expression, Hansu held out his palm just as Fairy asked. Instantly, the rune materialized, hovering just above Hansu's palm. At the same time, a silvery light began to shimmer around his body, a perfect match for the rune's color. Fairy seemed genuinely surprised, staring at Hansu for a long moment. Then a look of delight crossed its face as it zipped over, circling him with praise. Excellent, such an enthusiastic attitude. Now give me your hand. With a completely deadpan expression, Hansu held out his palm just as Fairy asked. Instantly, the rune materialized, hovering just above Hansu's palm. At the same time, a silvery light began to shimmer around his body, a perfect match for the rune's color. Slowly, that silver light was absorbed right into Hansu's body. The rune is now on your hand. Pretty cool, huh? These runes can literally bend the laws of reality. Scientifically speaking, your muscles had a weight limit of 117.1 kilograms, but now it's jumped to 122.3 kilograms. Not only that, the rune, Hansu sighed to himself. God, this is so boring. I have to listen to this whole spiel all over again, stuff I already know from reading every manhwa out there. Fairy was in the middle of its passionate speech when it noticed Hansu's utterly bored expression, which kinda killed the mood. So it just zipped off somewhere else and continued its introductory course for the rest of the newbies. Different types of runes have different effects. Your puny science can't even begin to explain the full extent of their powers. Allow me to demonstrate with another example model. So any volunteers, as it spoke, it flashed a twisted grin that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Phew, well, whatever. And no matter what happens, just remember this ancient runes or power-ups. It doesn't matter what kind, they're all useful. So the more ancient runes you collect, the better your chances of survival. And just like that, runes began to float up from the bodies of the fallen. Everyone stared, completely stunned by the sight. But a few seconds later, they lunged forward like a pack of starving wolves, tearing each other apart to snatch the runes for themselves. Watching the chaos from above, Fairy was having the time of its life. Right at the peak of the madness, it chimed in. Seeing that last guy's reaction, I suppose I don't need to explain any further, do I? In that case, I'll just be taking these back. The moment it finished speaking, every single rune flew into Fairy's hand and vanished. Oh, and one more thing. If you touch your right ear, you can see how many runes you possess. You humans love to quantify everything, don't you? The average is 10, that's all you need to know. Strength 11, HP 9, Intuition 8. Hansu glanced over his own stats, which popped up just like in a system manhwa. His strength had already gone up by 1. If I collect more runes after a hunt, he thought, my mana and magic power stats should increase as well. No matter what you got, it was clear things were a little unfair from the start. Just then, Fairy spoke again. I'm going to grant you all a special favor. Forget your pasts and enjoy this new life. As it spoke, a knife materialized in everyone's hand. When I leave, the training begins. So try your best, everyone. While the crowd was still trying to process everything, someone screamed in terror. Look out behind us. Everyone spun around to see an entire army of goblins slowly advancing towards them. As chaos erupted, a girl's voice cut through the noise, trying to restore order. Everyone calm down. Don't provoke them, just back away slowly. Thinking she had a point, the crowd began to listen to her. Unfortunately, they didn't get very far, because a massive wall suddenly shot up behind them, blocking any chance of escape. They could even feel the walls slowly closing in, basically hurting them right towards the goblin army. But in that moment, to everyone's utter shock, one guy suddenly slipped right through the wall to the other side. How in the world did you get over there? The young man just stared back blankly and said, I have no idea. I don't get how I was able to just walk right through it. Just then, someone with a sharp eye noticed the number 49 appear on the wall. Another person feeling bold also tried to walk through the wall and succeeded. As they did, the number on the wall ticked down to 48. Wait, does this mean only 50 of us can leave? Someone shouted out the theory, and immediately all hell broke loose as everyone scrambled to get through that wall. Hansu watched the scene unfold and let out a heavy sigh. How pathetic. What is this? All 100 of us need to keep a cool head and fight. Through the wall and succeeded. And at the same time, the number on the wall dropped down to 48. Could it be that only 50 people can get out of here? One person hypothesized, us, which immediately triggered a mad scramble as everyone fought for a spot to get through the wall. Witnessing this, Hansu let out a long sigh. This is just pathetic. Seriously, all 100 of us need to get our heads on straight and fight. We have to keep cool and fight together. We might get a little banged up, but at least there will be fewer casualties that way. When I first set foot in this place, about 40 people died at the hands of those goblins. Of all the people who couldn't get past the wall, only 10 survived. But this time, it's different. First things first, I need to clear this area and get to the next floor. With that thought, Hansu drew his weapon and annihilated a goblin that was charging in like a maniac, saving someone's life in the nick of time. Riding the momentum, Hansu continued to show off his master-level skills. single-handedly taking out several more goblins, leaving everyone else completely speechless. This is a bit awkward in my body from 10 years ago, but, well, I guess I'm lucky. Hansu checked his stats. His dexterity had increased by 0.1. The dexterity stat doesn't just increase a player's perception of time. It boosts their reaction speed by a factor of 0.1. In other words, it means a player can pull off moves much faster. Just like right now. Hansu was able to send a goblin straight to its maker in the blink of an eye. It was all going exactly as he had predicted in this wild Manhwa world. As soon as the remaining goblins saw blood, they went berserk and charged forward. But of course, they all ended up kissing the sharp end of Hansu's blade. A good portion of the people who witnessed this epic display felt a new surge of strength. They stopped thinking about fighting each other to get out and instead bravely picked up their weapons to fight the goblins. Seeing this, Hansu felt a wave of relief. Normally, there's no need to rush at the start, but this is no time to kick back and relax. Including this area, there are still a ton of other adventurers around. If you tried to count everyone in this whole world, you'd probably lose your mind. For the first year here, and for the 3 months after that, all humans are kept safe inside a tutorial zone. If you tried to count everyone in this whole world, you'd probably lose your mind. Once that cushy 3-month protection period in the tutorial zone is over, we're all thrown to the wolves, or in this case, the monsters. But no matter how you slice it, this is an opportunity, a chance to get even a little bit stronger. Oh Kangdong, you made the absolute right call sending me back to this time. The battle eventually ground to a halt with the goblin squad completely wiped off the map. The survivors could only sit and pant on the ground, staring at Hansu with absolute terror in their eyes. Did he seriously take down all of them by himself with just that little dagger? The man's a complete monster. Just moments after the fight ended, Fei Li popped back into existence, chirping with a hint of surprise. Ooh, not bad you guys, not bad at all. You all must have worked super hard, and a decent number of you are still kicking. I guess you figured out the secret to not dying, huh? Alrighty then, I'm taking down the barrier. Just, keep doing what you're doing. I've got other zones to check on, so good luck. And with that, Fei Li vanished, leaving behind a crowd of royally pissed off people. Taking advantage of the lull, Hansu found a quiet corner to check his stats. Strength 14.3, Agility 10.9, HP 10.1, Perception 11.2. This should be more than enough for the tutorial, he mused. Plus, I found something pretty useful. Hansu glanced at the dagger in his hand before putting it away, already thinking about his next move. First, I need to find every possible way to get stronger fast. This isn't some slow burn character development manhwa. What would they do if they were in my shoes? Hansu suddenly remembered something Kang Dian once mentioned, a hidden dungeon. It was tucked away somewhere in this very tutorial area, boasting the highest difficulty level. I was never able to clear that dungeon. No, scratch that. No one has ever been able to clear it. Kang Dian had said with a sigh of regret. So you've only cleared 4 dungeons. I only managed to clear, Kang Dian had said wistfully, a tiny piece of that hidden dungeon, and you're already this powerful. That's right. Isn't the fact that I'm standing here as a member of the Vakiji all the proof you need? Kang Dian flashed a smug smile before his expression turned dead serious. If I could go back, I would absolutely challenge that dungeon first. If I had cleared it, I might have even stood a chance against you. Hansu, you can be damn sure of one thing: the more insane and impossible the challenge, the more epic the rewards are gonna be when you pull it off. With that in mind, Hansu's resolve hardened. His mission was crystal clear. But if I'm gonna do that, he thought, I've got a few errands to run first. The first floor of the training area is basically a 100-person welcome party where everyone has to act together. You get to operate in the approved zone once a week, and you're stuck on this hunting gig for 3 whole months. Then after you finally conquer the second floor of the training arc, a safe zone finally opens up, and you can actually hang out with the veterans who got here before you. Right now, there are 2 hidden pieces on this floor, and not a single soul has managed to find the final exit yet. If I want to reach the very end of this secret dungeon, I have to get my hands on them. It's the only real shortcut to getting overpowered. But first things first, I need to snag the closest hidden piece. Alright, let's see. It's gotta be around here somewhere. As Hansu was scanning the area, his focus was broken by the sound of an argument not far off. It looked like the classic damsel in distress scenario, a pretty girl getting cornered by a pack of thugs. They were trying to force her to join their party, using the excuse of helping each other survive, but the girl was flat out refusing. I don't have time to get tangled up in this side quest. I've got to find that hidden piece. It's going to disappear in a week. With that thought, Hansu turned his back on them, with their excuse of helping each other survive the training, but the girl was having none of it. I don't have time to get involved in this drama. I need to find, that hidden piece before it vanishes in a week. Hansu decided to just turn a blind eye to the whole situation. But of course, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to make his exit, a young man called out to him. Kong Hansu, you're Hansu, right? Seriously, right when I'm in a hurry. Hansu sighed internally, but still managed a polite response. Do I know you? The guy was completely floored by Hansu's question. Just then, a blonde-haired guy stomped over looking furious. Hey Hansu, are you out of your mind? We were literally in the same room right before we got zapped here. What's he talking about? And how does this guy even know my name? After digging deep into the archives of his memory, Hansu finally realized they were his old college classmates. What a classic Manhwa reunion. The blonde one was Jin Taesung, and the dude with the headphones was Sang Jin. He'd gone on some kind of trip with them once, but they all ended up kicking the bucket, so he'd pretty much deleted them from his memory banks. We're going with him. And that beautiful girl from earlier, her name is Zhu Mixi. The second she saw her chance smacked the punk's hand away and made a beeline straight for him. Hansu just looked at Mixi in silence. With a face like that, he could already tell she was a walking trouble magnet. The thug who got completely ghosted by Mixi was furious and decided to teach Hansu a lesson. But the moment he recognized who Hansu was, he hesitated. That psycho was the one who single-handedly wiped out the entire goblin horde earlier. But then again, if he's exhausted, maybe now's the perfect time to strike. Thinking this, the thug shot a sneaky glance at his cronies. They instantly got the memo and flashed him a greasy, evil grin. And just like that, the thug swaggered over to provoke Hansu's group. Hey, it's rude not to listen when someone's talking to you. I don't know who this guy is, and frankly, I don't care. He looks pretty banged up. You really think a walking pile of bandages like him can do anything? Get over here. While I'm still asking nicely, sooner rather than later. You should probably come to me before I have to come to you. Hansu, completely unfazed, shot back. You see guys like this everywhere. They get a little high off their first real battle, and without knowing a thing about their opponent, they delude themselves into thinking they're the main character of some action manhwa. As he spoke, Hansu slowly closed the distance between them, his face radiating pure killing intent as he asked, "Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?" Then he gave the thug a solid shoulder check, knocking him aside before strolling past with an air of absolute superiority. Why, you little... The thug ground his teeth in pure rage. Was there something else you wanted to say? Hansu asked. He was already drawing his sword, ready to show this chump a world of hurt when the thug's actual leader appeared, playing the role of peacemaker. And then he made a surprising offer. We're not the bad guys here. Why don't you join us? Look at the mess we're in. There are going to be a lot of challenges ahead. Wouldn't it be better if we cooperated? Hansu stared the leader down, sizing him up. Yeah, that look in his eyes. This guy had already gone completely feral and adapted to this place. No more reason to hide it. He was all in on his true nature now, a hyena foaming at the mouth in the wild. In the end, this guy is a total loose cannon. Should I just take out the trash right now? Eris's words once again echoed in Hansu's mind. She'd said there was no need for senseless killing. But she also said not to waste a single drop of pity on the human cockroaches who would mess things up in this great war. Then another piece of her advice surfaced. Don't push people away. Do your best to protect and take care of them. Eris, you sure saved a lot of lives with your conflicting advice. It's not that I don't have the time to deal with these idiots. It's just that they'll probably self-destruct if I just leave them alone here. With that thought, Hansu tossed out a simple, whatever, get lost. and with a sharp turn, he walked away. Why that little punk? The goon from before wanted to act tough, but his leader stopped him. Easy there, Sung-ho, that kid isn't important. Our goal is to establish order in this freak show of a world filled with its freak show monsters. And at the top of that list is that bastard fairy. Still there are some perks to this whole situation. The leader thought to himself, a grin spreading on his face as he said, "In a place like this, the strong are the law. Shouldn't we be the ones to seize that opportunity? Let's go, Sung-ho." This time, Sung-ho didn't say another word and just obediently followed his leader away. How can humans be even more terrifying than goblins? Taesung watched the thugs retreat, then scurried after Han-soo, his mind racing. I know Han-soo is weird, but has he always been like this? This entire scene feels like something out of a manhwa. He was just that orphan kid who always sat dazed in a corner. I never really paid him any mind. Suddenly remembering something, Taesung confronted Han-soo. "Hey Han-soo, what was that all about? Why'd you act like you don't know us?" Han-soo pulled the oldest, lamest excuse out of a hat, amnesia. In response, he got a look from Taesung that was 30% judgment and 70% disappointed dad. Seriously, what's with the way he talks? Is he trying to act like some wise old sage? The combination of Han-soo's deadpan expression and Taesung's exasperated thoughts made Mi-hee giggle once more. Han-soo turned his silent gaze on Mi-hee. What a pity. In another world, she could have lived a comfortable life. But here, beauty is a double-edged sword. If you know how to wield it, it becomes a powerful weapon. Well, I'm sure they'll be just fine. Besides Mi-hee, Taesung and Sang-jin, the squad also had a couple of other tag-alongs. The whole gang just trudged along following Han-soo's lead. Look, I know Han-soo is a bit of a weirdo. As they trailed behind, Han-soo stared out at the desolate landscape. When the blonde girl in the group couldn't hold it in any longer. We've been walking without saying a single word for ages now. Do we actually have a destination in mind? Hearing that Mi-hee chimed in a little hesitantly. Yeah, Han-soo, where exactly are we going? You'll know it when you see it. With that cryptic line, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Their first destination, the subway station, which supposedly held a hidden fragment. Gangnam Station, Gangnam Station. But why here of all places? I can't be bothered explaining every little thing. If it wasn't for what Eres said, I'd be doing this solo. But I guess I have no choice. To avoid having to explain himself over and over again, our introverted hero Han-soo decided to go full-on mystical. I have a hunch. Mi-hee repeated, completely stunned. A hunch? Han-soo nodded. Yep, when I got my memories back, this place just popped into my head. I have superpowers. Everyone gasped in unison, superpowers? Seeing their reactions, Han-soo muttered under his breath. Heh, it's not like we're broke. Getting superpowers isn't that hard to do. The blonde girl behind them whispered to her friend. Are you sure it's a good idea to follow this guy? Even though she was whispering, this is a manhwa, so of course our protagonist Han-soo heard every single word. He glanced back at her with a smirk. You don't have to follow me, you know. I actually prefer working solo. If you'd rather just stand there and watch, be my guest. Han-soo's cocky attitude instantly sparked a fire of resentment in Tae-seong. Whatever his deal is, I just can't stand the sight of that guy. It's infuriating, but in this situation, I just have to bite my tongue. The group descended into the station. Putting on a friendly face, Tae-seong sidled up, clapped Han-soo on the shoulder, and started probing for info. Hey man, you sure this place is, safe? It's giving off some seriously creepy vibes. Han-soo replied, nope. We're on our way to meet a few friends who got here before us. De-young piped up again, say what now? Who in their right mind would live in a place like this? Are they people you actually know? Just then Han-soo suddenly cut in. Hold on. De-young, ever the question asker, went, what is it? Who would live in a dump like this? You know them or something. And that's when Han-soo spoke up, wait. Wait, what for? Mi-hee had barely opened her mouth when she saw something horrifying and screamed, De-young, get out of the way. A confused De-young turned his head just in time to see Han-soo, who was right next to him, plunging a dagger straight down. De-young's face went ghost white, watching the tip of that dagger get closer and closer as he shrieked, what the hell? But in the next instant, De-young realized Han-soo's Target wasn't him but a disgusting worm-like monster right at his feet. Hansu yanked the dagger from the monster's corpse, scooped up a rune stone, and then casually started his lecture. This is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station. And these are green worms that crawl up from underground when they sense sound. They absolutely hate sunlight, so they almost never surface. If you get bitten by one, your flesh will get ripped to shreds and start to rot. So try to be careful. If you're bitten, you'll pass out and die before you can even react. I'll show you all a simple way to deal with them. A little while later, thanks to Hansu's masterclass in pest control, everyone started to adapt, killing the green worms with their own hands like they were born for this manhwa apocalypse. Hansu stood off to the side observing them. He noticed 4 people who were showing some real talent, but there was also one guy who caught his eye for a different reason. The one who'd been standing there frozen with his dagger since the beginning, Sang Jin. Hansu walked over to give Sang Jin a little nudge. If you're not feeling confident, I just walk on the marble slabs that are still in one piece. And if you see a crack in the ground, just stab your dagger down into it. Just watch your hands. Not far off, Mi-hai had just finished off another green worm. She stood up, wiped the sweat from her brow, and said to the blonde girl, "You're probably supposed to stab the spot where the ground is bulging up. You know this is basically a high-stakes game of whack-a-mole." The blonde girl deadpanned. Faced with this utterly chaotic scene, Sang Jin clutched his dagger, giving himself a little pep talk. "I can do this. I have to do this." But of course, just as he was mustering up his courage, a small crack split the ground right behind Sang Jin. A green worm shot out of the fissure, making a beeline straight for him. And what did Sang Jin do? Absolutely nothing but freeze in terror. Thankfully, Han Shu shoved the petrified guy out of the way and took down the green worm with 2 swift strikes. Having narrowly escaped becoming worm food, Sang Jin flashed a grateful smile at Han Shu. Han Shu didn't even acknowledge him, just sharply turned his head away. Inwardly, he was thinking, this guy's complete inability to fight isn't even up for debate anymore. He's just going to end up being dead weight. Just then, Ki Rong walked up to Han Shu. "Hey, it really seemed like you knew that was about to happen." "How'd you know?" Before he could even finish his thought, Han Shu cut him off. "I told you already, it's my superpower." Everyone was completely speechless. This guy was acting like a total manhwa protagonist. Having no idea how to respond to that, they just went back to monster hunting. Pretty soon, they had cleared out all the green worms in the area. Han Shu walked over to one of the worm carcasses. He was about to pick up a rune stone when he noticed the entire group just staring at him. He stood up, turned around, and asked, "Why aren't you guys picking these up?" Me, ex-Garen speaking for the group, piped up. "We were thinking it would be better if you just took all the runes and focused on protecting us. Since you're the one who's going to get us out of this place, you should have them all. It's not like a few extra runes are going to turn us into superheroes or anything. So you take everything, and in exchange, you keep us safe. Doesn't that make more sense?" Han Shu let out a long, tired sigh. "You take what you hunt. If you want to stick with me, you're going to follow the basic rules." The people who've spent decades exploring the abyss came up with some very basic principles for survival. I get what I hunt. When we hunt as a group, the loot is divided based on contribution and priority. In life or death situations, he thought good relationships crumble way too easily. They'll soon learn just how vicious and cruel this place really is. Thinking grimly to himself, Han Shu looked at the group with a dead serious expression and said, "The only thing you should be putting your faith in is your own strength. If you're useless, you get left behind. That's just the law of the jungle." Hearing that, everyone just stood there stunned for a second. Then Mi-si was the first one to snap out of it, turning to scavenge from the corpse of a green worm. The others exchanged a few nervous glances before finally splitting up to collect the ancient runes. Hansu thought to himself, sooner or later, they'll get used to it. They won't need me to tell them anymore. They'll automatically start fighting tooth and nail for their own runes. Suddenly, Chi-xiong shouted, "Hey, get a load of this, I found a super weird rune over here." Everyone crowded around, curious to see what the fuss was about. In Chi-xiong's hand was a purple rune, the essence of the On Goblin tribe. Chi-rong read the system description and a greedy grin spread across his face. He thought, If I can get my hands on this, I'll get a brand new superpower. Qirong's eyes were practically gleaming with ambition as he schemed, with that, I'll finally have a special ability. Then he shot a quick glance at Han Su, who was standing nearby with his usual blank expression. That whole "we'll share items" speech was probably just for show. If I make a big scene now demanding we split this, he'll definitely find a way to make my life miserable. With that decided, Qi called out to Han Su. Since Xiang found this, it belongs to him, right? You already agreed, so you're not gonna go back on your word later, are you? Han Su simply nodded. Internally, however, he was analyzing it. The essence of the An Goblin tribe, huh? It's a pretty sweet find this early in the game because it boosts your defense and gives you a regeneration ability. Anyone trying to survive in this kind of manhwa needs those two things. That's why it's a pretty hot commodity. And on top of that, it's a passive rune. However, it also cranks up the user's appetite to insane levels. But then again, once you get stronger, you can just snatch food from other people, so starving isn't really an issue. A skill's rank is what determines its raw power and potential. People who are both incredibly smart and blessed with a huge mana pool typically had around 100 skills. But Canyon, that monster had over 1,000. However, we're not like him, Han Su thought. He recalled a time when he stood before several runes of different colors. He picked up an orange one and absorbed it, while Eris tried to absorb a green one, only to sigh with a deep sense of regret. It's just as I feared, we're only allowed to have a maximum of 7 skills. If I'd known this from the beginning, I would have focused on much more powerful skills. In the world of this manhwa, every person is limited to just 7 skills. A rule like that, man, that's just a death sentence for the players. But Han Su, like a true protagonist, possessed a power so immense that such a measly limit meant absolutely nothing to him. Thanks to this incredible power, Han Su could infinitely evolve his skills. The Divine Killin Essence Dororo started off as a simple regeneration booster, but it eventually evolved to the point where it could go toe-to-toe with the immortality arts of Kang Tai, and his gang burst of speed soon became just as fast as Sion's signature space warping technique. Eris nicknamed him 7 Stars because only Han Su was powerful enough to infinitely evolve all 7 of his skills. That was the only way he was able to catch up and eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with them despite being a whole 20 years behind. Han Su told himself that these skills were what defined him as a person. They were the reason he had to return here in their place. And that's why, he thought, I absolutely cannot afford to make a single mistake until the very end. Eris had said it herself, hadn't she? Choose your 7 skills with great care. Even if everything resets to the beginning, you must choose your 7 skills just as carefully. If we stick to the plan, we'll get through this training zone without a hitch. At that moment, Qi, unable to wait any longer, decided to use the essence of the Agol Dwarf tribe. The system announced physical resistance stat has been added. Skill proficiency for essence of the Agol Dwarf tribe at 1.0%. Qi tapped his ear with a finger to pull up his personal status window. Name Qi. Strength 11.1, accuracy 10.1, stamina 12.5, perception 10.3, physical resistance 10.7. Looking at the numbers, Qi was ecstatic. Yes, I finally got a physical resistance stat, and my other stats got a nice boost too. Then Qi turned his head and shot Han Su a sneering, sarcastic look. You absolute moron. You think I'd ever hand over something this good to you, dream on? Just you wait, buddy, it's only a matter of time before I catch up to you. Han Su had no idea what was going through Qi head, and frankly, he couldn't care less. He just waved his hand at the others and said, all right, let's get a move on. Qi scurried over, trying to act all friendly, as he slung an arm around Han Su's shoulder. Whoa there, it's gonna get real dangerous from here on out, so we should totally stick together, you know. The strongest person should lead the way to protect everyone, am I right? After all, you're going to need me, aren't you? As he said this, Qi turned his head, casting a very suggestive glance towards Mei Shi. Noticing Qi stare, Mei Shi felt a bit annoyed. Why is he looking at me while saying that? Han Su glanced sideways, sizing up Qi. Don't tell me, this clown actually sees me as his rival. Buddy, if you're gonna be ugly, at least don't try to act cute. And for the record, I have no intention of letting what you did earlier just slide. With that silent thought, Han Su roughly shrugged Chi Xiong's arm off his shoulder. As the crew made their way down the stairs, a curious Mei Si asked Han Su, "Hey, why are we going down? Aren't there other ways?" Han Su replied simply, "To catch the subway." Mei Shi's eyes went wide. "Wait, there are still subways running." "You'll know when you see it." Answering her, Han Su's mind flashed back to the past. He remembered a time when he was just chilling with a buddy, the one with the funky colored hair. His flashy-haired friend was boasting, "That guy's intel is never wrong." That's how we've cleared so many dungeons. Right on cue, another friend with black hair walked up to join the conversation. "I bet those dungeons were total baby mode, straight out of a beginner manhwa." The colorful-haired dude shot back, "Did anyone ask you to butt in?" The black-haired guy just smirked. "Couldn't help it. I was getting tired of listening to you talk nonsense. Besides, your basic knowledge is completely off." With that, the black-haired friend walked over and shoved the other guy aside. He then plopped himself down between Han Su and Mr. Technicolor and continued, "I'm going to tell you guys the fastest way to get ridiculously strong. You need to get your hands on the most important thing. In the training area, it's located down in the subway. All the subway stations are in different locations, and the structure of each station is different too. But from the third basement floor down, they are all exactly the same. If you go through the gate in the middle of the staircase and head straight down, there's a subway train that still hasn't departed. If you can get on it, you're basically set. The only problem is getting there is a whole other level of difficult." Back in the present, the group had arrived in front of a massive gate. Han Su stared at the gate, thinking to himself, the train departs in one day, which means there's something I absolutely must resolve today. Let's see what that is, shall we? Behind him, Mei Si was also staring at the gate, completely mesmerized. This is definitely not Gangnam Station. I've been to Gangnam Station countless times, but I have never seen a gate like this before. Swallowing her doubts, Mei Shi finally asked Han Su, "Are you seriously planning on going in there? You don't even know what's inside." Han Su replied, "I'm just following my gut. As I said before, anyone who wants to back out is free to do so." Tai Yong smirked as he stepped forward. "I'm going in." Macy's eyes hardened with resolve. "I'm going too." Starting going in there for real. You have no clue what's waiting for us. Han Su answered, "I'm just trusting my instincts on this one. As I said before, if you want to back out, now's your chance." A smug smirk appeared on Tai Yong's face as he spoke up. "I'm going in." Macy's eyes were filled with determination. "I'm going too. Count me in, I'm heading in there." Looking at Macy, Han Su couldn't help but think she seems anxious. I guess she's fully aware of her own situation now. Someone like her is in even greater danger. From here on out, she has to get stronger somehow, even if that means she has to sacrifice her pretty face. At that moment, the blonde girl in the group spoke up. "We're just going to stay here. After all, we can keep hunting right here just fine." But to everyone's surprise, Shang Jin declared, "I'm going. I want to go in there too." Tai Dong opened his mouth to mock him. "And what exactly are you planning to do in there? Just a minute ago, you were so scared you couldn't even move." Shang Jin shot a dark glare at Tai Dong and retorted, "Is that any of your business? What I do has absolutely nothing to do with you." Tai Dong looked completely insulted. He pointed a finger right in Shang Jin's face and snarled, "What did you just say to me?" "You're a weakling with a big mouth. Take back what you just said." Suddenly, Han Su snapped, "That's enough, stop bickering over nothing. We don't have time for this, so just get over it." With that said, Han Su immediately headed for the gate. Mei Si followed, quickening her pace until she even passed him. Tai Dong seethed with rage, glaring at Han Su's back and cursing him internally. "How dare those bastards humiliate me in front of Mei Shi?" As he stepped through the gate, Han Su's mind was already churning. There are over 1,000 types of monsters in the training area, and the terrain is incredibly diverse. There must be some common factor. All of a sudden, Han Su stopped. Looking ahead, he thought, "Just as I figured, there it is." Behind him, Jie Yin cried out in astonishment, "Huh, no way. Is that a convenience store?" Han Su's group entered the convenience store and split up to find what they needed. Han Su did a lap, surveying the place. He said there's always one of these on the second floor of the train station. He thought to himself, I figured it would be something just like a convenience store. He also said the place was loaded with good items. But none of that was in the original manhwa. This is a variable that I created. Should I tell them the truth? No, they'd just get suspicious of me. Well, I guess I'll just have to play it by ear. Hansu walked over to a shelf to look for something. The first thing he needed was a bag. The second was a skill book, but it seemed there weren't any here. Instead, what he found was a scroll. A scroll inside a convenience store. What a bizarre world this manhwa is. This is supposed to be the prize, Ji Yong scoffed, picking up a single dagger. Maybe I should just grab a whole buffet of different weapons. Meanwhile, Hansu headed for the kitchen aisle, muttering to himself. He figured this was less of a convenience store and more like a fully stocked supermarket. But hey, it's actually got everything I need. Spotting Hansu grabbing a pot, a curious me, he walked over. Hansu, what in the world are you doing? Hansu set the pot on a stove and pulled out a mysterious-looking bag. He was about to do some cooking. He opened the bag and poured its liquid contents right into the pot. Mihi's eyes widened in shock as she saw the liquid. Is that green worm blood? She suddenly remembered how Hansu was always collecting random monster parts and stuffing them in that bag. At the time, I had absolutely no idea what he was planning. Just then, Hansu pulled out a piece of goblin hide. He nonchalantly ripped it into smaller pieces and tossed them into his bubbling concoction. Now, goblin hide becomes incredibly toxic when it comes into contact with green worm blood, since goblins evolved specifically to counter them. And their poison, it's seriously potent stuff. As Hansu was busy with his mad science experiment, Ji Yong came sniffing around. Taking a huge whiff, he exclaimed, "Whoa, that smells incredible, let me get a bite." Without even looking up, Hansu deadpanned, "It's poison." Hearing that, Ji Yong leaped back about 10 feet and shrieked, "What if it's poison? You could have given me a heads up, you psycho." Hansu simply arched an eyebrow and retorted, "You're the one who followed your nose over here." Mihi came closer, giving Hansu a curious smile. "We would have never even considered cooking that stuff. How on earth do you know how to do this?" "It's my superpower. My brain is just overflowing with knowledge like I'm the main character in a manhwa or something." Hansu's smug answer made Ji Yong grind his teeth so hard they could have sparked. He fumed internally. He's totally dodging the question. That arrogant jerk. In reality, Hansu felt like his brain was about to short-circuit from having to remember all this information. He had a sudden flashback to Kanyan's training sessions. Back then, Hansu had struggled just to sit through the lectures. His soul was practically trying to escape his body from boredom. He remembered grinding his teeth thinking, he's obviously just avoiding the question. What a complete scumbag. The truth was, Hansu's brain felt like it was on the verge of exploding from trying to cram all this information inside it. His mind flashed back to those grueling training sessions with Kanyan. He could barely keep his eyes open during the lectures. His spirit literally trying to float out of the room. But up at the front, the Chong system display just kept scrolling endlessly. Even if you rewind time and get a do-over, what good is it if you're stuck on clueless mode without any knowledge? The sheer amount of information you can get your hands on is the absolute priority. It's not just about hoarding shiny new items, it's about knowing how to supercharge them. Enhancing their power is just as crucial. Seriously, if you don't have a brain, you probably wouldn't even grasp why. That's important, right? But listen up. You absolutely positively cannot share this information with anyone. Got it? Engrave it in your brain. Knowledge from the future will only fast-track the abyss's grand disastrous collapse. Don't you dare go full Prometheus from Greek mythology on us. That guy was basically the original future seer. You only get to bust out this future knowledge when it's absolutely undeniably essential. Regaining his composure, Hansu gazed at the pot of simmering poison and muttered to himself, "Without knowing the precise ratios and perfect cooking time, this whole thing is just fancy bathwater." All right, that's good enough. Once the concoction was complete, Hansu poured it into an empty bottle. Then from the bottle, he sprayed a bit of the deadly substance onto his weapon. He practically vibrating with anxious curiosity from the sidelines, timidly inquired, Can we use that too?" Hansu replied, "Sure thing. Each use will cost you half your strength or a vitality rune. Tarong, practically seething, yelled, "Hey, you're being incredibly stingy, you know? I could give it to you for free." Hansu countered, "But long term, that might not be the smartest idea in this manhwa." Hansu explained, "It's because you know very well how easily one-sided relationships crumble." Me, he quickly interjected, "I'll give it to you later, just let me use some first." Hansu turned, scrutinizing Miha for a moment, then handed her a bottle of the poison. Not forgetting to caution, "Careful now. Get that on your hands and it'll sting like 1,000 angry wasps." Witnessing this, Taerong secretly gnashed his teeth. Well, if he's being all watchful, then my grand thieving plans are officially toast. With his nefarious intentions foiled, Taerong could only grumble. "Fine, I'll use it first, then I'll pay you back with a rune later. Is that okay?" Sang Jin chimed in, "Me too." Hansu surprisingly didn't turn anyone down. He just let them figure out the poison bottle themselves, while he moved on to prepping other goodies. Before long, Hansu looked like a seasoned adventurer laden with 2 bulging backpacks. A faint smirk played on his lips as he murmured to himself, "All right, this should do the trick." The others finally got their act together and walked over announcing, "We're all set." Hansu turned his head, not saying a word, just giving them a long, hard stare. Feeling the heat from his gaze, one of them finally piped up, Why are you looking at us like that?" Hansu pointed at the mountains of gear on their backs and said, "With a bag that huge, are you planning on being a walking loot drop for someone else?" With that, Hansu demonstrated by burying some of his own items in the ground. "If you don't want to fight while lugging your entire apartment, bury it like this. Besides, if you take every last thing, other people will hunt you down out of sheer desperation to survive. Leave a little something for the next guy." Mei He's eyes sparkled as she watched Hansu. "At first, I just thought he was the quiet type, but this guy is the real deal. He's like a genius manhwa protagonist. Could I get a cool superpower like that too?" Miha wondered to herself. She immediately sat down and started copying what Hansu was doing, her heart filled with a new resolve. Yesterday, hundreds of millions of people disappeared, and not a single one has come back. I have to survive here for the rest of my life. I have to make it no matter the cost. And to do that, I need to pull my own weight. And if Hansu is around, gazing at him again, Mei He didn't hesitate for a second, and rushed to walk right by his side. Seeing this little development, Ji Xiong scoffed in annoyance. That bastard, always trying to look cool. Then Ji Xiong aggressively shoved his own backpack at Shang Zhen, not even bothering to see if he'd catch it before jogging after Hansu. "Hey Kong Hansu, this superpower thing you mentioned, can we get in on that?" "It's possible," Hansu replied. Hearing that, the three of them practically cheered. For real, Hansu just grunted, "Yeah." Kainan had once told Hansu that among the people transported to this world, a few of them had developed special abilities they never possessed in reality. His exact words were, "Be careful of the people who arrive in this world. Some of them have developed, can awaken special abilities they never had in the real world. And let me tell you, those powers are wildly diverse, and some of the people who get them are seriously dangerous. They develop unique traits that give them a massive edge in survival compared to normal folks. So if someone isn't pulling their weight, you just get rid of them." Get rid of them, muttering that last part, Hansu's eyes sharpened instantly. A dark aura seemed to envelop him, making Qi Xiong, who was trailing behind, flinch in surprise. "What's with this guy?" A moment later, Qi Xiong forced a smile and spoke up. "By the way, you're a real piece of work. You know that. Are you still salty because I lost my temper with you earlier?" Hansu paused for a beat, glancing back at Qi Xiong. "I'm just not one for small talk." And with that, he turned and kept walking. He thought to himself, 5 years ago when I first got here, fighting endlessly against the hordes, hope slowly curdled into despair. And that despair ended up clouding everything. As Qi Xiong followed, he stared at Hansu's back and muttered to himself, "Did this guy get smacked in the head during that last fight? Is he trying to act like some edgy manhwa protagonist? Ugh, why does he have to act so high and mighty? If it weren't for that stupid superpower of his, I would never be humbling myself in front of this jerk. I'll just wait until I get stronger. Then me, he, and I will finally get together. I'll get rid of that bastard Shang Ren, and I'll turn Hansu into my personal gopher. I swear I will. While Qi Xiong was lost in his power fantasies, Hansu suddenly shot his arm out, shouting, "Hold up!" Qi Xiong snapped out of it. What is it?" Hansu didn't answer, he just crouched down and scooped up some gooey substance from the ground to examine it. Is this slime? This definitely isn't from a sword slime. It doesn't have that sour smell, and there are no desiccated corpses around, so it's not a sword zombie either. That only leaves one possibility, a mermaid on land. This has to be the trail of a ground merman. They're not exactly fast, but if you get hit with their paralyzing venom, they'll have no trouble tearing you limb from limb. But I have an idea. With a smirk, Hansu dusted off his knees and got back to his feet. From behind, Qi Xiong grumbled, "Quit acting like you're some kind of know-it-all who can do everything himself. Follow me, you guys are in for a surprise. Now come on, give me a hand." With that, Hansu headed back toward the convenience store. He and the others had no clue what was going on, but they followed him to help out anyway. Before long, a row of makeshift Molotov cocktails was lined up in front of the trio. Even though there was no kerosene here, Hansu figured this would be enough to get the job done. Mihi piped up firebombs. "Don't tell me you swiped all this from that convenience store we just passed." Tae-sung picked up a bottle, remarking, "Is this one of your superpowers too? How incredibly convenient for you. You must like this place way more than our old world, huh? I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's like you're the main character in some crazy manhwa. If I had powers like that, I'd be the one calling the shots." Hansu just stared at Tae-sung, a fierce debate raging in his mind. He was seriously contemplating whether he should just eliminate the guy right here and now, catching the strange look in Hansu's eyes. Tae-sung shivered and asked nervously, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Letting out a long sigh, Hansu momentarily shelved the murderous thoughts. He used a stick to draw in the dirt and said, "I'll lay out the plan, listen carefully. When one person throws the bomb, the other three will advance and attack. So whoever's at the front gets first dibs on the ancient script." Tae-sung grinned and volunteered, "Then I'll go first. The strong guy should be up front to protect everyone, right?" Hansu asked again, completely ignoring him, "Who's throwing the bomb?" Miha and Sang-jin spoke in unison. Both shot their hands up. Seeing this, Hansu said, "Decide between you two, who's it going to be?" Mihi hesitated a little, but while Sang-jin was busy having an internal crisis, Hansu made the decision. "Fine, you two can take turns." With that settled, the four of them began moving again. Sang-jin worried to himself. "How much farther do we have to go? I can't exactly say I want to retreat now. I only followed because I didn't want to get left behind, but are they all really okay with this?" Sang-jin looked at everyone, and when his gaze fell on me, he was surprised to find that her body was also trembling slightly. Just then, Hansu warned, "Stay sharp, they're here." As if on cue, a series of bizarre screeches began to echo around them. Hansu immediately commanded, "Mihi, throw a bottle where the sound is coming from. Don't be weak, that's right, I can do this." Hyping herself up, He pulled a Molotov cocktail from her bag, lit it, and hurled it towards the sound. The homemade bomb sailed through the air, smashed against a monster, and erupted into a fireball that burned it to a crisp. Mihi shouted in delight, "I did it! The three of us will attack. Be careful, don't let the paralyzing poison they spit touch you." After giving Tae-sung and Sang-jin that quick reminder, Hansu gripped his weapon and led the charge straight into the monster horde. A bitter jealousy sparked within Tae-sung. "That damn bastard is going to take all the ancient script for himself again. I can't keep losing to him." Suddenly, a monster lunged at Tae-sung from the side, making him yelp in shock. "Get the hell off me, you maggot!" Tae-sung instinctively swung his weapon in a wild slash toward the monster. Crap, I almost missed. Just as Tae-sung was starting to panic, he realized the monster was already lying dead on the ground. He couldn't help but gawk at the poison-laced weapon in his hand. "Aha, this baby works wonders." Hansu couldn't resist a little gloat. "Told you the venom I gave you was the real deal, didn't I? I can't let him get ahead of me." Suddenly, a monster lunged at Tae-sung from the side, making him yelp, "Get off me, you filthy maggot!" On pure instinct, Tae-sung wildly swung his blade at the creature. Crap, that was way too close. Just as Tae-sung started to panic, he realized the monster had already collapsed on the ground. Once again, he found himself marveling at the poisoned weapon in his hand. This stuff is seriously effective. Hansu piped up. The venom I provided is pretty trustworthy, eh? Tae-sung immediately shot that down. Nah, it's all because of my amazing skills. You got those ancient runes, didn't you? Tae-sung didn't answer. His eyes were glued to the weapon, glinting with pure greed. He muttered to himself with, "This thing I'll be able to catch up to that bastard in no time." And just like that, Tae-sung eagerly jumped back into the fray alongside Hansu. Meanwhile, Mihei and Sang-jin were also pulling their weight handling the tasks Hansu had assigned. As a result, the tide of the battle had turned completely in favor of Hansu's four-person squad. The monster horde was thinning out at a satisfying rate. Hansu thought to himself, just as I planned. In a fight involving flammable paralytic venom, bringing fire bombs was a stroke of genius. The blade's getting dull, but that's fine. This is exactly why I prepared the venom in the first place. But in the middle of the fight, Tae-sung's attention was snagged by the shiny ancient runes scattered on the ground. All these runes, they're all mine. The greedy bastard reached out, trying to snatch up the runes, completely oblivious to a monster spewing poison right at him. Naturally, one of his legs got blasted with the toxin, sending him sprawling to the floor. Tae-sung cursed inwardly. Damn it, everyone's watching. How humiliating. Just then, like a scene straight out of a horror manhwa, even more monsters began crawling out of the shadows, heading straight for Tae-sung. Tae-sung shrieked in terror. God damn it, get these freaking things off me, somebody help me. Mihei saw the dire situation Tae-sung was in, and went to grab a firebomb to help him out, only to find her pouch was completely empty. So she quickly shouted to Sang-jin, "Sang-jin, switch with me." "All right, hang on a sec." Agreeing, Sang-jin tried to light the firebomb in his hand. But it seemed his lighter was on the fritz, it just wouldn't spark. Sang-jin kept flicking it, muttering under his breath, "Come on, light, please." Finally, Sang-jin managed to get a flame. But before he could even light the fuse, a monster suddenly scurried right up to his feet. Startled, Sang-jin jumped, and the firebomb slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. Jin Zaijun exploded, roaring, "You absolute moron. I told you to throw the bomb, not bring the whole place down on us." Luckily, Han Yu had already taken care of the monsters and swooped in for the rescue. Han Yu sliced the monster, lunging at Shang Zhen clean in half before speaking slowly. "Calm down and stick to the plan. Just do as you're told and there won't be any problems. Get some rest and go collect your runes." Having escaped danger, Jin Zaijun let out a huge sigh of relief. "Man, I really thought I was a goner. Looks like my skill already healed my leg, thank goodness." Han Yu glanced at Jin Zaijun and told him, "If you work on your stamina and actually rest, it'll heal even faster. Now go get your runes." But when Jin Zaijun saw his pathetic share of the runes, he was far from happy. "Is this seriously all I get?" That calculating bastard divided everything way too meticulously. Then Jin Zaijun's eyes landed on Shang Zhen, and a nasty little idea began to form in his head. What if I took his share of the runes too? And so with a predatory grin, Jin Zaijun strolled over to Shang Zhen to pick a fight. "Hey, Kui Shang Zhen, is being this shameless a family tradition?" Before Shang Zhen could even finish speaking, Jin Zaijun had him by the throat. "Hey Shang Zhen, you useless punk, you didn't even manage to throw a single firebomb. Or did you forget that I almost died back there because of you?" Shang Zhen choked out, "That was because of you?" Macy rushed over, scolding Jin Zaijun. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Let him go now. You're going to kill him at this rate." Since Macy had stepped in, Jin Zaijun had no choice but to slam Shang Zhen onto the ground. "You got lucky this time, you bastard." Jin Zaijun crouched down in front of Shang Zhen, grabbing a handful of his hair and threatening him. "From now on, you better watch your step and learn your place. It wasn't that long ago you were crawling on the ground with your head bowed. Seems like you've completely forgotten where you stand, haven't you? You think you're some kind of manhwa protagonist just for tailing someone stronger? Who do you think you are?" Mei Shi rushed over to yell at him. "Jin Zaijun, what in the world are you doing? Let him go right now, he's going to die if you keep this up." Since Macy had intervened, Jin Zaijun could only throw Shang Zhen to the ground. "Count your lucky stars, you worthless punk." Jin Zaijun crouched before Shang Zhen, yanking his hair to deliver a warning. From now on, you watch yourself and learn how to act. Just a little while ago, you were groveling on the floor. Looks like you've completely forgotten your place, haven't you? Just because you follow someone else around, you think you're tough. Who the hell do you think you are? This is today's lesson. Next time you better watch your back. With that said, Jin Zaijun turned and walked away. Your place, huh? Just because you follow some... Go be a freak for the rest of your life like your old man and stop causing trouble. With that, Kui Rongyi's gaze shifted to Shang Jin's pile of ancient scripts. I'll be taking these, thanks. And just like that, Kui Rongye reached out to snatch the scripts, but was stopped cold by a dagger that came flying out of nowhere, embedding itself perfectly between his hand and the loot. Kui Rongye yanked his hand back with a yelp. Whoa, what the hell? The knife thrower, none other than Hansu. He leveled a cool gaze at Kui Rongyi and said, those aren't yours. Kui Rongye got to his feet, a smug grin spreading across his face. Are you seriously planning to give these scripts to this useless baggage? Can't you see? That's basically the same as tossing them in the trash. What can he even do? Come on, you and I could just split this haul between us. I mean, let's be real. We don't actually need this guy around, do we? Am I wrong? Hansu, however, replied calmly. We divide everything fairly. From the very beginning, you should have known not to mess with another man's livelihood. Realizing he wasn't going to win this argument, Kui Rongye turned to stomp off, scoffing contemptuously, livelihood, my ass. Don't come crying to me when you regret this. Hansu then glanced over at Jane with a reminder. You should probably keep a close eye on your share too. Mi-hee, who had been watching the entire drama unfold from the sidelines, looked at Hansu for a moment before cautiously approaching him. She asked hesitantly, Hey Hansu, are we a bother to you? With the way things are, I just figured watching other people fight must be really annoying for you. This is good enough for me, Hansu replied. Even if you guys mess something up, you won't hear me complaining about it. Mi-hee pressed on. So, does that mean you'll stay with us until the end? It's just that Hansu, you always act like you could just up and leave at any second. Hansu didn't even turn around. He just kept walking as he said, whether you follow me or not is your choice. You guys are doing just fine, so stop worrying. Just pay attention to the ancient scripts dropping from the monsters. Hansu was lost in his own thoughts. The drops from these things are mainly strength and stamina scripts. It seems this Manhwa is really making it so you can't ignore a creature's innate characteristics, huh? Not bad at all. Right now, both strength and stamina are what really matter. These are the exact stats I need to focus on. Hansu tapped his ear to pull up his personal status window, a classic move in any good Manhwa. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.5, agility 14.1. Just a little bit more. With that thought, Hansu pulled out a stamina rune and absorbed it. On his status screen, Hansu's stamina stat ticked up to 24.8. A system notification announced that he had earned the first achievement. Along with the notification, a fairy-like creature named Fairy suddenly popped into existence right in front of Hansu. It chirped, your combined strength and stamina have surpassed 50. Congratulations on becoming the very first traveler to do so. Startled by Fairy's abrupt appearance, Mi-hee shrieked. What is that thing doing here? Where did it even come from? A smirk crept onto Hansu's face as he thought, heh. Took the bait, didn't you? Fairy zipped over to Hansu. When it got a good look at his face, it pointed in shock and exclaimed, Oh, aren't you that traveler who raised his hand earlier? I was wondering who was progressing this fast. Seems my initial assessment of you was spot on. We just love those who put in the effort. So for our most proactive traveler, I shall bestow a little gift. I bet you're dying to know what it is, aren't you? Should I tell you, or should I not? Suddenly, Mi-hee raised her hand and spoke up. Wait a minute, isn't that totally unfair? Our physical stats were different from the very beginning. Why do you have to be so scared? After all, once things get started, we won't have any reason to interact with each other. We're not going to kill you just because we don't like you. As it spoke, Fairy floated over to Mi-hee. It leaned in close to her ear, flashing a demonic grin as it whispered, But, you know, after all, once things get started, we won't have any reason to interact with each other. We're not going to kill you just because we don't like you. As it spoke, Fairy floated over to Mihi. It leaned in close to her ear, flashing a demonic grin as it whispered, "But how should I put this? Still, what if? Yet there are always exceptions to the rule, aren't there? And you just might end up being one of them." The color drained from Mihi's face in terror. Seeing this, Fairy clutched its stomach and burst out laughing. "Of course I'm just messing with you. Teasing like this never gets old. Haha." But then Fairy's smile vanished as it shot Mihi a sideways glance. "What was that you were saying? Something about unfair? Oh, come on now, you know how it is. You've got something you're ridiculously better at than anyone else, right? But it's not like you're giving up that advantage just to be on an even playing field. Life has always been unfair." With that said, Fairy couldn't care less what Mihi was thinking. It just cheerfully fluttered over to Hansu and said, "All this pointless chatter is wasting time. It's time for you to claim your prize." Hansu thought to himself, "I already know what the reward is." Fairy continued, "The prize for breaking a certain stat threshold is a choice of 3 ancient runes. So which runes will it be? Accuracy, perception, or perhaps the healing rune? It's only a one-time use deal, but that thing can patch up a hole clean through your gut and even cure most poisons. It's basically like having an extra life, a classic Manhwa trope." Han Shu added silently in his thoughts, "Yeah, but it's pretty useless if you get your limbs hacked off." Hearing about the healing rune's power, Mi-He and the other two felt their eyes light up. It meant surviving a fatal blow at least once. The trio all stared at Han Syu with hopeful eyes, thinking that if things went south, he'd at least use one of those runes on them, right? Ignoring the three of them completely, Han Syu asked Fairy, "Hey, do you have any runes that grant magic immunity?" Fairy looked a little surprised but still grinned and replied, "Of course we do." Han Shu kept his eyes locked on Fairy, but he didn't spot any unusual change in its expression. The three of them kept their eyes glued on Han Syu, full of expectation, thinking that if the worst came to pass, surely he'd use a rune to save them, wouldn't he? But Han Syu paid them no mind and continued talking to Fairy. "It doesn't seem to be pondering my choice, which means it doesn't really care, huh? So a little bit of strategizing at this stage is perfectly fine, I see. The healing rune is nice and all, but in a high-stakes manhwa, magic and physical immunity are incredibly rare to find during the tutorial phase. Aside from special cases like boosting stamina stats, usually just affect things like action speed and recovery. But physical and magic resistance are fundamental defensive abilities, true immunities. I can deal with physical attacks to some extent using my experience, but magic attacks are a whole different beast." A moment later, after Han Syu received the rewards, he requested his personal status window updated. Han Syu Strength 25.3, Stamina 24.8, Accuracy 14.1, Perception Magic Immunity 13. Han Syu wondered to himself, "Alright, this should be enough to keep me from dying instantly, right?" With the rewards handed out, Fairy immediately said its goodbyes. "Alright, my work here is done, so I'm out of here. Besides, I'm counting on you, so make sure you do a bang-up job in the future, okay? Wow, what a handsome Appa." Mi-He and the other two gasped, their jaws practically on the floor. "Appa, is that a girl? Alright, let's get a move on." He was just about to tell everyone to keep moving. But when Han Su saw the utterly bizarre looks on their faces, he had to ask, "What's with those expressions?" The three of them dodged his gaze and muttered, "Oh, it's nothing." A short while later, our party of 4 arrived on the 3rd floor. Mi-He had just finished off a monster. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she thought to herself, "Man, this is way easier than before." Suddenly, her attention was drawn to Han Su's actions. He's at it again, crafting something over there. Probably more poison, right? But hang on, isn't he doing the exact same thing as last time? Her curiosity getting the better of her, he wandered over to ask, "You're carrying so many of those ancient runes, so how come your speed hasn't changed one bit?" "She's pretty sharp," Hansu thought, giving her a mental thumbs up. Hansu held up his wrist and said, "It's because of this." Mi-He asked curiously, "What is that?" "You've got a ton of those runes, so how are you still moving so fast?" "She really does have a good eye." He silently praised her. Hansu raised his wrist again, saying, "It's all thanks to this little trick." Mihi's curiosity was piqued. What in the world is that thing? The other two paused their attacks, their attention now focused on them. Hansu demonstrated as he explained, "You can collect the ancient runes like this. Just hold out your hand and think about the runes you've acquired." Mihi exclaimed in astonishment. "Whoa, how are you even doing that?" Hansu replied, "With my special ability, it's a skill straight out of a manhwa." "Should I give it a shot?" Mihi eagerly picked up a rune to copy him, but Hansu stopped her. "Trying to copy me is pointless." Mihai asked, confused, "But why not?" "First off, it'll slow down your hunting, which means you fundamentally won't be able to hold on to many runes anyway. And second, if I die, all these runes become completely useless. Every single one of the runes I collect this way will drop the moment I get killed." Shang Jin piped up, asking curiously, "So why are you collecting them? Are you planning to use them for trade later or something?" He added silently in his head, "Although that seems pretty unlikely right now. Once a few rules are established, they could totally be used as currency in the training zone." Hansu decided to offer some friendly advice. "You guys can't handle it. Just stick to picking them up one by one." Shirong was not having it and shot back. "Just because we listened to you, you think you can look down on us? If you can do it, why the hell can't I?" Hansu let out a mental sigh. These guys really had no clue where they stood. One trip down there to get a taste of the curse and they'll snap back to reality. But before that, they needed a little attitude adjustment. Glancing at the weapon in his hands, Hansu spun around to face the three of them with a dead serious look. "Listen up and listen good. Whether you follow me or go off collecting ancient runes, do whatever you want. I honestly don't care. But in exchange, I need you to listen to me right now and hand over all of your weapons." As expected, Zirong immediately flew off the handle. "What are you, a damn robber? You've already got your own weapon, so why would you demand my weapon too? Our weapons. We can't beat the monsters with just this." Hansu casually tossed his own weapon to the ground and continued. "The blade's too dull. It's completely useless now. I need a new sword too." "Got it." Shirong just yelled even louder. "You think saying that is gonna make me agree? This bastard is absolutely ridiculous. If you take all our weapons, what the hell are we supposed to fight with? We have to fight monsters too, you know? What do you expect us to do? Cower behind your back like a bunch of wimps?" At that moment, Shang Jin suddenly spoke up. "In that case, I'll give you my weapon." He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Zirong cut him off. "You shut it." Hansu didn't want to waste time arguing. He asked directly, "All right then, you want to go fight that monster down there?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zirong snapped back, "Fine by me, what's the big deal? Leave it to me. I've always hated that condescending look in your eyes, like you're the main character of some manhwa. This time I'll show you what I'm made of." Zirong's answer actually caught Hansu a little off guard. "I figured he'd refuse, but I never thought he'd agree so quickly." "Oh, that's right. He has no idea what kind of monster is actually down there. But this is as far as my charity goes." With that thought, Hansu gave everyone two choices. 1, I'm out of here and you lot can fight the monster by yourselves. 2, you all step aside and watch me handle it alone. So what's it gonna be? Shang Jin was resolute. "I'll be stepping aside." Miha had the same answer. "Me too. If you're putting it like that, the monster must be incredibly dangerous." Seeing this, Tai Xiong tried his best to persuade them. "This is exactly why we should team up. We have to help each other out when things get rough. That coward wants to ditch his friends and hog all the rewards for himself. Are you guys really going to let him do that? He couldn't care less if that failure Sung Jin backs out. Are you guys really going to let him do that? He doesn't give a damn about me, the failure. Are you guys really going to let him do that? Does he care whether the loser Shang Jin retreats or not? But if Mei He does the same, it's going to be a real problem for him." Friends, that's a nice word. Although I do have some vague memory of being friends with you once upon a time. You should be grateful Kandian didn't make it back here. I'm sure he's wandering aimlessly through the Faith Zone right about now. I can't waste any more time here. I need to get there as soon as possible. Hansu listened to Tai Xiong's pointless rambling until he finally couldn't stand it anymore and cut him off. "That's enough. We'll figure it out once we're down there. If I knew you'd all bicker like this, I wouldn't have said a thing." And so they finally started to descend. You should have done that sooner instead of running your mouth. Thinking Hansu had caved, Taichung said smugly, while thinking to himself the way he was so dead set on going down there alone. And it's obvious that bastard knows there's something important at the bottom. Only a complete moron would pass up a chance like this. What if there's a lucky drop with some amazing items? And yet not long after they went down, he was the very first person to come sprinting back out. Mei He was hot on his heels, screaming in absolute terror. I told you the monster down there would be dangerous. Whatever, just run, Tai Xiong shouted back just as loudly. Remembering the sight of the absolutely gargantuan monster they had just laid eyes on, Tai Xiong shuddered. How was I supposed to know the monster was from a completely different dimension, like some crazy manhwa plot twist? I can't believe he actually planned to fight that thing alone. That guy's gotta be completely unhinged. After Chi Chong's crew bailed, Hansu was left all alone to face the giant python. The moment he saw it slither closer and rear its head to the sky, Hansu immediately clapped his hands over his ears. A second later, the monster let out a shriek and blasted a beam of light from its mouth aimed straight at where Hansu was standing. Good thing he was prepared. I mean, you've got to be nuts to think you can fight that thing alone. After Chi Chong's crew took off like cowards, Hansu was left alone to face the giant python like a true manhwa protagonist. The second he saw it slither closer and rear its head back, Hansu clapped his hands over his ears. And right on cue, the monster let out a shriek, a beam of light, shooting from its mouth straight towards Hansu. But he was ready for it. Because he was ready for it, come on. Having anticipated this, Hansu immediately leaped to the side, effortlessly dodging the giant python's attack. I figured I could probably tank that attack. A little thanks to my magic resistance stat. The shockwave is insane, which means its magic is pretty high level, and its scales are so tough that a normal sword couldn't even scratch them. This is no easy opponent, but I know its weak spot. Its scales might be tough as nails, but the flesh between them is super vulnerable. Armed with this crucial piece of intel, Hansu dodged another one of the monster's attacks and with pinpoint accuracy hurled a knife right at its weak spot. The monster let out a piercing shriek of pain and immediately went on a rampage against Hansu. Taking advantage of the moment, he was stunned by the sound of the shockwave and the poisonous fumes. It slammed its tail into him, sending Hansu flying straight into the wall behind him. So it finally reacts when I hit its weak spot. This is its nest area, so its physical resistance is probably buffed too, and I'm still vulnerable to that poison gas it keeps spewing. By now, Hansu had 5 knives in his possession, and if you're wondering how he got so many, well, besides the ones from Mei He and Shang, that guy Chi Chung also had the bright idea to donate his before hightailing it out of there. So Hansu wasn't in any particular rush. He pushed himself up from the pile of rubble, stared down the monster, and thought to himself, might as well have a little fun until I get what I came for, right? At that very moment, Mei He, who was in the middle of escaping, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with worry as she gazed back into the dungeon. He's fighting so far away, but the sound is still echoing all the way out here. Will Hansu be okay fighting all by himself? Taichung noticed Mei. He was acting strange and asked with concern, Mei He, why'd you stop? We don't have a single weapon on us, so we need to sprint to that convenience store for cover now. Mei He was silent, a war raging in her mind. After a moment of intense internal debate, she decided to turn back and help Hansu. These idiots have ignored every single thing I've said from the very beginning. Although he was furious, Taichung's inner simp took over and he put on a brave face to go back with Mei He. Kansa, are you okay? Before Mei He could even finish her sentence, the scene before her eyes left her absolutely speechless. Hansu's left arm was clamped in the monster's jaws and it wasn't letting go. Hansu used the exact moment the serpent bit his arm to whip out his poisoned dagger. He stabbed it one more time in its weak spot, causing it to scream in agony. And with that, Hansu's arm was finally released. Perfect! That's finally 3 stabs into its body. I let it chew on my arm for a little too long, but my clothes took the worst of it. Good thing I leveled up my endurance. It should heal in no time. In the later stages, these creatures are going to evolve to a whole new level. Their attack and recovery abilities will also increase dramatically. At that point, poison will be completely useless. And once they start using their own special powers and abilities, they'll become a real nightmare to kill. It's like something from a top-tier monster manhwa. That's why using poison at this early stage is so ridiculously effective. If it wasn't for this paralyzing poison, I never would have made it this far. Now this is much easier. He watched as the monster slowly succumbed to the poison, losing its will to fight back. Hansu immediately went in for the kill, delivering one final blow that officially deleted the monster from existence. "Hansu, are you really alright?" Meiha shouted as she ran towards him. Hansu had been so deep in the zone, he hadn't even noticed them. Her voice was the only reason he realized Meihi's group was even there. But he didn't show any reaction, just calmly walked over to his backpack and asked, "You guys are still here. I came back because I was worried about you, but it looks like that was totally unnecessary. Is your arm okay?" "It's just a scratch, it's already healed." Now things were a whole lot simpler. He watched as the poison took hold, leaving the monster completely defenseless. Hansu immediately plunged his knife in for the final strike, officially ending the monster's career. "Hansu, are you really okay?" Meihe yelled out as she ran over to Hansu's side. Hansu was so focused on the fight, he didn't notice a thing, only snapping out of it when he heard her call out and realized Meihi's group was there. But he gave no reaction, just walked silently to his backpack and asked, "What are you guys still doing here? I came back for you, I was worried. But I guess you didn't need my help after all. What about your arm, is it okay?" "It's just a scratch. It's already healed, so don't sweat it. I rushed back because I was worried about you, but looks like that was totally unnecessary. Is your arm okay?" "Just a scratch, it's already healed. Seriously, stop worrying. I just can't believe that dude single-handedly took down a monster straight out of a manhwa." Shi-rong stared at the monster's corpse sprawled on the ground, then back at Han-su, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. "I knew the guy was strong, but is the gap between us really this massive? How in the world am I ever supposed to catch up to him?" Just then, Han-su, who was busy looting the giant serpent's corpse, suddenly let out a small noise. "What's up, Han-su?" Mi-hee asked, her curiosity piqued. Han-su just stared silently at the runestone in his hand. "Heh, guess since this was a pretty tough monster, the reward is a great serpent sound wave. If I actually had a magic-type runestone, this thing would be way more useful. This thing needs magic to activate, which means it's completely useless to me right now." The second Shi-rong laid eyes on that runestone, he practically sprinted over to Han-su to get the details. "You gonna use that judging by the size of that monster? Damn, that must be a high-tier drop." "I'm so jealous," Han-su replied matter-of-factly. "Nope, I'm not using it. He could already use 7 runestones, so holding on to it was just a waste of space. Besides, the idea of blasting sound waves out of his mouth just wasn't his style." Hearing this, Yang Jin's face lit up with hope. "In that case, can I have it?" You wouldn't even know how to use it properly." "Know your place, scrub," Shi-rong sneered, shoving Xiang Jin aside. Then he turned to Han-su, his eyes gleaming with greed. "If you're just gonna give it to this loser, don't bother. Give it to me instead." Sang Qin rubbed his jaw, where Zirong's elbow had connected, and grumbled. "You've already got one, dude. You think a pathetic mutt like you, who was just cowering behind my back a minute ago, could actually make use of a stone like this? If I had your kind of power, I could be out there killing monsters just like you. No, actually, I could do a way better job than you." Feeling utterly humiliated, Zirong roared in fury. "Better? You think you could do better? I guess that beatdown I gave you earlier wasn't enough, huh? You want me to snap your neck to knock some sense into you?" Seeing the two were about to get into it again, Mei-hee stepped in to play mediator. Han-su, on the other hand, just let out a chuckle. "I never said I was giving this away to just anyone. I intend to sell it. In fact, for any immediate buyers, I'll even throw in a 5% discount. Let's just see who's going to be the first to close this deal." With that one simple sentence, Han-su instantly shut both Zirong and Xiang Jin up. After his brain finally rebooted, a flustered Zirong asked, "Can I pay in installments? If that's the case, just choose one person to represent all 3 of you." Han-su gave them some time to discuss it. A moment later, he walked over and asked, "So have we reached a decision?" Meiha nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll take it." "Just as I thought. These guys don't trust each other one bit. So now only one person is left to continue the transaction. More importantly, I noticed him secretly collecting something earlier. The ancient magic stones. Seeing as he killed the monsters and gathered the loot all by himself, there was absolutely no reason for him to be so sneaky about it. But then again, it's not surprising. In the world of this manhwa, the more secrets you have up your sleeve, the better your advantage. Is that his survival instinct kicking in? Looks like he's got quite a bit of potential in that department. After gathering enough items, Mei brought them to Hansu. 1 ancient stone of speed, 3 ancient stones of perception, along with 7 ancient stones of stamina and strength. Since I said I'd give you a 5% discount, you only need to give me 6 stones of strength. With that, Hansu handed one of the stones back to Mei. Mei forced a laugh and said, "Wow, you're surprisingly meticulous. Hey, don't say it like I'm the bad guy here. If you get used to receiving free handouts in a situation like this, sooner or later you're all going to end up dead. In this world, nothing comes without a price." After dropping that pearl of wisdom, Hansu turned and walked away. Now then, shall we get started on making that? The appearance of that snake proves you're all going to end up dead. In this world, nothing comes without a price. After dropping that pearl of wisdom, Hansu turned and walked away. Now then, shall we get started on making that? The appearance of that snake proved it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hansu found the Zootorium. He carefully broke off a branch of the Zootorium, then gathered some of the great snake's scales and started cooking up something. The entire time Mihe and Shangjin were basically 2 little puppies trailing right behind him, watching his every move and making wild guesses about what he was up to. Even Teng, seeing Hansu toss all the freshly gathered ingredients into a pot and start boiling them, couldn't hide his curiosity. He crept closer and asked, "So what's the plan for that stuff? Making more poison?" "Nope, something different this time. That snake's scales are pretty tough, but not strong enough to be used as a weapon. This time I've got to create something else. The 11th weapon out of 134 that can be crafted from monster parts and materials found in the tutorial area. The 11th weapon, its damage range is pretty limited, so making an opponent bleed is a tough ask. But if you have the skill to pinpoint your enemy's exact weak spot and the confidence to actually hit it, then this little needle is the absolute perfect choice." Hansu looked at his finished product with a hint of disappointment. "The tip's a little blunt, isn't it? Ah, well, I made it with my bare hands, so I can't really ask for more." Hansu tested its quality by whacking the needle with his dagger. Seeing that it didn't even get a scratch made him feel a lot better. All right, at the very least, it's gotta be this strong. Considering the sheer amount of time alchemists spent trying to create a decent weapon, this was hands down the best thing you could make from the basic materials available in this tutorial zone. Classic manhwa logic. I need this to pierce through its scales. The monster I have to defeat to get the second hidden piece. Hansu wrapped one end with a scale to make a handle, completing the crafting process. New weapon Kakaliza. This thing is a bit stronger than numbers 1 through 17. If I can take that down, I'll be able to make an even better weapon. But this weapon isn't half bad. It's the best option I've got for now. Shirong stood off to the side, eyeing him up and down. Look at how hard that guy worked to forge that thing. It's gotta be way better than the weapon I'm currently using. With that jealous thought swirling in his head, Zirong made an offer to buy Hansu's sword. "This thing is a real handful to use, but if you're interested, I'll sell it. But I can't make another one right now. I already used up all the materials." Hearing this, Zirong's resentment just intensified. So this bastard used everything up for himself. The selfish jerk. No, there's definitely better loot up ahead. For now, patience is the best play. Shirong tried to calm himself down and followed Hansu with the others. This has to be the final stop. There's electricity and the train cars are squeaky clean. Better yet, that guy who's always in killer be killed mode is actually calm for once. Looks like the fighting is finally over. Now I can just kick back and claim my reward. Shirong was celebrating in his head. But as Mihe, and Shangjin boarded the subway just like Hansu, a simple question from our MC stopped them dead in their tracks. "Why are you guys getting on? This is a one-person ride. Get off!" Seeing the 3 of them just standing there like statues, Hansu turned his head and repeated, "Didn't you hear me? The train will only leave with a single passenger. All of you get off." Shang Jin finally spoke up, "You must be mistaken about something. This is sketchy. How do you know this train is only for one person?" Shi Rong immediately chimed in to back him up. "Yeah, and what rule says you're the one who gets to go, huh? After all the battles we've fought through together. How can you be so selfish and only think about yourself? You only made it this far because we helped you. Oh my god, is this the legendary hypocrite who plays the victim after pulling a fast one? The kind you only read about in stories. I seriously hope the author of this manhwa gets rid of him soon. I can feel a headache coming on." Anyway, back to the main plot. Hearing Zirong's absolutely cringeworthy speech, Han Su let out a quiet sigh. Help, these fools are certainly clever when it comes to seizing opportunities for themselves. But there's one crucial thing they still haven't realized. Of course there's no rule saying I get to go first. Because in this world there are no rules at all. And with that, Han Su unsheathed his brand new sword, making his threat perfectly clear. Now you have a choice. One, you get off the train. Two, you and I settle this right here. But hey, if you go with option 2, feel free to write a strongly worded letter to the United Nations later. I'm sure they'll get right on that. With that, he jabbed the hilt of his sword toward Shi Rong's neck. And with a smile that wasn't a smile, he asked, "So what's it gonna be?" "That son of a bitch, is he serious? He talks like some stuffy old man, but acts like a complete lunatic. Then again, if we all jumped him at once, we might actually have a shot. If we win, I'm taking all his weapons and that ancient language skill for myself. And if we lose, well, we just say we're sorry and it's all good. He wouldn't actually take out all 3 of us, right? It's a risk worth taking." Just as Shi Rong was busy running the numbers, he locked eyes with Han Su's murderous glare. And so not long after the train departed, with Han Su as its one and only passenger, after snapping out of it, Shi Rong couldn't stop kicking himself. That bastard, if I had so much as twitched, he would have killed me on the spot. He's capable of so much more. So why did I completely freeze up just from a single look from him? We shouldn't have pushed him away like that. We owe him for carrying our sorry asses this far. We never should have provoked him. Let's just keep going. We have to press on. Shi Rong listened to Meihi's little speech. He would have killed me right then and there. He's capable of way more than that. So why did I lock up from just a single glare? We shouldn't have shoved him aside like that. We're in his debt for getting us this far. Picking a fight with him was a huge mistake. Let's just keep going. We have to keep moving forward. Hearing this from Mei, Shi Rong scoffed internally. You bunch of morons. This is exactly why you'll never amount to anything. Where's that hunger for power? Aren't we here to get stronger no matter what the cost? I will get stronger. As he waited for the train to reach the next station, Han Su organized his thoughts. All right, let's break down everything I've gathered about this place. 1. The subway will stop at a total of 20 stations along this route. 2. The relics at each station are completely random. Apparently, this whole manhwa is a gacha game. 3. Once a station is passed, there's no turning back. It's a setup designed to mess with your head. Even if I make it all the way to the end of the line, there's no guarantee of a good outcome, so I have to play this smart. Alright, Station 12, let's take inventory. Larun's Ring, Ken Tao's Claw Rang's Steel. That makes 8 weapons I've collected so far. I guess because these are all weapons you can only get from a hidden piece, their quality's actually pretty top-notch. Larun's Ring, for instance, boosts my perception stat to reveal monster weak points. Too bad for the ring, I've already memorized the weak spots of every single monster here, so completely useless to me. I'm already drowning in weapons, so I was really hoping for something a little different. You know, like a mobility boost or something. Something to let me zip around freely in a fight at the very least. Hansu stepped off the train, his eyes widening in disbelief at what appeared before him. Maniac's cigarettes. Maniac's cigarettes. The moment you put one to your lips, your ancient language stat starts to climb. Take a drag and the stat keeps on rising. Finish the cigarette and inhale all the smoke. And all your ancient language stats get a 20% boost. The effect lasts for a solid 10 minutes. Hansu couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Even though he couldn't use it outside the tutorial area, it was still one heck of a useful item. But as he held the pack in his hand, Hansu suddenly realized there was a small problem. This thing, Doesn't it only come with one cigarette? He scanned the item description one more time. Remember her? Are you smoking again like you used to? I told you every time you lit up. You know it makes you look so much older. Keep it up and you're going to ruin that handsome face of yours. Hey, don't you worry. Hansu muttered to himself, this time will be different. Then he headed back to the starting station. By the time he got there, Mihi and her crew were already gone. Not that Hansu cared in the slightest. He strolled over to the convenience store by himself, and on his way, he grabbed the pot he'd used for crafting weapons earlier. There were still 4 days until the next hidden piece was scheduled to appear. For the next 2 days, he had 2 options. Either focus on hunting and collecting ancient language runes or start clearing the remaining quests. It wasn't even a choice, really. Let's see, I've already knocked out a few quests along the way. I'm not sure what else I can get from them, but for now, I just have to buckle down and focus on the quests I've marked as having the best rewards first, like any good manhwa protagonist would. And among the remaining quests, there was one with a particularly juicy reward. The Sage's Stone. A quest that could be completed quickly featuring a clumsy magician as a sidekick. The reward, it boosts all of my base stats by a whopping 10 points, including its own bonus stats, and it can even heal what would otherwise be fatal wounds. A relic that promised a reward like that was incredibly rare. Not just in the tutorial, but even in the red danger zones later on. But who in their right mind would be dumb enough to activate a ridiculous quest like that? Oh right, her. NVR, a member of the Suicide Squad. She was dragged into the abyss while doing volunteer work in a prison. I heard that the people she trusted most were there with her. But the moment training started, every single one of them betrayed her. And that rage, it awakened her power. In just 7 weeks, she tore through and annihilated everyone in that place. Then she ripped out their hearts. Afterwards, she tried to end her own life. And that's what triggered this very mission. They say the people she trusted most were right there with her. But when the training began, they all turned on her. And that absolute fury awakened her true power, a classic trope in any good manhwa. Within 7 weeks, she had ripped apart and exterminated everyone there. And then, she tore out their hearts. After that, she attempted to take her own life, and this mission appeared. Mulling it over, Hansu decided he'd pass on this one. It just didn't suit his style, and it completely contradicted his goal of saving as many people as he could. It was probably nighttime by now, which meant that some of the night-exclusive timed missions were starting to pop up. Wait a second, nighttime. That's when Hansu remembered he had something. The stingy Fu Hao's food pouch. Okay, first things first, I'm using this. Whatever happens, I need to make sure I've got enough stamina. I'm going to activate its protection of the moonlight, but I gotta eat something first. Hansu looked over at the convenience store, which was now completely barren. Even the stash of food he'd buried outside had been dug up and looted. The only things left were empty wrappers and bottles scattered all over the floor. These absolute scumbags. The moon is about to rise and they still dare to pull a stupid stunt like this. Let's just see how brave they really are. At that very moment, the gang of thugs, having cleaned out the entire store, was hauling their loot outside the station. Mihi's group had already met back up with the blonde girl and her friend. They could only stand by and watch as the thugs carted all the food away. After a moment, the blonde's friend grumbled, "How can they just take everything? Shouldn't we try to stop them right now? We had to bolt so fast when we heard them coming, I couldn't grab a single thing. They took my share too. How did they manage to steal everything so quickly?" Mihi replied hesitantly, "We might be stronger, but..." Sang Jin cut in, finishing her thought. "There are too many of them. Even with higher stats, we'd be in serious trouble if they decided to swarm us. Hansu isn't back yet, so let's not do anything reckless." The blonde's friend just stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Then she turned to her friend and whispered, "I've never heard him say that many words at once." "You and me both," the other guy piped up. Mihi stared at the group of thugs, a strange sinking feeling suddenly bubbling up inside her. Her blonde friend's jaw practically hit the floor. "I can't believe they already found the convenience store. I thought we had more time, but this is way too fast. Let's go hurry up." Chong-hee barked orders at his lackeys. Spotting Mihi's crew, he shot them a smug grin and a jaunty little wave. This understandably freaked the hell out of them. Did he just wave at us? They were clearly trying to provoke them, gloating that they'd already cleaned the place out. Don't rise to the bait. Let's just go. Dai Rong muttered nervously, quickly turning to leave. Inside, he was cursing himself. Idiot. Why the hell would he wave at me? Still, I'm playing my part pretty well so far. So why did Chong he wave at Di-Rong, you ask? Well, it's simple. Not too long ago, Di-Rong himself was the one who sought out these thugs. And then he personally led them straight to the convenience store. What a guy. And his reason for this stellar act of betrayal, he'd simply underestimated Hansu big time. He figured Hansu would have to fight these goons for their supplies. And since our boy couldn't possibly beat so many guys alone, he'd have to come crawling to him for help. Flashing back to that moment after hearing Di-Rong's offer, Chong-hu had just laughed in his face. And why should we trust you? Sounds like you're trying to set us up to fight that Hansu fella. But Di-Rong, high on the power of the ancient language essence of the An Goblin tribe, was feeling pretty full of himself, a classic power-up in a fantasy manhwa. Without a shred of fear, he grabbed Chong-hee by the collar and started lecturing him. Do you not understand the situation you're in? Just follow me. What did you just say, you bastard? One of Chong-hee's goons roared. Before the guy could even finish his sentence, Di-Rong sent him flying with a single punch, knocking him flat on his ass. Dai-Rong stood over him, looking down his nose with an air of pure superiority. The three of you aren't even in the same league as me, you pathetic losers. Why would I need to set a trap for weaklings like you? Think about it carefully. I'm giving you an opportunity here. The three of you aren't even in the same league as me, you pathetic losers. Why would I need to set a trap for weaklings like you? Think about it carefully. I'm giving you an opportunity here. Think carefully. I'm giving you all a chance. A chance to prove yourselves. Anyway, back to reality. After the gang of thugs finally took off, Mi-hee's group decided to hole up in a store near the station to wait for Han-su. The second she saw Han-su's silhouette through the glass, Mi-hee's face lit up and she called him over. Just like that, all the anxiety weighing her down seemed to vanish into thin air. Tae-sung, on the other hand, saw Han-su and just smirked deviously. Nothing to worry about, he thought. Besides, nobody knows I was the one who set that trap. And even if I get caught, I've got a perfect excuse lined up. The moment Han-su stepped inside the store, Mi-hee immediately ran over to give him the rundown. We're in big trouble. While we were bringing Jian and Yu over, they were looting everything from the convenience store. Han-su calmly replied, I know, I saw it on my way here. How much food do we have left? Tae-sung piped up with a smug little laugh. Not much. We tried to gather as much as we could, but things happened. But now that you're here, we just need to go steal it back from those guys, right? I mean, it'll obviously be hard for you to take on all those guys alone, but I could help, if you want. Han-su saw right through his pathetic little act like a scene straight out of a cheap manhwa. But he couldn't be bothered to call him out on it. He just shot him a contemptuous smirk, sat down quietly at a table and said, let's eat first. Seeing that smirk was enough to make Tae-sung's blood boil. He immediately marched over to Han-su to lay down the law. Hold on, that's not right. You've really got some nerve. We risked our lives to protect this food. Shouldn't you be offering something in return? Cough something up. If you give me something good, I might reconsider. He couldn't believe what she was hearing. Tae-sung, what's wrong with you? We brought this food for everyone. Tae-sung shot back. So we're just supposed to give it to him for nothing. We risked our lives to protect this food. Shouldn't you be offering something in return? Hand something over. If you give me something good, I might reconsider. He was once again completely stunned. Tae-sung, what has gotten into you? This is for all of us. So we're just supposed to hand it over to him for nothing, Tae-sung retorted. We put our lives on the line. For free, we risked our necks for this food, and so should you. Even among friends, there has to be fairness. Han-su didn't lift a finger while we were struggling to gather all this food. Didn't anyone ever teach you that there's no such thing as a free lunch? Yang Yu and Jian nodded in agreement. Seeing everything going exactly to plan, Shi-rong could barely contain his glee. This is my shot. If I can get everyone on my side, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Let's see how long he can keep up that insufferable act. With that thought, Shi-rong smugly turned to Han-su, eagerly awaiting the moment he would finally cave. How embarrassing. I don't have anything to trade you for food. What am I supposed to do now? That was the exact opening Shi Rong was waiting for. He immediately laid out his demand. Oh, come on, you've got plenty. Just share whatever you scavenged in there. Hearing this, Jian asked curiously, what's he saying? What did you get in there? He just went into some kind of secret area. You see, he must have found something really good. He should share it with us, don't you think? It's not like he's the solo protagonist of this manhwa. Shirong explained as he turned, then held out an energy bar to Han Su. He flashed a wide smile and said, so come on, share it. After all, you're going to be sticking with us anyway, right? Why do you have to be like this? Don't do this! Han Su glanced at Shirong and let out a long sigh. You've learned your lessons well. What's that supposed to mean? Stop changing the subject and answer me. Han Su didn't even bother to reply, simply grabbing his backpack and heading out of the store. It's not like I brought them along because I needed them. I don't need their ancient language skills anyway. I came all this way because of what you said. I've done everything I could. Honestly, if the author decided to cut some dead weight, Shi Rong would have been gone back in chapter 3. We certainly wouldn't have had to wait until now. Anyway, it is what it is. Stay safe. All the best for the future. Han Su said his piece and left. Anyway, it is what it is. Stay safe. All the best for the future. Having said his final words, Han Su decisively pushed the door open and stepped outside. The atmosphere instantly became thick with tension. Jay quickly stepped in to play peacemaker. Come on, everyone, let's not fight. We've made it this far without any major drama, why start stirring the pot now? We'll bring him back, let's go. Just let him go if he wants to, there's no need to stop him. Shirong said with a tough front, but he was cursing up a storm in his head. Whatever, just get lost, acting all high and mighty until the bitter end. Damn it, he's just putting on a show. If we offer him some freebies, he'll come crawling back. Who the hell needs him anyway? We can handle things just fine on our own. Just as Tae Dung was running his mouth, he was shocked to see Mi Hee suddenly striding towards the door. Mi Hee, what do you think you're doing? Are you seriously ditching us to go with that guy? Mi Hee hesitated for a split second, but only for a moment. Then she decisively grabbed Hansu's sleeve and declared, I'm going too. Hansu, can I come with you? Without even bothering to look back, Hansu said, I can't take you with me now, can I? Just as a disappointed he was about to let go, Hansu spoke again. But didn't I already tell you? Whether you follow is up to you. A radiant smile immediately lit up Mi-hee's face. No, you can't go, Tae Dung screamed. You haven't gotten your rune yet. I can give you your rune, but Sang Jin, he hasn't gotten his yet, has he? Inside, he was starting to panic. You really think I'm just going to let you walk away? I'd let anyone else leave, but not you. That's fine because I'm going with them too. Sang Jin unexpectedly spoke up, then slowly started walking towards Hansu. But as he passed Tae Dung, his path was blocked. Do you have any idea what you're saying? You can't do this. Do you really think my father is just going to let your father off the hook? I took in a stray dog, and now you have the nerve to crawl away. I took in a stray dog, and now you have the nerve to crawl away. Again, you ungrateful mutt, have you forgotten who your master is? Before Tae Dung could finish, Sang Jin smacked his hand away and retorted, and do what? We can't even get out of here right now. Nobody else even knows we're still alive, so how exactly are you going to report back to my father? At this point, none of that even matters anymore. I have no reason to listen to a word you say anymore, got it? Tae Dung could only watch dumbfounded. As Sang Jin and he walked away. He finally snapped, screaming like a madman, Fine, get the hell out, all of you. We'll just have all the food to ourselves anyway. You think things will be any different out there? This isn't some fantasy manhwa where everything magically works out. You'll all come crawling back here eventually. So just you wait and see. After Hansu's group had walked for a while, a worried Sang Jin turned to Mi-hee. Are you sure we shouldn't have brought some of that food? We barely have anything in our bags. You're right. But just then a clothing store on the side of the road caught Hansu's eye. He eyed a brand new jacket in the display window, then casually took it and slipped it on, to replace the tattered mess his shirt was in after his little solo fight with the giant snake, and turned to the two people behind him. It doesn't matter. It's all going to be meaningless soon anyway. We've got work to do, so let's get moving. Seeing the utterly bewildered looks on Mi-hee and Xiang Zhen's faces, Hansu was kind enough to elaborate because it's almost midnight. At midnight, Mihi repeated, before pointing up at the sky in shock. Something's weird with that moon. All of them immediately looked up. An eye had suddenly appeared on the perfectly normal moon, and then in a scene straight out of a horror manhwa, it slowly blinked open. While Mihi was still trying to wrap her head around this, she heard Xiangzhen scream. What the hell is this? The food! It's turned into sand. No way all the food we just bought. Miha frantically ripped open her backpack to check. And yup, nothing but sand. The food was completely gone. At that very same moment, Tai Dong, who had been gleefully hoarding his food, made the same horrifying discovery. His pack, once stuffed with food, was now filled with nothing but sand. What's that? It's glowing. Mihi's eyes followed Xiangzhen's gaze, and what she saw left her even more stunned. Are those people? They're glowing. Their locations are being broadcast to everyone. Mihi instinctively looked down at her own hands. Are we glowing too? Xiangzhen looked at himself, then at Mihi, and pieced together a theory. I don't think we can see it when we're standing right next to each other. But everyone over there is lit up like a Christmas tree, even right through the walls. A terrifying thought crossed Mihi's mind. That means everyone can see each other. But this is basically forcing us to fight one another. Xiangzhen suddenly remembered what Hansu had said just a few moments ago. He asked suspiciously, Hansu, did you already know this was going to happen? Hansu just chuckled. Hey, come on now. I may have superpowers, but that doesn't mean I can predict the future. But you look so damn calm about it, Xiangzhen thought to himself. Right on cue, the sounds of arguments erupted from all directions. What the hell? Who's the jackass who did this? Who took all the food? You ate it all, didn't you? I'm gonna end you. Hand over all your food. We don't have any either, you moron. Hearing all this, Hansu sighed to himself. What an absolute garbage world. This is exactly why I told you guys not to take everything. Because the moment that moon, a little something unique to this manhwa's world, pops up, all the food everyone has just vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, over on Chi Chong's side of town, they're just having a terrible realization. Their entire food stash has mysteriously grown wings and flown away. What do we do now? Should we go on a food run or something? Nah, the convenience stores have probably been picked clean by now. Hearing Jian and Yu's chatter, Chi Chong's hands balled into fists. He knew this would happen. Did he just play me? That damn bastard with the superpowers. Just then Jian spotted something. He quickly yelled for Chi Chong. Chi Chong outside. Outside, a bunch of thugs were on a killing spree. Chi Chong, look outside. Those goons are murdering people. Where is that damn con artist? How dare he trick us? Go find him. Chi Chong ducked behind a wall, his heart pounding. If they all ganged up on me, I'd be toast. Should we try to escape and pick them off one by one? As things got desperate, Jian had a sudden brainwave. Let's just go to Hansu. Chi Chong absolutely blew a gasket. You want us to go crawling back to that piece of trash who abandoned us and beg for his help? Have you got any self-respect left? Jin shot back. So what's your master plan then? You think you can take on all 5 of them? Staying here is pointless? Think about it. If they can't find us, they'll go after Hansu next. We could provide some backup if they get into trouble, right? Yang Yu chimed in, backing up Jian. Yeah, there's strength in numbers, we'd totally win. I'm sure if we just talk to them, it'll all work out. They have a point, Chi Chong thought. A temporary alliance isn't the worst idea. I hate it, but this could be the perfect chance to use him to my advantage. With that devious thought, Chi Chong agreed to Jian's plan. But the second he stepped out the door, something wrapped around his leg, holding him fast. What the hell is this, damn it? It won't let go. Hey, give me a hand, Jian and Yang Yu started to help, but they suddenly froze, their eyes wide with terror, staring at something right behind Chi Chong. Hurry up! What are you two gawking at? You idiots. If you dare pull him, you'll both be eating through a straw for the rest of your lives. Or maybe you'd like to join us, I just want to talk. The thug leader's voice was dripping with menace. The moment they heard that, Jian and Yang Yu bolted, leaving poor Chi Chong to fend for himself. Hey, you two dogs! Tae Sung shrieked. The gang's leader sauntered over to Tae Sung, one step at a time. My such harsh language. And from someone so young, too. He said, his gaze dropping to Tae Sung's neatly bound legs. What do you think I call it, the Orin fly trap? While you were busy with your pathetic little circus act, I had already laid the trap. And I even prepared some juicy bait for them. After all, if we just ganged up on you, where's the fun in that? Alright, that's enough chit-chat. But Anja, why are there only 3 of you here? Where did the others go? When Taesung stayed silent, the leader instantly raised his foot ready to stomp. Taesung shrieked in terror, but it was a fake-out. He slammed his foot down right beside Taesung's face. Still, that was more than enough to have the poor guy shaking like a leaf. He immediately started singing like a canary. I'll tell you everything I know. Ask me anything, I can show you exactly where they are. See, I'm so glad you decided to be cooperative. But before we get to that, this guy here has a little something he wants to say to you. With that, the leader turned to look at Sung Ho. Let's get this over with so we can move out. A gleeful smile spread across Sung Ho's face as he stepped forward to greet Taesung. Well, we meet again. I've been doing okay. You have no idea how much it would eat me up inside if I didn't return the favor. Taesung gritted his teeth, thinking, this filthy, worthless bug. If only those bastards hadn't ditched me, this would have gone so differently. The leader tossed one last command over his shoulder as he walked away. Keep it under control. You guys hear that? We're supposed to beat him up. Under control. Sung Ho reminded his lackeys, and together they all charged at Taesung. Taesung could only cover his head as he watched Do Hyun and Yang Yu make a run for it. He seethed, how dare they just leave me behind? This is like something straight out of a revenge manhwa. I'll slaughter every last one of your families. Meanwhile, it didn't take long for Do Hyun and Yang Yu to find Han Su's group. They were all gathered around a fire enjoying a hearty meal. Hey, what are you guys up to? You guys having a camping trip or something? Looks pretty cozy. Let's all eat together. Do Hyun said, trying his absolute best to sound casual. He then strolled towards 2 pots of food that were steaming invitingly. Of course, the 2 of them were painfully aware that all of their own food had completely vanished. Han-soo got to his feet, pointing his sword right at the pair. What are you guys up to? Are you guys camping or something? Looks pretty cozy. Let's all eat together. Du Quan said, trying to act as natural as humanly possible before strolling over to the 2 pots of food. He probably thought they hadn't noticed that all the food had mysteriously vanished. Right. Han-soo shot up, pointing his sword right at them. Chewing his food with his mouth wide open, he warned, don't even think about coming over here. Why are you being so childish? We're not the ones who picked a fight with you that was wrong. And what are you gonna do if I do come over? Han-soo smirked and replied, my superpower tells me you're about to have a very, very bad day. Yang shot him a dirty look and said, is that the kind of nonsense your superpower tells you? Han-soo turned back to his mountain of food and replied, oh, it tells me other things too. Like, for instance, that you two are about to be in a world of trouble. Heh, you catch on quick. A familiar voice rang out, causing Kwan and Yang to whip around in surprise, only to see a gang of thugs, led by their boss, standing not too far away, eyeing them with a look of pure amusement. In the middle of this whole ridiculous mission to retrieve some selfish rich kid's food pouch, Han-soo was just chilling, casually enjoying a piece of meat that smelled absolutely divine completely, ignoring the baffled stares that screamed, hello, is this guy for real? Meanwhile, Chi-rong, looking like he'd just gone 10 rounds with a freight train, was unleashing his fury on poor Du Quan. No matter how much Du Quan pleaded his case like a broken record, Chi-rong wasn't having any of it. The flames of his rage burned hotter than the campfire cooking their dinner. Just then, someone from behind cut Chi-rong off mid-rant. Hey now, calm down. Newbie, maybe you should take a breather, the gang leader advised. He then turned his attention to Han-soo's group. A pleasure to see you again. Young man, you've got some skills. Where'd you find that piece of meat? Be a good boy and tell me. Without even waiting for the leader to finish his sentence, Han-soo, still chomping down on the meat, nonchalantly replied, meat, it's literally everywhere. Surely I don't need to explain what meat looks like to you, do I? The other guys froze solid, watching Han-soo eat so heartily, wondering how he even dared to touch that stuff. The other guys froze solid, watching Han-soo eat so heartily, wondering how he even dared to touch that stuff. I had my men try it, but every single one of them got dehydrated from the poison. and yet they're eating it like it's nothing special. Seeing this, the gang leader said, "It seems you figured out how to prepare it safely." Then once again, as if he could see the future like some kind of manhwa protagonist, Hansu replied, he didn't even bother waiting for the question and just answered, "You know, if you stew it in goblin blood, it's actually edible. Give it a try. That's all the free advice I'm giving." The leader of the thugs heard this and shot Hansu a look that basically said, "You little punk, I've got so much dirt on you it's not even funny." Then he remembered what that other guy said about the kid having superpowers. Apparently, those same powers helped him snag some ridiculously valuable item back at the train station. You know what, he thought, today feels like a great day to pick a fight. Sure, he might have skills, but we've got the numbers. We can just dogpile him. Besides, the kid's just a 20-year-old nobody. He might be used to fighting monsters. But that doesn't mean he knows a thing about fighting people. With that thought, the thug leader cracked a nasty smirk. He then barked at Tae-sung, "What are you doing, newbie?" Then he gave the order, "You go and test the waters. Go have a chat with your little buddy over there. Just asking for a small favor. What's the harm in that, right?" Hearing this, Tae-sung cursed internally. Buddy. Who the hell is friends with this guy? And why is he ordering me around? He clicked his tongue in annoyance, but figured this was actually good for the boss, since he wouldn't have to cause a big ugly scene in front of everyone. Seeing the guy start to move forward, Hansu slowly got to his feet. Even Jumi, he stood up, her body coiled with tension. Tae-sung stepped up and called out, "Hey, the old man's right. How about we have a little chat?" Jumi. He immediately tried to warn him off. "No, don't come any closer. Do not cross that line." But Tae-sung wasn't having any of it. He just kept walking forward, completely determined. As the goon closed in, Hansu rose to his feet, and a nervous Jumi, he quickly followed suit. Tae-sung strode forward, saying, "Look, the boss is right. Can we just talk for a second?" Seeing this Jumi, he desperately tried to intervene. "No, stay back. Don't you dare cross that line." But Tae-sung completely ignored her, marching forward and roaring, "Shut your mouth, you're all the same, you witch, you just wait." He even started to pick up the pace, breaking into a run. "And it's over." Hansu muttered under his breath, "So you've chosen death." He then added silently in his head, "Well, don't say I didn't warn you." Like a true manhwa protagonist, he gripped his weapon and with a single decisive motion, sliced through the air. At that moment, Tae-sung suddenly collapsed with a yelp. "What the he didn't even do anything. He didn't even touch me." Then he crashed to the ground, mumbling incoherently. "Why, how?" Then he saw it. His own leg was just lying there on the ground behind him. Tae-sung scrambled to hug it, screaming in agony, "My leg? Are you maniac? Are you completely insane?" The peanut gallery over there was once again left totally speechless by Hansu, their jaws practically on the floor. Even Ji-hyun and Yang-yu looked like they'd just seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Tae-jung was still over there screeching his head off in disbelief. "Damn it, my leg! Where the hell is your humanity, you monster? How could you do this to me? All this for a measly piece of meat." Jumei-hee had clearly tried to stop him earlier, but nope, he wouldn't listen. Now all she could do was let out a heavy sigh. It seemed like Mei-hee was the only one who actually expected Hansu to pull a move like this, because even Shang-jen was just as flabbergasted as everyone else. Tae-jung then scrambled over to the head thug. Think about it. He did all this just because he didn't want to share his food. If he gets any stronger, you think he's just gonna leave you in peace? He'll slaughter every last one of you just to get his hands on those runes. Tae-jung kept egging them on, desperate as hell. You have to kill him right now. You think you can actually buddy up with a guy like that? You idiot. Hearing this, the head thug's expression darkened. He immediately turned to his lackeys and barked, "Get ready." But one of them, Jong Hao, was already shaking in his boots from Hansu's display. "But, boss," he stammered. Jong Hao fell, silent, trying to psych himself up as he stared at Hansu. That guy's got a point, he thought. He might not be looking for a fight right now. But once he gets stronger, he could wipe us out in a heartbeat. Our side is armed to the teeth and with his body. Glowing under that weird moon, there's no way he can escape. We gotta take him out now. He took another hard look at Hansu, at that ice-cold expression on his face, and shuddered. Damn it, what kind of college kid has eyes like that? What the hell has this guy been through to get that kind of aura? Hansu didn't have to say a word. His face screamed, "If you're scared, get the hell out of my sight." As Hansu watched the mob charge toward him, his mind flashed back to Erez and Candy, who used to argue all the time even after they'd agreed to work together. Erez always said you shouldn't go around making enemies. But Candy's philosophy was, if an enemy is standing right in front of you, you have to absolutely crush them. Because if you don't, they'll come back and take you down later. This is some peak Manhwa philosophy right here. And you know what, both Erez and I agreed on that point. A small smirk played on Hansu's lips as he raised his hand, summoning a few runes into his palm. That smirk slowly morphed into a grin that had lost all trace of humanity, which sent the other guys into a full-blown panic, screaming, "What the hell are you trying to pull now? Things have gone this far, boys. Let's dice him up." With that, they all charged forward, screaming, "Get him!" Hansu, seeing this, simply tightened his grip on his weapon and issued one last, chilling warning. "You all started this, so before this night is over..." Then he crouched down, and our boy launched himself into the air like a hero straight out of a manhwa, rocketing towards them and saying, "Time to test out some new moves, on you." It was only then that Chong-hee realized he hadn't just picked a fight. He tried to shake hands with the Grim Reaper himself, and his spirit just shattered. He was floored, wondering, how is he moving like that? By the time that thought even crossed his mind, Hansu had already blitzed through half his crew. At this point, out of all 36 ancient strategies, the best one was to book it, run or die. The rest of his goons caught on pretty quick, and immediately started scrambling for their lives, leaving their dazed leader all alone in the dust. The boss finally snapped out of it. "Wait, has he already collected all the ancient runes? This couldn't be happening." He immediately screamed, "Don't run, you cowards, we outnumber him. We'll just dogpile him." But his lackeys weren't that stupid. Whoever's scared can go home. "Well, I'm scared, so I'm out of here." In the blink of an eye, it was just the two of them. The leader knew he was hanging by a thread. He knew death was knocking, but hey, a man's gotta have his pride right. He puffed out his chest and taunted, "You think I'd actually run from you? You little punk, think this through. Do you really think you can live a peaceful life after becoming a murderer? This is a whole different ballgame than killing monsters, you know. What you're doing right now is murder, cold-blooded murder. How can a little brat like you possibly handle that?" Hansu had heard enough of his rambling. With one cold, clean slash, the leader was split right down the middle. Hansu moved so fast that by the time his feet touched the ground, the guy's body finally got the memo launched into the air and just popped like a blood-filled balloon. After that intense showdown, the battlefield was a gruesome mess of bodies and blood. The losers lay sprawled everywhere, their painful groans echoing in the silence. Suddenly, a sickening squelch echoed through the air like someone was being, well, skewered. Blood splattered everywhere, making Yang Yu and Jian, who were standing nearby, jump out of their skins. Hansu, completely unfazed, calmly started checking on every single body on the ground. If anyone was still twitching, he'd give them a few extra pokes to help them meet their maker a little faster. He shot a smirk over at Yang Yu and Jian, his eyes glinting with a challenge as he asked, "You two still sticking around looking for a fight?" Seeing that look on his face, the color drained from both their faces in absolute terror. They just stood there frozen, staring at each other in utter confusion. Hansu, on the other hand, didn't waste a single word. He just spun around, whipping his staff through the air with practiced ease. The moment they saw that they bolted for the hills running so fast, they probably lost their shoes and didn't even dare to glance back. Sheathing his weapon, Hansu noticed he'd leveled up. He pulled up his status window for a quick peek. Nice. All of his stats had gone up. Hansu strode forward, radiating the cold confidence of a master swordsman. Hansu went back to his spot, bent down and whipped out a small knife, which he nonchalantly used to spear a chunk of meat and pop it into his mouth. Mi-hee just stared at him, her expression screaming, "What in the fresh hell are you doing right now?" Chewing loudly, Hansu glanced over at Mi-hee. "What's the problem? Staring at me like that isn't going to make me share, you know." Mi-hee's face instantly turned beet red as she stammered, No, it's nothing." After that awkward exchange, the group settled down for a break. and polished off the two absolutely massive pots of meat. The sky was a perfect cloudless blue, but the scene felt anything but peaceful. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in the distance, and a strange spherical object descended from above. It resembled a giant bulging eyeball, its gaze sweeping back and forth across the entire city. Then just as quickly it snapped shut and vanished into thin air. The trio didn't waste any time and got moving. Hansu walked with a grimace on his face, feeling that awful "I ate way too much" nausea. Inside his head, conflicting thoughts were battling it out. Man, I've totally botched every single quest involving other people. But then he felt the small pouch in his hand and couldn't help but smirk. At least I secured enough food for the next 2 weeks. This wasn't just any bag, it had some magical properties. It could preserve food, protecting it from the weird moonlight, and store items in a pocket dimension, a classic Manhwa inventory system. With newfound confidence, Hansu took the lead. Meanwhile, Sang-jin and he trudged along behind him, completely at a loss for words. The atmosphere had become so tense it was practically suffocating. Finally, he couldn't stand the silence any longer. She stopped in her tracks and demanded, "Are you seriously okay with this? Just letting them go without killing them all?" Hansu's head dropped, his expression darkening as he remained utterly silent. After a long moment, he looked up, let out a long sigh, and said with a smirk, "Girls like you are genuinely terrifying. Seriously, you scare me." Hearing this, Mihi's face went beet red. Puffing out her cheeks, she stammered, "That's not it, I was just worried about you." Hansu didn't say another word, he just stood there. He knew perfectly well that even if they tried to rise up against him, they couldn't do a single thing. Hansu was getting stronger by the day, which made any attempt to fight back utterly pointless. And so the journey continued. The two of them quickly fell into step behind Hansu. They tried to convince themselves that they didn't need to worry about anyone else anymore. After all, if Hansu wanted to kill them for their ancient runes, it would only make him that much stronger. Hansu shoved his hands in his pockets, silently sizing up Mihe. From the look on her face, it was clear she was finally starting to grasp the danger of their situation. He figured she was finally seeing things clearly. Even though he was in the lead, he kept glancing back, keeping an eye on her. In his mind, thoughts were swirling about how, to save the most people, to minimize conflict and unify their forces, he needed to establish some rules. He understood that to achieve that goal, he couldn't just go around murdering people for their ancient runes. Sure, killing people and absorbing their runes would grant him power, but that couldn't make up for the loss of potential allies. Hansu realized that if he continued killing indiscriminately, he'd just look like another ruthless villain from some dark fantasy manhwa. To impose his rules and take control, there had to be a powerful figure in charge, and he knew he couldn't afford to show any weakness. The air grew thick with tension as these thoughts consumed Hansu's mind. He knew it was only a matter of time before someone else found those runes, and that would change the whole game. Suddenly, Sang-jin stopped dead in his tracks and declared he wasn't going any further. Mihi heard him and whipped around, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you just say?" Sang-jin answered bluntly. Without a hint of fear or hesitation, he declares, "I don't think I'll be going with you guys anymore." Mihi is completely floored, totally clueless as to why he'd suddenly make a decision like that. Ha-yu, on the other hand, doesn't even bat an eye. He just calmly says, "Do whatever you want." It's a simple line, but it's packed with respect for Sang-jin's choice. Hearing that, Sang-jin turns on his heel and makes a swift exit. He practically bolts away from the group, as if he's trying to outrun every terrible thing that's about to go down. After Sang-jin is gone, Hansu quietly asks Mihi, "So why don't you just go do what you want?" The question catches Mihi completely off guard. Hansu stares her down, his eyes ice cold as he presses on, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Mihi is still reeling, unable to process what the heck is happening. She avoids Hansu's gaze, but admits, "I am scared." But seeing Hansu standing there looking like the main character of a grimdark manhwa amidst a battlefield of corpses, she figures as long as she doesn't cross the line, everything will be fine. With a sad look, he lowers her head, walks closer to Hansu, and says that if she leaves now, there's no coming back later. so she's decided to follow him to the very end as far as they can possibly go. Hansu looks at her, his eyes holding the weight of a man who's seen way too much. But there's still a flicker of affection in them. After he finishes speaking. Her expression turns complicated, her brows furrowing in thought. Despite the heavy mood, Hansu just lets out, a laugh turns, and starts walking. If that's the case, let's go. And just like that, the two continue on their journey. Meanwhile, the goons that Hansu just knocked out are starting to come to. Jin Sheng shaking scrambles to his feet, cursing up a storm. This useless trash is all talk, he seethes. If that son of a bitch hadn't ambushed me, I would have killed all of you. Hansu had wrecked one of his legs, so all the guy can do is drag himself across the ground. He swears that once he's healed, he's going to murder those bastards, and after that, it'll be Hansu's turn. Battered and exhausted, Jin Xiong crawls along the ground, his heart filled with pure hatred. I'm not gonna let any of you get away with this. His face is a mess of bruises, but he's still running his mouth. When suddenly he just stops cold. A figure has appeared right in front of him. And believe it or not, it's Sang Jin. What's this pea-brained idiot doing here now? Aha, he thought, practically giddy with glee. This is my chance. Song Jin, get me on my feet. He bellowed, but Song Jin didn't even flinch. Come on, hurry up. You can't just leave me here, we're supposed to be partners. He was really laying it on thick, trying to get inside Song Jin's head. This is your chance to get stronger, you know? Meanwhile, in the distance, the thug leader was starting to stir. Son of a... Spotting this, our guy immediately turned to run his mouth. Who are you cursing at, you barely breathing piece of trash? He tossed the knife to Song Jin and commanded, kill him. Do this right, you moron. I'll give you half of the ancient script. Song Jin picked up the knife, his eyes radiating pure murderous intent. The guy kept barking orders. You kill that dude, and I'll split it with you. But as Song Jin approached him, the guy started to tremble, a look of pure terror on his face. What are you doing? Song Jin snatched him by the collar, yanking him up. The coward shrieked, snot and tears streaming down his face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Let me go. Song Jin's face grew dark, his voice a low growl. I see now. He was stunned by this sudden display of power. How did he get so strong all of a sudden? It was like something straight out of a manhwa. Song Jin stared him right in the eyes. I have to seize the opportunity. I should have done this a long time ago. Isn't that right? The guy thrashed and howled. What are you rambling about? Let me go. Song Jin's eyes widened, glaring at him with a chilling intensity. He couldn't take it anymore. The guy desperately clawed at Song Jin's shirt. But Song Jin was faster, plunging the knife right into his gut. He growled, cursing. Goddamn son of a bitch. You're the one who told me to know my place. Well, how about this? Now it's your turn to learn yours. Song Jin looked him dead in the eyes, letting out all his pent-up fury. This self of mine was never worth anything to you. Isn't it hilarious? The way you used my own father to threaten me. Song Jin let the body drop, stared at his hands, and then erupted into laughter. The blood-soaked knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Song Jin crumpled to his knees. His mind a chaotic storm. He tried to steady himself. Can't be weak. Not over something this pathetic. His gaze shifted to the ancient rune stones scattered across the ground. This whole thing is just small potatoes. He thought to himself, but he just couldn't shake the feeling. Why didn't you stop me? Hansu has shot to his feet, marching right up to the leader of the thugs. The gang leader, panicking, immediately started to plead. Hey buddy, see, can't we just talk about this? If you let me live, we'd be way stronger if we teamed up. Inside Song Jin's mind was a chaotic mess. Do you really think I'm that pathetic? He thought back on everything that had happened, a bitter feeling stirring within him. If I'd just been brave enough to fight with you, if I wasn't so damn weak, you never would have left me behind. Hansu clutched the runestones tightly, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. I'll prove it. I'm going to become just as strong as you are. And if I have to use these idiots to catch up to you, I won't spare a single soul. He was finished off. Shang Jin turned and walked away. With only one thought on his mind, soon you'll be forced to see me in a whole new light. The city was a ruined, deathly wasteland with not a single person in sight. Swarms of demonic black crows opened their grotesque beaks and swooped down, tearing apart whatever was left. Standing in the middle of this black-feathered storm was Mi-hye. Her eyes were wide with shock, staring at the frenzied creatures swirling above her. She took a deep breath and screamed. The sound was so powerful it made every crow practically jump out of its skin. They shuddered as if they'd just heard the world's worst karaoke singer. With just that one shout, she knocked them all out cold, and they started dropping from the sky like rain. Suddenly, from behind her, a gigantic crow appeared. It charged straight for Mi-hye. A flash of blue light and poof, Han-su was there. He sliced the crow right down the middle of its beak, sending it straight to birdie heaven. Mi-hye was understandably a little shaken. She was pretty sure she was about to become crow kebabs if he hadn't shown up. Han-su, after elegantly dealing with the bird, he handed her some rune stones as a prize. And then came the lecture, don't just depend on other people. There's a huge difference between working with a partner and just mooching off them. If your own skill has a fatal flaw, then you absolutely need a teammate to cover for you. It's a classic Manhwa team-up. But you gotta remember, this is a 50-50 deal, which means I'm keeping half of these runes. You need to accurately assess your own strengths and weaknesses. Mi-hye was glued to the system window, her eyes practically burning a hole in the screen. Wait, has it really been 2 days already? She muttered to herself. Today marked the 3rd day since they'd been dropped into this world. She started spam-clicking the interface, determined to buy the same skills as Han-su, specifically ones to boost her magic recovery speed and stamina. Without these upgrades, trying to keep up with Han-su was going to be an absolute nightmare. She nervously glanced around. She was really trying not to look like she was depending on Han-su too much. Mi-hye let out a long, weary sigh. Meanwhile, a status window popped right up in front of Han-su. His stats had gotten a nice little bump since the last time he checked. He couldn't help but grin at the results. That's 42 crows I've personally sent to the Shadow Realm. The best strategy was to keep all his stats relatively balanced. Since Mi-hye was a little lacking in the strength and stamina department, it meant he didn't have to waste a ton of effort recalibrating his build. Mi-hye heaved a tired sigh just as the info panel materialized before Han-su. His stats had definitely improved, and he was pretty stoked about it. 42 crows. Not bad at all, he thought. The smartest play in this whole Manhwa scenario was to keep all his stats on an even keel. Seeing as Mi-hye's strength and stamina were on the squishier side, it meant he didn't have to go out of his way to make major adjustments. No need to waste a ton of effort on that. Just as he was tweaking his stats, a ridiculously cheerful voice echoed through the area. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this thing on? Can everybody hear me? Alright everyone, hustle on down to the basement at the starting point, chop chop. Anyone who's late gets a penalty. Mi-hye and Han-su listened intently, recognizing the voice of their fairy guide. Han-su immediately gave a nod of compliance. Let's go. The two of them started walking side by side, their footsteps echoing loudly in the otherwise silent space. Mi-hye felt a knot of tension in her stomach and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Han-su. He felt her eyes on him and got a little flustered. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Mi-hye's cheeks flushed bright red as she stammered, completely unable to form a sentence. She took a deep, steadying breath, squeezed her eyes shut to summon every last ounce of courage she had, and then blurted out, Han-su, do you have a girlfriend? The atmosphere suddenly became so awkward you could cut it with a knife, bringing them to a dead stop. The second the words left her mouth, Mi-hye was mentally kicking herself. That was so cringe. Had she just crossed a major personal boundary? And even though she knew she shouldn't be thinking this way, looking at the handsome, cool-as-a-cucumber guy right next to her, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Mi-hye's hands were a fidgety, embarrassed mess. The truth is, she wanted to ask a completely different question. Seeing Mi-hye standing there looking utterly lost, Han-su felt a pang of helplessness. He thought that even though she seemed shy, she was actually pretty easy to talk to. He figured Kang Tai would have gotten a huge kick out of that question, even if it was just polite small talk. Han-su remembered how Mi-hye was trembling so much she could barely speak at first. She looked like a deer in the headlights and stammered, "No, it's nothing." It was such a simple question, but it sent Han-su's mind into overdrive. A girlfriend, he thought. In this place, she's just a stranger I've never met before. I can't lose her again. Finally, he broke the silence and answered, I don't remember. Hansu's answer sent me. He's mood crashing faster than a lead balloon. The conversation died right there and the two continued their journey, shrouded in an awkward silence. Mihi and Hansu finally reached the starting point where people were swarming like ants at a picnic. Mihi recognized a ton of familiar faces, almost like she was on a real-life version of some celebrity look-alike show. But the atmosphere was tense weird in a way she just couldn't put her finger on. Suddenly, a demon with nasty yellow teeth came zipping through the air. Cackling loudly, have all you adventurers checked in yet? You guys gathered way too fast, how boring. It looked around with a comical expression and continued. All right then, let's just get straight to the point. I have two pieces of good news for all of you. The demon held up a finger. First, if you survive the next 72 hours, you get to leave this charming little place. It zipped around as it spoke, looking more giddy than a dog with a new chew toy. Great news, right? Let's hear a massive round of applause. But the crowd's reaction was a stone-cold, awkward silence. They just stood there completely still, as if they'd all forgotten their lines for this part of the manhwa. The demon's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of its skull. Hello, no reaction at all, it squawked. Finally, everyone started clapping in unison just to save the poor demon from total embarrassment, though their excitement was about as real as a $3 bill. The demon replied cheerfully, so glad to see you're all so thrilled. It continued its dramatic performance. And now let us introduce the star of this event. All of a sudden, the palace began to shake as if it was caught in a hurricane, sending everyone into a full-blown panic. This palace, the demon explained with a grin, is currently experiencing a very important tremor. You could say this is ground zero for the main event. He explained while everyone else just screamed their heads off. What in the world is that? In the distance, a massive structure materialized out of nowhere, a magical altar. Mihud stared completely stunned at the colossal thing appearing before her very eyes. An altar, she thought to herself. From within it, a gigantic claw emerged, followed by a massive toothy maw. The demon continued, I have a very cute little pet waiting for all of you. Yeah, cute is exactly the first word that comes to mind. The demon zipped forward, taunting, see it yet. With a dramatic flourish, he announced, this little fella here is a man-eating beast. A collective chill ran down everyone's spines. Faces drained of color as jaws hit the floor. In sheer terror. The gold-toothed demon, however, just kept on talking. And just for you guys, I've kept him hungry all day long. Heavy thudding footsteps echoed from inside the altar, a clear sign that the monster was getting really antsy to break free. Fairy tapped on the altar, tap, 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 and giggled. This altar might look all big and impressive like something out of a horror manhwa, but it's actually flimsy as heck. It could shatter into a million pieces at any moment. See those little bits of rock crumbling off, he pointed out gleefully. All the while, the monster inside just kept roaring its head off. Fairy added, if this little guy manages to break out, I wonder just how many of you will make it out alive. The people below stared up at the ravenous monster, absolutely petrified. If the altar collapses, does that mean we have to fight that thing? Fairy and his golden chompers just flashed a wide, sinister grin. And now, he declared, for my second announcement, he then whipped out a pillow, acting as if he was about to take a nice long nap. Luckily for you, he purred, there's a way to put the little guy to sleep. If he's asleep, the altar will be safe and he won't get out right, someone asked hopefully. Fairy blew 1,000 kisses to the crowd below before continuing. Now I wonder, what could that method possibly be? Any lucky guessers in the audience? If you guess right, I'll even give you my blessing. The crowd below felt a dread that was even more terrifying than the monster in the altar. No thanks, we're good. Hearing that completely killed Fairy's vibe. What a bunch of party poopers, he pouted. Fine, I'll just tell you. A wicked grin spread across his face. The method is oh so simple, he chirped. 5 people a day. You just have to feed him the flesh of 5 people, every single day. See, such a helpful and efficient solution. A wave of horror washed over everyone at this news. 72 hours. Does that mean you expect us to feed it 3 times? Han Yu glanced around the room and figured that with over 60 people present, if Fei Li's insane plan was actually carried out, a quarter of them were about to become sleeping pills for that monster. The crowd absolutely lost it when they heard this. 72 hours. You're saying we have to feed that thing 3 separate times, right? Han Yu scanned his surroundings with more than 60 people here. If they really went through with Fei Li's plan, a full quarter of them would end up as Monster Chow. Han Yu stared daggers at Fei Li thinking, this bastard, he's just putting on a show. The monster isn't real. Fei Li continued his twisted explanation, saying that everyone could choose to either keep fighting or just give up. And for those who were finding it a little tough to decide, Fei Li had prepared a little video. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic screen flickered to life, showing horrifying footage of people who had previously battled the monster. They were screaming in pure agony, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds, while the monster with eyes as red as blood snatched up a few of them and began to chew ferociously. These poor souls quickly became a tasty snack for the creature turned into its next meal. Fei Li then stressed, with a sickeningly sweet voice, that this video illustrated what happened to people from different regions, who chose to fight the monster, and the grisly consequences of that choice. This whole death game was like something from a grimdark manhwa. The crowd immediately erupted in panicked whispers, arguing that fighting that thing was just plain ridiculous. Suddenly, one brave soul shot their hand up, catching everyone's attention. This person asked how exactly they were supposed to choose the sacrifices. The question hung in the air, thick with dread and awkwardness. Fei Li replied, with a lazy shrug, saying that options like forcing people or drawing lots were entirely their call. He emphasized that the only hard rule was that the sacrifice had to be a living person. He then announced they had 1 hour to brainstorm and promptly set a timer for them. Within the next 24 hours, they would have to select another person to be sacrificed. As the screen activated and the countdown began, Fei Li vanished, leaving everyone to stew in their own mounting terror. Meihe, trembling, slightly turned to Han Su and whispered, What do we do now? Han Su calmly and unflinchingly replied that the results were already in. The guy who'd asked the question earlier now proposed a fair way of choosing 5 people for the first day and 5 for the second. Hearing this, Han Su just laughed and asked why on earth they would do that. The others clammed up and she stood there. Someone in the back was horrified. Then Shang Zhen stepped forward, looking everyone dead in the eye, and dropped a line so cool it could freeze hell. Why does it have to be fair? A totally normal day that was anything but normal. The moment when Shang Zhen, the resident timid guy, suddenly flipped his "I'm the main character of this manhwa" switch, while the entire group was standing around, quaking in their boots because of a giant monster, Shang Zhen strolled forward, without a hint of tension on his face, as if he were taking a walk in the park. What did you just say? One of the guys leapt up, probably shocked by Shang Zhen's incredible calm. But Shang Zhen couldn't be bothered to be shocked himself, merely replying with an utterly casual comeback. As if he was stating the obvious, he said, I said what I said. Is there any reason we need to be fair? Hearing that the other guy was at a loss for words but still tried to not look like a pushover. So what do you want us to do then? You can't just run your mouth without offering a solution. Shang Zhen, as cool as a cucumber, retorted, and why can't I? Then he turned and walked straight toward a utility pole, placing his hand on it as if he was about to do something spectacular. He said, we have a much simpler way. And having said that, he suddenly snapped the utility pole in two without a shred of hesitation. The crowd standing there looked on, their faces turning ashen, so shocked they probably didn't even know what planet they were on. The broken utility pole fell to the ground, letting out a deafening crash. As for Shang Zhen, he looked at the crowd with a gaze that basically said, you see that? Pretty strong, huh? Not stopping there, Shang Zhen continued his one-man show. Let's start with the most useless, weakest ones. We just need to toss in 5 people, right? Then he turned back to the crowd as if he were about to pick out the monster's lunch. Looking at the faces of his comrades, which were rapidly losing all color, Shang Zhen felt pleased, even smiling at how awesome he was. He continued, now is not the time to be wasting time. We have to sacrifice the weak so the strong can survive. Forget about trying to fight that monster. We don't have to do that. We need to cooperate for the greater good. And to achieve that, we can't have any dead weight like you holding us back. Then Shang Jin shot what he probably thought was a friendly glance at one of the other guys. But oh, he wasn't done. Shang Jin continued laying out his brilliant plan. Isn't it obvious we should just toss the weaker ones in first as sacrificial lambs, right? At that, Shang Jin turned to Hansu, who had been standing there silently this whole time. What's your take on this, huh? Shang Jin asked, totally expecting the group's strongest member to back him up. Hansu just stared at Shang Jin, his face a complete blank. But you just know. On the inside, he was thinking, dude, you're actually terrifying me right now. But before Hansu could even get a word in, Shang Jin launched into a self-defense speech. Hey, I'm not weak like I used to be. You saw that, didn't you, Hansu? I'm way stronger now. I'll help you out. I have zero intention of making an enemy out of you. I'm going to get even stronger. And to do that, I'm gonna need your help on this one. I'm sure you'll make the right call, because let's be real, my plan is absolutely flawless. Hansu crossed his arms, let out a heavy sigh, and replied, that's not a terrible idea. But let me propose something else. If you all listen to me, we can all make it out of here alive. No sacrifices needed. Hearing Hansu say this, it was like the rest of the group had just witnessed a miracle. It was like they had just seen a miracle. It was like they had just seen a miracle. It was like they had just seen a miracle. It was like they had just seen a miracle. It was like they had just seen a miracle. Out in the middle of the desert, a clamor arose. Whoa, is there really a way? The only one who started to look worried was Shang Jin, thinking to himself, oh no, don't tell me. Then suddenly some guy in a red beanie whose mouth was clearly working faster than his brain blurted out. Don't tell me you're suggesting we all fight that monster together. That's insane. After seeing that video footage, you should know better. Even if we try to swarm it with sheer numbers, fighting a monster that literally regenerates its health. Every time it eats someone that's not a fight, it's a sick joke. The group couldn't fathom why on earth they'd have to go up against something so broken. This is a crazy hard Manhwa scenario. And then Hansu, with a completely deadpan expression, calmly said, whoa there, sweetie, who said you guys had to fight? Red beanie guy was instantly dumbfounded, like, huh, then what are you talking about? Are you saying you're going to go alone? And then Hansu puffed out his chest and declared with pride, you guessed it, that's exactly what I'm saying. Of course, as soon as he said that, the whole crowd erupted into murmurs, though they were more like worried whispers than celebratory cheers. Model. Then suddenly, some fat, bald, and ugly old geezer starts bellowing. What in the world are you talking about? These aren't just some goblins. The old coot was even keeping track of the time, acting like he was in charge or something. We have less than an hour to decide what to do. Hansu cut through all the chatter, and suddenly the tension in the room skyrocketed. Over on the side, Shang Jin was having a full-blown internal crisis, muttering to himself. I really thought I was finally catching up to his power level. But now he's strong enough to solo that monster. Is this real life or some kind of action manhwa? It was like he was lost in his own little world where only Hansu existed. Hansu suddenly announced, I'll fight it, but not right now. A flash of hope immediately sparked in Shang Jin. Oh, so you do need help, don't you? But then Hansu added cryptically, I don't have to fight it. A flash of hope immediately sparked in Shang Jin. Oh, so you do need help, don't you? But Hansu suddenly, ugh, this is so frustrating, enough, just stop talking. You people really enjoy cutting me off, don't you? Figures, you can never tell what someone is really thinking. Shang Jin, though seriously pissed off, managed to keep his cool and ask again. So what is your proposal? Hansu then fell silent, deep in thought. Mei He, watching him from the side, started to wonder. Hansu will probably take me with him when he fights. But then she immediately shot down her own idea. No, there's no way he'd do that. After a moment, Hansu spoke up. It's simple. If everyone gives me all of their stat runes, I will take full responsibility for killing the monster. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Some were skeptical, others were shouting, 60 runes. Who in their right mind just hands over their precious runes to someone else? Hansu paid no attention to the buzzing in his ears. He calculated in his head strength 100, stamina 100, agility 50, perception 50. If I can just max out these stats and use some recovery items along with a few tricks, I can definitely win this. The second hidden piece, not even legendary heroes like Candion or Ares could defeat it. The only one who ever figured it out was the Berserk Sovereign Clementine. And even that guy with his powerful Berserker passive nearly died taking that monster down. I absolutely have to get my hands on this hidden piece. This time around, I'm already much stronger and faster than I was back then. As he thought this, Hansu unconsciously clenched his fist, his determination crystal clear. He spoke up again, I don't care who gives them to me. As soon as I've collected enough to take down the monster, I will enter the altar and face it immediately. Hesitating any longer will only cost us our advantage. By now, nearly 20 minutes had already ticked by. Meanwhile, the bald old geezer finally started to have a reaction. Roaring, someone as pathetic as you can't possibly have that many ancient runes. If we had that many, we'd be way stronger. At this point, nearly 20 minutes had ticked by. Meanwhile, the bald old geezer was finally snapping out of his stupor, bellowing, a weakling, like you can't have that many ancient runes. If we had that many, we'd be strong. If we had that many, we'd be strong. Infinitely stronger. He then spun around and shrieked at the crowd. Damn it all! Everyone give me your ancient runes and I'll be the one to fight, or we can draw lots to decide who gets sacrificed. If you can't make up your minds, let's just do that. But no one even bothered to respond. They just stared at him like he was a monkey putting on a show at the zoo. Another man stood up, his voice dripping with ice. You selfish bastard! Baldy spun around, furious. What? Who dares say that? From behind him, a ridiculously buff, long-haired dude stepped forward, smirking coldly. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You'd be the first one we'd throw in there. If we're starting with the weakest links, why on earth would we hand over our precious ancient runes to a weakling like you? The gap between the top player and the bottom feeder is like heaven and earth. Or is it just that you're hoarding the few pathetic runes you have and don't want to give them up? The long-haired guy moved in close, his eyes glinting with menace. It's obvious a shrimp like you is just planning to hide. You're completely useless to us here. Baldy trembled desperately, trying to keep his composure. How dare you talk to me like that, you son of a bitch? But the other guy just pressed on, don't be an idiot, old man. Or what, you want us to chop off your limbs and toss you in? As he spoke, he drew his weapon, making Baldy flinch and stumble backward. Is that how you treat your elders? Have you no respect? Have you no concept of democracy? The old man shrieked, but the long-haired dude just let out a cold laugh. Fine, let's have a vote then. Let's see if we should save a guy like you, or sacrifice you. Anonymous ballots, of course, since you love democracy so much. Realizing he was cornered, Baldy scrambled over to Han Shu, pleading for help. You can easily take the ancient runes from him, right? If you just kill a few of the strong ones, you'll have more than enough without taking any risks. Before he could even finish, a powerful fist slammed into his face, sending him flying like a character in a rage-fueled manhwa. What the hell are you spouting? Are you trying to die? Turns out it was a dude in a beanie. Baldy scrambled on the ground, trying to cry for help. Save me, I'll give you all my ancient runes. I have a family, please have mercy on me. A truly touching scene. Too bad nobody gave a damn. The guy in the beanie yelled, just throw him in first. If that monster isn't satisfied, we're all dead. Hansu couldn't have cared less. He glanced at his watch, his resolve hardening as he stepped forward. Just over 38 minutes left, he sighed. All of you shut up. Go home if you want to argue. The sheer chaos of the scene left Hansu speechless. They never know when to back off and when to push forward. It was the same old story. No surprise things had turned out this way. We need to resolve this conflict. Hansu spoke up. Everyone fell silent. The crowd instantly froze. I'll give you all a few choices to pick a sacrifice since no one is willing to hand over the ancient text. This is an order for the weakest among you. Acting like the classic cold-hearted protagonist from a dark manhwa, Hansu pointed out 5 people: the bald old guy, the beanie-wearing punk, and a family of 3. All of them were stunned, trembling uncontrollably. No way! Are you saying we have to be the sacrifice? A few people screamed at him, but Hansu just offered a cold smirk. Because you've earned it. The clock kept ticking down. Now only 29 minutes and 56 seconds remained. The steady tick-tock echoed, creating a downright terrifying atmosphere. Before the magnificent and imposing altar, Jumihei stood with a worried expression etched on her face. If you're going to look that worried, you might as well just go with him. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up from beside her. He'd probably let you tag along, you know. It was Shang Zhen. Mihei softly said his name. You still don't get what kind of person Hansu is, do you? Mihei's face flushed even as a hint of sarcasm lingered in Shang Zhen's voice. Her words made Shang Zhen freeze for a few seconds. His expression hardened, his eyes immediately snapping towards her. Of course I want to go with him, you know. Mihei sighed, her gaze drifting into the distance, the teasing tone completely gone. But you can't just follow him forever, can you? Her voice grew quiet, her expression turning serious. Shang Zhen fell silent, that old fear of being left behind creeping into his heart. Shang Zhen asked Mihei, so what are you going to do now? Just sit around and wait for him. Not a chance, Mihei replied. Of course I want to go with him, you know. Mihei sighed, her gaze drifting into the distance, the teasing tone completely gone. But you can't just follow him forever, can you? Her voice grew quiet, her expression turning serious. Shang Zhen fell silent, a cold dread washing over him, the fear of being left behind. Shang Zhen asked me, Hub, so what's your plan now? Just gonna sit around and wait for him? Not a chance. He replied. Not a chance, he shot back. Quick as a flash, already turning to leave. If I did, that Hansu would chew me out. She glanced back with a wry smile and said, Guess that makes me no different from the rest of them. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Elsewhere, Kang Hansu stood before a crowd of people who were shaking like leaves. He asked them coldly, while everyone else was busy, what were you all doing? Hansu couldn't have cared less if they were exhausted. He said, you made your choice, now you have to deal with the consequences. Hansu's gaze, stern and cold, swept over the trembling group. They didn't leave you behind because you're weak. Your own weakness is the reason you couldn't keep up with them. Hansu crossed his arms, his voice hard as steel. He continued, did you really get this far just to expect a handout? His eyes scanned the crowd as they avoided his gaze, his voice deceptively light but dripping with authority. If you want a chance at survival, then each of you is going to give me 2 ancient runes. All 15 of you. Hansu glanced at me, his tone oozing confidence. This is as far as my charity goes. Your job is to go hunt and pay back what you've borrowed within the next 72 hours. If anyone tries to ditch their debt, just let me know. He smirked, adding casually, I'll take care of them. Feel free to test me if you've got the guts. Hearing this, he finally turned and walked away, but not before tossing a final word over her shoulder to Shang Zhen. Hansu always keeps his word, so you can bet he'll handle this personally. Which means, I need to pick up the pace. Her eyes sharpened, blazing with the determination to catch up to CR. Shang Zhen's expression remained unchanged. He replied, you could just come with us, you know. The others would be happy to have you. His words stopped he in her tracks. She turned back with a wistful smile. Thanks, but not yet. I'll give you a real answer later. And with that, she continued on her way. Shang Zhen watched her retreating figure, completely lost in thought. He didn't even need to see her fight to know that. Since the last time they met, she'd powered up like a protagonist in a top-tier manhwa. He silently clenched his fists, vowing to himself, I have to show them what I can do too. This isn't enough. I have to get stronger. Just as Shang Chen was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly shattered his concentration. A dude with a slick-as-hell ponytail pipes up, backed by a whole squad radiating pure, we're here to mess you up energy. Faced with their killer glares, Shang Jin just plays it cool and gives a simple reply, all while his brain was running 1,000,000 miles a minute, trying to figure out what the hell these goons wanted. Before he can even process the situation, a guy dressed sharp enough to be a K-pop idol steps out from the back, gently pats the ponytail guy on the shoulder and says with a grin, easy there, bro. No need to be so tense. This charming fella confidently introduces himself as Piao Xuan, and then asks Shang Jin if he's the leader of the pack over there. Shang Jin, looking completely baffled, says they're just friends. But Piao Xuan isn't buying it. He insists Shang Jin is the top dog since everyone seems to listen to what he says. The guy lays the flattery on thick, before suggesting a little chat about Han Su, someone he spotted earlier. Meanwhile, in another part of this wild Manhwa, Han Su is just chilling on the wall of a magic altar right next to a portal to who knows where. He takes a moment to inspect his gear laid out on the ground, muttering to himself that regular goblin poison is useless and he needs to switch to the good stuff, paralysis poison. He grabs a small vial and a staff, figuring, yeah, this should do the trick. Next, Han Su glances at a string of beads, a nifty little item for minor stamina recovery he picked up while hunting, and decides to pop it in his mouth for a quick boost. With that, he carefully descends the steps. Right now, Han Su's stats are all out of whack, but there's no turning back. To take on a higher level monster, you gotta make some sacrifices. Han Su stares into the swirling portal and takes a deep breath. On the other side, a whole horde of goblins is snarling, just waiting for him. He tightens his grip on his staff. There's no retreat now. To beat this monster, he's got to put it all on the line. Facing this absolute monstrosity, he knows his current state just won't cut it. The creature is a bizarre mishmash of parts, sporting the head of a bull and the face of a horse, but with the body and legs of a dragon, making for one seriously ugly customer. Han Su couldn't care less. He just pulls a pack of smokes from his pocket. Knowing he's going to have to spam this next ability, he quickly sticks a cigarette in his mouth. It's been a long time since Han Su has felt like this, and he thinks to himself it's pretty understandable why. Watching the wind whip upwards from below, Han Su drops to one knee, planting a hand on the ground as the perfect ancient rune materializes in his mind. See when the stats for an ancient rune break past the 100 mark. The colors start to blend together, creating a totally unique rune that starts colorless before shifting into a brilliant red, orange, and yellow. Right now, Han Su's stat sheet shows his colorless strength at 0.01%, colorless stamina also at 0.01%, agility at 50.5, spirit at 50.6, magic power at 26.4, and magic resistance at 15.6. All of these stats are currently being affected by the Maniac's cigarette, causing them to fluctuate up or down by 20% depending on the situation. Han Su realizes that even though a normal rune with a 99.9% stat is pretty much the same as a colorless rune with a 0.01% stat, but once you hit the high levels, the power gap becomes absolutely insane. Han Su sized up the beast before him and thought, even though this thing wasn't in the tutorial, my colorless ancient language skill should be more than enough to handle it. Still, Han Su muttered to himself that if he just had that premium-grade dwarf essence, taking this monstrosity down would be a whole lot easier. He muttered a few choice words under his breath, cursing that damn Fury Monarch as he stepped forward and gripped his weapon. As he closed the distance, Han Su reminded himself that as the only one to have cleared the hidden quest, he could be damn sure of one thing: the bigger the challenge, the sweeter the loot. He met the monster's gaze, which had now locked onto him, and steeled himself for the fight. Han Su reminded himself that as the only player to have cleared the hidden quest, he could be damn sure of one thing: the bigger the challenge, the sweeter the loot. He locked eyes with the beast, which had definitely noticed him now, his determination hardening. Raising his weapon high, he got ready to pop a skill. Just then, from a mysterious portal leading to another dimension, a few new faces started to walk in. Baron reminded everyone to keep it down as they entered, then cheerfully greeted Shang Zhen. He then cheekily asked if Shang Zhen was feeling bummed about not being able to bring his buddy along. And even though the rest of the peanut gallery looked less than thrilled, Shang Zhen just gave a cool reply before urgently asking for directions to go help Han Su. The carnivorous beast's racial skills weren't just some innate trait, these things use them with terrifying proficiency. The grotesque monster, now squaring off against Kang Han Su, unleashed a devastating ground slam, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Like a flash, Han Su leaped into the air to dodge the shockwave. But this monster was no slouch. It had already anticipated Han Su's position. The three bulging eyes on its face began to glow ominously, locking onto Han Su and hitting him with a stun that froze him solid for a full 5 seconds. Seizing the opening, the monster swung its colossal hand, swatting at Han Su with horrifying speed. creating a gale force wind powerful enough to blast away everything in the vicinity. But Hansu was no rookie either. He quickly sidestepped the attack and landed gracefully back on the ground. Okay, he was starting to get this thing's combat pattern. First, it paralyzes its prey with a fear-based stun. Then by devouring its victim alive, its carnivore skill kicks in and heals it. Classic Manhwa boss mechanics. Staring down the beast, its deafening roar did make him a little uneasy. After spraying blood, the monster even used a skill that drained life force from living beings. There was no way he could beat this thing head-on. Kang Hansu. Seizing its chance, the monster swiped its enormous hand toward Hansu with terrifying speed. He realized that just chipping away at it with random attacks wasn't going to cut it. So he decided to switch tactics and focus on crippling its movement instead. He scanned the network of blood vessels crisscrossing the monster's body, knowing that a direct hit to its major nerve clusters would be devastatingly effective. Once again, the monster lunged forward trying to snatch Hansu. He deftly evaded holding back his attack and concentrating on waiting for the perfect opening. Stabbing its vital points with the rod would paralyze it and be way more effective. Finally, Hansu saw the perfect opportunity like he'd just struck gold. He steeled his resolve and plunged the rod directly into the second pressure point between the joints on the monster's body. Instantly, the hideous beast let out a scream, like a stuck pig, as pain shot through its entire body. That should probably do it. Hansu set his confidence practically off the charts. Now we just have to wait for it to freeze up again. The countdown timer showed just 12 minutes and 1 second left in Hansu's personal playground. Another loud crash echoed through the chamber. And Hansu, cool as a cucumber, continued to take the hits. The giant monster kept attacking like a freight train on fire, forcing Hansu on the defensive, parrying and dodging like the protagonist in some action manhwa. Hansu skillfully dug his heels in to keep from being thrown any further. The monster seemed to pause for a second, even though it looked like it was fresh out of mana. Its 3 eyes widened once more, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to levitate ominously. Hansu recognized it immediately. That was its signature overpowered skill, fear. The monster let out another long, guttural roar. But Zhang Hansu stood completely still, utterly unfazed. He figured the skill's impact depended on a person's mental fortitude, and a high magic resistance would probably soften the blow anyway. Compared to the behemoths he fought in his past life, this thing was an absolute joke. He scoffed, completely assured of his own skill level. He really wasn't breaking a sweat over this. To survive after facing all sorts of ridiculously ferocious monsters, he'd had to forge his mind into steel. Yeah, he wasn't worried in the slightest. To survive against countless vicious monsters, he had learned to heighten his senses and read his opponent's every move. Jiang Hansu recalled Zhang Tai's words, "Fighting is just about predicting what the enemy's going to do next." He let out a loud laugh, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it up. He couldn't help but admire his own genius. Now he finally understood what that really meant. He thought about watching the monster's tells, predicting where it was about to strike. As the monster lunged, Zhang Hansu simply sidestepped. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Jiang Hansu realized that even though he saw it coming fighting, this thing was no walk in the park. He worried that if he hadn't boosted his strength and stamina stats right from the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to keep attacking or dodging like this. Tisk, fighting in this sanctuary is still a real pain in the ass, he muttered to himself, glancing at his remaining cigarettes and the time left on the clock. He knew he needed to get a move on. Meanwhile, high above Bei Xiu Yuan and his group stood watching the entire spectacle unfold. Damn, this guy is the real deal. Bei Shuyan thought, impressed, even as the grumpy, long-haired dude scowled. I can't believe he's actually trying to solo that monster. This is some next-level manhwa stuff. And he's even got time for a smoke break. Seriously, what a total madman. It's like he knew from the start he could wipe the floor with it. But now he seems to be in a rush. Time is clearly running out. Bei Shuyan stressed that Zhang Hansu didn't even need to take their ancient runes. He suspected the guy might just be trying to shake them down on purpose. While Paran was talking, Xiangzhen's expression turned grim. He started sizing up the situation. Without a bunch of stat-boosting ancient runes, there's probably no way to beat that monster. The long-haired guy spoke, his voice a low warning. Let's go, shut up and get down there. However, Xiang Zhen sneakily crept closer to the edge of the ledge. Suddenly, Xiang Zhen bellowed at the top of his lungs. Zhang Hansu, we're here to help you. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Hansu glanced up. He saw Xiang Zhen and the others standing on a rocky outcrop. He yelled back, "Thanks, but I don't need any help." Xiang Zhen frowned. Are you sure you don't look so hot? I'm fine, Zhang Hansu replied. He refocused his attention on the monster. He knew he didn't have much time left. His cigarette was almost burnt out. He had to end this and fast. Zhang Hansu lunged forward. He swung his sword with all his might. The blade flashed in the dim light of the shrine. Let me help you, those words made Zhang Hansu, who was fighting and sweating bullets, whip his head around. Xiang Zhen continued to scream. Just hang on, we're coming down right now. This sent Paran into a full-blown panic. He jumped out of his skin and yelled, "What in the hell do you think you're doing? I told you to get down there quietly. What if we get spotted?" By Zhuyan, sweating profusely, grabbed Xiang Zhen's collar and said, "Don't you dare, just try to stay quiet." Meanwhile, Xiang Zhen just played dumb and shot back. Well, yeah, of course Zhang Hansu should know we're here. But if you scream your head off like that, the monster will know exactly where we are. Paran coughed up some lame excuse, leaving Xiang Zhen to just rub the back of his head, bewildered. With a heavy sigh, he admitted, "You're right, I guess I didn't really think that through." "You didn't think of it, pfft. Yeah, I'm sure it was just a coincidence." Ha! Ha! Paran forced out a pathetic laugh, a totally weaselly look on his face. As he turned his back to leave, he couldn't help but mutter a few choice curses under his breath. God, that absolute moron doesn't have a single thought rattling around in that empty skull of his. Xiang Jin, however, suddenly broke into a devilishly sly grin and murmured, "Oh wow, I feel so bad about that." Down below, Hansu let out a helpless chuckle and spoke up. "Haha, get a load of that guy," he said. "We could really get into some serious trouble thanks to that absolute buffoon." Bei Xuan whispered to the long-haired dude standing next to him. The guy's face was wound tighter than a banjo string, his expression a classic Manhwa panel of a villain realizing things are going sideways. But don't you worry, Bei Xuan continued trying his best to sound like he had everything under control. The second they let their guard down after taking care of that flesh-eating monstrosity, we can send them both on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Neither of them will have a single second to worry about us. He crept softly down the stairs, peering at the absolute chaos of the battle unfolding below. But as he watched, Hansu Beixuan felt a strange creeping anxiety crawl up his spine. That guy is on a whole other level of dangerous. He thought to himself, he's not like us. He's a tiger that's already had its fill. But somehow he's still hungry for more. His wild eyes send a shiver down my spine like he's just waiting for his next meal to walk right into his mouth. The memory of that first night was still seared into his brain. Kang Han-su had single-handedly wiped the floor with that entire mob without even breaking a sweat. Looking like a typical overpowered manhwa protagonist enjoying the fight a little too much. I can't just let a menace like that run wild. Bei Xuan thought his paranoia kicking into overdrive. Once I take him out, the rest of these losers and that little vixen me, he will all be mine. Me, he could be very useful, and I'm not about to let this opportunity slip through my fingers. He turned back to his long-haired lackey and commanded, "Get down there and check out what's happening. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore." That flesh-eater's movements are slower than molasses in winter. The order made Xiang Jin, who was standing just behind him, stop dead in his tracks. Then a sudden smirk appeared on his face as he tilted his chin and glanced away. But as the long-haired goon prepared to move, his boss noticed the blatant suspicion written all over his face. The man turned back, his voice laced with worry. "That fool, he's suddenly gone completely silent. It's unnatural." And right on cue, the entire section of the staircase they were standing on decided to give way. A massive chunk of rock came crashing down, and the long-haired guy let out a shriek that could curdle milk. "Watch out, it's coming down." The guy cursed up a storm as he lost his balance and went into a free fall. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" When they finally hit the ground, luckily the casualties were surprisingly light. The long-haired dude coughed up a lung, sputtering, "What gives? Why'd the stairs just suddenly collapse on us?" He scanned the area thinking, so we're trapped, but hey, the beast looks pretty worn out. We can totally do something about this. However, the monster began to swish its long tail, eyeing them with a ravenous hunger. A crushing pressure fell over the group as they faced the monster's three colossal eyes. Crap, we're completely trapped. Meanwhile, the monster started wagging its long tail, staring them down like its next meal. Everyone felt the immense pressure as they faced the monster's three giant eyes. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? They silently cursed, a wave of pure terror washing over them. The monster let out a horrifying growl as it stood before them, and Paran felt his stomach drop. He thought, there's no way we can attack and beat this thing. But we've got Hansu here, so we should be fine. However, he then noticed Kang Hansu just standing there with absolutely no intention of intervening. Hey, where do you think you're going? The long-haired guy yelled, seeing Kang Hansu casually walking away from the rubble that used to be the stairs. You're supposed to be down here helping us take down this monster, you know. Bei Xuan also turned to look, his face a mask of surprise and concern. If we all work together, we can take it down in no time. The long-haired guy's face was as white as a sheet. He looked one jump scare away from soiling his armor. Don't tell me he's planning to bail on us right when it's almost over. Kang Hansu just clicked his tongue when he heard the guys whining. He blew out a lazy plume of smoke and said that was the plan. But well, things have gone sideways now, haven't they? That monster has already recovered all its health. He glanced at the clueless party, thinking to himself, I barely managed to dodge its attack thanks to my smoke screen. These guys are nowhere near strong enough to beat it anymore. This is no fairy tale manhwa. Once it mops the floor with them, I wonder how much of my paralysis poison I'll have left to use. Hansu turned his back on them, leaving the party stewing in a mix of shock and dread. He was already thinking ahead. I'll have to level up and try this again. If you think you can kill it, by all means be my guest. The long-haired guy absolutely exploded with rage. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and run. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Seems you've forgotten that your little friend is still down here with us. Maybe we should use him as bait. Get that piece of garbage over here for me now. He spun around to yell at Paran, but was met with complete silence. Enraged, he screamed, where the hell is he? Suddenly, from the top of the ruined staircase, Sang Jin calmly began to walk down. And he asked, are you looking for someone? He flashed a sarcastic grin. Did you guys really think I fell down there with you? The long-haired guy screamed in fury. So you're just gonna tuck your tail and run? He bellowed. Seems you've forgotten your little friend is still down here. Maybe we should use him as bait to lure that piece of trash back down here for me. He turned to ask Paran but got no answer. Enraged, he yelled, where did he go? Suddenly, from high above, Shang Jin calmly walked down the stairs and asked, who are you looking for? He smirked sardonically. You really thought I fell down there too? You really thought I also fell down there from that explosion? The long-haired guy and the rest of his crew were absolutely terrified. That bastard, no wonder he went quiet. The long-haired guy thought, did he destroy the stairs because he was wary of us? This is some next-level psychological manhwa plotting. I'll kill you, Shang Jin casually replied, feeling brave. Come on up here and take a look at your little pet. The beast was waiting right behind them. Besides, do you lot even have the time for this? That monster over there is waiting for you, just hoping you'll tremble in fear a little longer, you know. The monster continued to growl. Its eyes filled with amusement and excitement as it stared them down. Paran shouted anxiously, if it recovers its strength, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. If you just abandon us like this, things will only get worse for you. Finding his voice again, Paran screamed. We have to work together. It's the only way we'll survive. Shang Jin replied coolly. Oh, you don't need to worry about the monster breaking the stairs. After all, didn't you all willingly walk in here to become sacrifices? Huh? A confused Bei Xuyan asked. Their shoulders trembled uncontrollably as they stared at the monster. Suddenly, Fairy's voice rang out as its form materialized. The method is quite simple, it said. All I require is 5 people a day. Feed me 5 people a day and everything will be fine. The monster opened its gaping maw towards them. Paran and the others could only tremble and let out a desperate cry. Finally, a piercing scream of utter despair echoed through the chamber, as they realized their situation was completely hopeless. I'm truly grateful for everyone's spirit of sacrifice, Chang Hansu said with a cunning look. all while maintaining a polite demeanor. He gracefully stepped onto a high ledge and approached Shang Jin asking, "Why did you do that? I know you brought those people here for a reason. All right, you can keep going, but from now on, you'd better watch that mouth of yours." He gave Shang Chen a long, thoughtful stare. It all finally clicks. Shang Chen suddenly blurted out a cryptic smirk playing on his lips. "The way for me to finally be useful," he offered quietly, "so from now on, use me like a tool." Shang Chen stared intently at Zhang Hansu, but our boy wasn't about to give him a quick answer. He just met his gaze, his own eyes flickering for a moment. Finally, he spoke. He was actually considering the guy's offer. That look in his eyes was pure calculation, as if he were already plotting his next 5 moves. In this dangerous game, Shang Zhen's eyes were locked onto Zhang Hansu. His gaze was rock solid, screaming, "I am not messing around." Meanwhile, Zhang Hansu, never one to be outdone, stared right back, his face a mask of stone-cold seriousness. Leaning on his hand, Hansu shot back a challenge of his own. "You want me to treat you like a tool to be used? And why in the world would I do that?" Without missing a beat, Shang Zhen shot back. "Because I know your ambitions are on a completely different level from everyone else's." Hansu took a long, slow drag from his cigarette, remaining silent, letting Shang Zhen's words just hang in the air. Shang Zhen pressed on, "You're always thinking about the bigger picture, you never stop making moves." Shang Zhen then added a little private observation of his own. That even after that insane brawl with Jin Tai-cheng and his crew, Hansu hadn't actually killed a single one of them. A fact that made him silently marvel. Even though he knew that kind of mercy could come back to bite him in the ass later on. Shang Jin continued, "Other people, they might just become a liability to you down the line. Even when enemies pop up, you could easily crush them with brute force, but you hold back. Honestly, I don't get why you don't just take them out for good. I'm guessing that's just not who you really are deep down. Am I wrong?" Once again, Hansu just let the silence stretch, offering no immediate reply. His voice laced with a risky sort of desperation. Xiang Zhen pushed again, "So use me. I'll be the one to do your dirty work, the kind of stuff you'd see in a grim manhwa." He held his hands out towards Hansu, his tone shifting, bordering on a desperate plea. "In return, just take me with you, or hell, just let me tag along." Shang Zhen stated his conviction clear. And at that, Zhang Hansu finally broke. He burst out laughing, leaving Shang Zhen completely stunned. "I really don't know, man." Hansu chuckled. A beat passes. He held his hands out towards Hansu, his tone shifting, bordering on a desperate plea. "In return, just take me with you. Or hell, just let me tag along." Shang Zhen stated his conviction clear. And at that, Zhang Hansu finally broke. He burst out laughing, leaving Shang Zhen completely stunned. "I really don't know, man." Hansu chuckled. His gaze drifted past towards the starlight. Shang Jin said calmly, "After that massive screw-up you just caused," backed into a corner, Shang Jin scrambled to explain. "Look, this time I had no other choice to fix the situation. And you just got caught in the crossfire. But I swear next time, I'll make sure nothing like that ever happens to you." He turned to Hansu, his eyes filled with absolute conviction. "Next time will be different. I guarantee it. There will always be people trying to block your path in this manhwa." A storm of ideas began brewing in Shang Jin's mind. "You stand out so much so when it comes to the guys you can't handle yourself? I'll take care of every single one of them so you can stay laser-focused on your goal. Just tell me what your goal is." Shang Jin pleaded internally. "Let me follow you in return and I'll become an absolute beast. The stronger Hansu gets, the stronger I'll get." Suddenly, Zhang Hansu stopped dead in his tracks and turned back to face Xiang Jin. The sudden move left him completely stunned. "Even if I did agree with you, what's your plan if a situation comes up that makes it impossible for you to join me?" Hansu shot Xiang Jin a sly grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. "For example," he said, "what if you're forced to drop out?" Xiang Jin fired back without a moment's hesitation. "Then I'll just get stronger and come find you. And then you'll have no choice but to accept me as your ally." Hansu just lowered his eyes and replied softly, "Go on down." With that, he turned and walked away, taking a long drag from the cigarette in his mouth. Shang Jin stood there completely bewildered, thinking to himself, "Damn it, did he seriously just blow me off again?" Before Hansu could get any further, Yang Jin closed the distance between them. He shouted, "Zhang Hansu, just give me one chance. I will atone for every single mistake I've ever made." At that, Hansu simply lifted his foot and crushed the burning cigarette under his heel. He didn't say another word. But Xiang Jin wouldn't stop his voice echoing as he begged Hansu to use him. All of a sudden, Hansu stopped again, turning his head to look back at him. And then he cut him off with ice in his voice. "Don't get the wrong idea. I have no use for a liability who only causes trouble." At that, Hansu simply lifted his foot and crushed the burning cigarette under his heel. He didn't say another word. But Yang Jin wouldn't stop his voice echoing as he begged Hansu to use him. All of a sudden, Hansu stopped again. He turned his head to look back at him and cut him off with ice in his voice. "Don't get the wrong idea." Sang Jin was totally frozen on the spot, and before his brain could even catch up, Hansu was already talking. "Meet me back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock sharp." Hansu started walking away, his voice low and steady as he explained. Because the monster down there won't be around at that time, he casually pulled a pack of smokes from his pocket, already getting another one ready. Sang Jin mumbled, his face a perfect picture of confusion. The guy was completely lost. Without missing a beat, Hansu added, "Oh, and grab all those ancient runes from down there. You're the one who took that guy down so beautifully after all, so his runes are yours for the taking. They should be enough." He flicked open the cigarette case, delivering his final words with an air of casual indifference before taking off. "All right then, see you later. Hopefully we'll both be in a better mood next time. I'm out, later." And just like that, Hansu left Sang Jin standing there looking completely bewildered. And all alone in the vast empty space. A few seconds passed. While Sang Jin was buzzing with the excitement of a kid who just got a golden ticket, Hansu was lost in his own quiet thoughts. I'm still not 100% sold on this guy, but I'm definitely going to need him down the line. In his mind's eye, the image of Heiress surfaced once more. She had once told him that even though he was traveling back to the past to save all of humanity, ironically, there would be people dead set on stopping him. "You need to find yourself a punisher." "A punisher," Hansu repeated her words in his head. "They're the ones who do the dirty work for the king. The ones who clear the path so the king can reach his goal." He glanced down at Sang Jin, who was now scrambling to collect all the runes, and thought to himself, "I'll give the guy a chance. But I have no idea if he'll stay loyal once the second training round kicks off. When everyone gets scattered to different locations, will his loyalty waver? Still, for the price of 8 ancient runes and a couple of cigarettes. If I can secure a useful punisher out of this deal." Hansu figured the investment was probably worth the risk. But hey, if it all goes south, there's not much I can do about it anyway. He turned and walked away, his mind already shifting gears. His focus narrowed to the real prize, obtaining the hidden piece. "I'll get myself prepped one more time, and then I'm taking that thing down for good." Jang Hansu thought with absolute certainty. "Let's see what kind of reward I get for this." What a classic Manhwa protagonist move. The hulking carnivorous beast roared again, deflecting his relentless attacks. And when you looked at the condition for getting the second hidden piece, it was actually surprisingly simple. He let out a heavy, ragged breath. With a cigarette still hanging from his lips, he leaned on his weapon and just thought. Total boss move. The mission was simple: defeat the flesh-eating beast before it smashes the altar and breaks loose. Meanwhile, chunks of rock were being sent flying, completely losing their battle with gravity. They soared through the air. But our boy here, he was deep in his own world, totally focused. Gotta say, he's a man who gets the job done. And now Zhang Hansu stood alone, a solitary figure perched on the corpse of the flesh-eating beast. Then again, who in their right mind ever thought someone could actually meet these insane conditions? Zhang Hansu let out an exhausted sigh. Right in front of him, a golden portal leading to another dimension shimmered into existence. Along with it came the system notification, "Hidden quest complete." You love to see it. He stepped through the portal, his hand reaching for the glowing item just ahead. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he grasped it. The ring of the vampire Lord Numahan. He stared at the metal ring with its glowing stone and spoke. "That little punk, the Berserk Sovereign? I always wondered where she managed to get her hands on one of these." Hansu chuckled to himself, lost in thought. So this is why nobody could ever find it. Numahan's ring, a metal band set with a glowing gem, a true treasure. Dazzling, colorful magic items floated in midair all around him. Hansu became pensive. In the world of magic, there are a million ways to classify the level of an artifact. But nothing is more important than its color. It's a classic power scaling system straight out of a manhwa. A normal run-of-the-mill item only has a basic color, whereas a high-class artifact glows with a special shimmering hue. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his father. My father taught me, don't become a barbarian. The old man's words still echoed in his ears. I'm proud of you, son. He suddenly felt a twinge of shame. His father, who had always believed in him. Hansu mused, in the world of magic, there are countless ways to classify the level of an artifact. But nothing is more important than its color. A common item just has a basic flat color, while a high-tier artifact has a special hue, and it glitters like a rainbow. A special color shimmering like a rainbow. However, life's never that simple. There are always some mind-blowing exceptions to the rules. Like when some dimension-hopping traveler crafts ancient runes, with the power to change an artifact's color, making them look cooler than they have any right to be. Among these, the absolute pinnacle of items is the numbered series. An incredibly rare magic item that shines with a brilliant purple light, just like the glittering number 9 sparkling on Numahan's ring. The signature artifact of Clementine, one of the special numbered items. Hansu's eyes widened as an image of Clementine flashed through his mind. A man with stark white hair and eyes as red as a vampire's. He thought to himself Clementine was the one and only master of the Numaha, which is why this ring became his symbol. This thing was so powerful that if you went up against the 8 abilities granted by this ring, you would be absolutely annihilated. Hansu could hardly believe what he was seeing. Oh my god, did I really just get my hands on this? He held the ring, a smug grin spreading across his face, not even bothering to hide his absolute delight. Incredible, I just can't believe it. As a reward for his hard-won victory, Hansu slipped the ring onto his finger. Looking back on all the hell he went through, it was clear this item was no easy prize. The ring now belonged to him, and a massive grin stretched across his face. As a reward for his achievement, Hansu proudly put the ring on. Thinking about all the struggles he'd overcome, he knew this was a treasure he had truly earned. The ring was his now, and a wicked, almost sinister smile crept onto his face. He sneered, just a simple numbered item, huh? The system immediately flashed a notification. The ring of the colorless Numaha. Currently only one power can be unlocked. Hansu was a little skeptical. Rumor has it the ring of Numaha has 8 absurdly powerful abilities. So why is there only one available to me right now? The system then displayed a panel detailing the current power. The power of destruction nullifies one trait or ability of a target, including both passives and active skills. To put it simply, just by activating the ring, you can directly hit your target with a debuff, leaving them completely vulnerable. The effect will automatically expire after its duration ends. Inside a red frame, the system displayed the text, Destruction Power Time Limit 0.00. His heart soared with joy. What an amazing Manhwa-style power-up. The fact that he could just switch off an opponent's skills was a massive game-changer, and he planned to exploit it to the fullest. Hansu figured that to even use this ring, at least one of his stats had to be compatible with the colorless ancient script. He checked his stats, and the system window popped up. Kang Hansu, Strength 84.3, Agility 85.8, Endurance 42.1, Senses 42.2, Magic 22, Magic Resistance 13. After all that insane grinding, his strength and defense had skyrocketed. Goes to show that pure brute force effort really pays off. A faint purple aura of power began to radiate from Hansu. He stroked his chin, a mysterious look in his eyes. So now I just need a ton of those magic ancient scripts to unlock all 8 powers. Balancing my stats can be a problem for future me to deal with. From the swirling purple magic portal, a familiar foot stepped through. That's right, it was none other than Hansu himself. He returns from the barrier to find the real world completely shattered, looking like it just survived a catastrophic storm. Seeing him return me, he quickly rushes over to him. She cries out, Hansu! She's overjoyed, absolutely certain that he was victorious. Alright, so now I need a ton of ancient magic runes to use all 8 powers. I'll worry about balancing my stats later. From a purple magic portal, a familiar foot steps out. That's right, it's none other than Hansu. He returns from the barrier and the real world looks like a scene straight out of a disaster Manhwa completely wrecked after a massive storm. Seeing him back he sprints towards him crying out, Hansu. She's beaming, absolutely sure that he must have won. He strokes his chin, a mysterious look plastered on his face. Okay, so what I need now is a whole bunch of ancient magic runes to activate all 8 powers. You won! I heard from Sang-jin. You defeated that monster, right? Suddenly an earthquake rocks the entire city, sending everyone including Mihi into a panic. Meanwhile, Hansu remains completely unfazed, his eyes glued to some distant point as if nothing is happening at all. Everyone's jaws drop their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before them. Someone screams. It's the altar that's shaking. The system displays a notification, time remaining 0.00. Mihi sees that the altar has vanished and exclaims in shock, "It's gone?" Only then does Hansu speak up, calm as ever. I already told you it would be. Mihi seems a bit stunned, but Hansu just flashes a brilliant smile. If I had been there, I probably would have needed sunscreen for my skin. I said I'd be the one to take it down, didn't I? Oh, how could his poor heart possibly take this? Her face turns bright red. She turns away, tucking her hair back like a proper lady, her heart pounding as she replies softly, "Yeah." Meanwhile, Sang-jin, standing nearby, is celebrating internally. He feels incredibly lucky that he bet on the right guy. He actually pulled it off. I knew putting my faith in this manhwa protagonist wasn't a mistake. Hansu turns to Mihi and says, "We've still got some time before the next training session." With that, Hansu turns and starts walking off briskly, determined to get a little more done in his spare time. All right, time to go hunting. Mihi's expression darkens. She calls out after him, "Hansu, I want to split from the party." Hansu stops in his tracks and turns back to look at her. She's lost in thought, a worried look on her face. "I'm not worthy to stand by your side. When I'm near you, I end up depending on you." Meihe forced a smile and continued with her flimsy excuse. "Besides, Shang-jin already said he'd go with me. I know a ton of people here anyway." Hearing this, Shang-jin nearly jumped out of his skin. Wait, for real? Did I say that? Why don't I remember saying that? Still, Shang-jin knew he had to play along with Meihe's little performance. To sell the act, he glanced at everyone and announced, "Oh yeah, she's super welcome here. Everyone loves having her around." Meihe tried to swallow her embarrassment, telling herself that splitting from Hansu right now was the best move. Yeah, it's better if I can just handle things on my own. It was as if Hansu could read her like an open book. We were going to have to separate for the second training anyway, he thought. So she's already bracing herself for independence. A good decision, honestly. With that silent stamp of approval, Hansu turned and continued on his way. A wave of emptiness washed over Meihe, but since this was her own decision, there was nothing more she could say. Just then she yelled out, "Wait a minute." Hansu stopped nonchalantly and turned back. Miha declared, "The next time we meet, I'm not going to go down so easily." She beamed, her hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes sparkling with determination. "See you then. You better bring your A game." A small smile crept onto Hansu's face. It seemed he was genuinely looking forward to their next meeting, curious to see what kind of surprises she would cook up. He turned away, leaving Meihe and Shang-jin standing there. Then he paused. "Oh, and Shang-jin." Hearing his name, the guy jolted. Yes. You said you wanted me to use you. If you were serious about that, let me know. The ball's in your court." Hansu's words sent a jolt of pure bliss through Shang-jin. His eyes looked like they were about to overflow with tears as a massive grin lit up his face. Score. A week later, at the designated meeting spot, a creature named Fei Li hovered in midair. It spoke with an unbearably arrogant tone. "Have I kept you waiting long enough? All right, then let the second training session of this manhwa officially begin." The damn thing snarled. It seemed a tad surprised by the number of participants, which was way more than expected, but its expression remained cold and dismissive. More of you this round than I anticipated. But what does it matter? Fei broke into a grotesque grin, revealing a set of pale yellowed teeth that looked like they hadn't seen a toothbrush in decades. I foresaw this outcome anyway. Hansu's razor-sharp gaze was fixed intently on Fei, as if trying to burn a hole through him with that death glare. Fei just shot back a wicked grin and snapped his fingers, issuing a command. All right, time for a change of scenery. With a laugh, Fei spread his hands wide, and instantly a brilliant blue light erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire city. Naturally, everyone started freaking out. What is this? He cried out, totally losing it. There's a light under our feet. A little girl nearby clung to her father's arm, screaming in terror. Daddy, but Hansu stood perfectly still, a thoughtful look on his face like he'd seen this coming a mile away. That stubborn little brat, he grumbled under his breath. Hey, so it's finally starting. The blue light teleported them and Hansu landed safely on his feet. Man, what a sukana. It dropped everyone into a completely unfamiliar space. Someone asked the million-dollar question, where the heck are we? Then a strange voice echoed through the room. Is everyone present and accounted for? The little girl from before was now so scared she was on the verge of tears. The voice continued issuing its instructions. Before we begin the second training, let's do a little head count. Hearing this, the people present exchanged skeptical glances. A young man with short black hair sweating bullets finally asked, a head count. The system laid out the rules. From now on, there will only be 50 people. Everyone around nervously remembered just how brutal the first training session was. Oh, we're all screwed. I bet they'll make sure there are no more than 7 people in a room. Those are the rules. If you're scared, you can go home. Inside the cramped windowless room with 4 solid walls, under a single dim light, the system issued another command. To be clear, there cannot be more than 7 people in one room. We will proceed once the check is complete. A guy with brown hair and glasses frowned slightly. His eyes scanned everyone in the room, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered one very inconvenient truth. Damn it, there are 8 of us in here. The voice, sharp as a razor blade, rang out again. I have no problem reducing the number of people further. Each room might have a different situation, but the starting line is the same. Don't you think? Go on, have a little chat about it. The short-haired guy who'd been silent until now thought to himself, of course, things were going way too smoothly for a survival manhwa. So what are we supposed to do now? He crossed his arms, his gaze shifting over to Hansu, who was standing quietly in the corner holding a strange needle-shaped weapon. Whoa, this weapon! I've never seen anything like it. A girl with long, shimmering black hair appeared draped in a black cloak. Another one wearing a purple robe quietly observed Hansu from a distance. So, this is Hansu. He looks like a pretty standard manhwa protagonist, but that look in his eyes, yeah, he's no pushover. Of course, it takes a true beauty like myself to have the keen eye to notice these things. She spoke, her voice soft but absolutely dripping with calculation. Anyway, the rest of us will be fighting together, which means someone has to be the odd one out, right? We can't just brush aside a matter this important. Her voice was honey-sweet, but every word was like an arrow aimed straight at everyone in the room. So why don't we all introduce ourselves to persuade everyone? She spread her arms, her face a mask of faux innocence that couldn't hide her true intentions. The entire room fell silent. Every eye was fixed on her, sizing her up, waiting. Suddenly, one guy boldly stepped forward, his voice oozing with arrogance. I'll go first. The one who stepped up was a tall, burly dude with a seriously vicious look. In his hand was a massive blade engulfed in flames, radiating a terrifying power. He raised the blade high, his eyes gleaming with pride. First time you've all seen something like this, huh? I'm Deacon, and don't even think for a second that any skill here can beat me. I'm not just some random nobody. From his corner, Hansu stared at Daikun, his expression calm but his eyes deep and unreadable. Heh, some people really won't cry until they see their own coffin. Chi art, he's using chi art. Thoughts raced through Hansu's mind like wildfire. What exactly is this chi art? It's an ancient skill that uses magic to boost all your stats. He can even reinforce his weapon by wrapping it in magic. But can he actually use it properly, or is he just another pompous show-off? Everyone in the room looked at him with a mix of fear and awe, thinking he was incredibly powerful. But as Hansu studied the weapon in his hand, his assessment was ice cold. That little toy of his looks powerful, sure, but it's a bit unstable. Looks like he's just an amateur. A small smirk played on Hansu's lips. This is where the fun begins. But its effect is probably next to nothing. Still, it's better than having nothing at all. Suddenly, the brown-haired guy with glasses had an idea, a glint of arrogance in his eyes. He stepped forward, his voice brimming with confidence. If we're talking about skill importance, then I have the clear advantage. I'm Kang Min and I have a healing skill. Seeing Kang Min make his move, another guy decided he didn't want to be left in the dust. Dressed in white with black hair, he stepped up and said, "The name's Hang On. I have a combat skill." Pfft. Anyone can fight. It's just a matter of being strong or weak. Isn't that a bit obvious? Over in the corner, a family of 3 was starting to seriously panic. The father, his voice shaking with fear, immediately spoke up. "What's all this about someone having to die? We're a family. Can't we get like a special exemption or something?" His wife and daughter trembled as they hugged each other, their eyes pleading for their lives. Exemption or elimination, it wasn't clear who was calling the shots here. The 3 other men in the room just stared each other down, saying nothing, but you could almost hear the gears turning as they each ran their own sinister calculations. Suddenly, Dakun fixed his gaze on the black-haired girl, his voice dripping with provocation. "Hey you haven't introduced yourself yet. You were the one who suggested this whole thing, so why don't you lead by example?" The girl offered a tight-lipped smile, but her eyes were still blazing with confidence. "My name is Ji Min." She moved with a slinky grace, her slender figure hiding a dangerous allure. Yeah, this woman was definitely not to be trifled with. Everyone watched her every step, practically feeling the lethal aura radiating off of her. Ji Min spoke as she walked, her voice as soft as silk but loaded with hidden meaning. "As for my ability, I'll be showing all of you very soon." Her footsteps grew closer and closer to Dakun, making him instinctively backpedal as he yelped in alarm. "Hey, why are you getting so close?" A truly vicious glint started to appear in Ji Min's eyes. What was she about to do? Everyone held their breath watching. She completely ignored Dakun's threats. She just kept moving forward. He snarled, raising his weapon. "You'll regret it if you dare try anything." But Ji Min wasn't listening. The poor fool just didn't get it, did he? In a flash, a blade plunged straight into Dakun's chest, from behind. He let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the entire room. Everyone else was in absolute shock, their jaws on the floor. They couldn't believe what had just happened right in front of them. The family man's face went white as a sheet, as if he'd just seen a ghost. How is that possible? He stood there, frozen solid, unable to trust his own eyes. But even though he was terrified, he clenched his fists and stepped forward to shield his trembling wife and daughter. Dakun's body lay there, blood pooling out and staining the floor a deep crimson. Every single horrified gaze snapped back towards Ji Min. What in the world did she just do? This is some next-level manhwa plot twisting. Without a hint of emotion, Ji Min said, "Well now, how lucky." A cold, fake smile plastered itself onto her face. Then she strolled over to Dakun's corpse. "I can't believe this actually dropped." "I'll be taking this skill," utterly. In Ji Min's hand now was a dazzling, bright red rune. Yup, this was the exact skill she'd been bragging about to everyone. Ji Min turned around, her voice a gentle purr laced with steel. "So, how about we all share what's left, shall we?" Over in the corner, Rong Hanan took a step back, his eyes screaming, "Yeah, right. She wants a reward without lifting a single finger." Just like that, seriously. That woman is completely nuts. I'd better watch my back. In your dreams, you're getting nothing. He lowered his head deep in thought, trusting Ji Min not a chance in hell. From afar, Hansu watched with his arms crossed, letting out a heavy sigh. So a completely useless person stumbles upon something way out of her league. Well, this just made things a whole lot easier. He coolly surveyed the scene, feeling the air in the room thicken with tension. The girl stared intently at Hansu. Hansu met her gaze with an equally blank expression. This might be the first time in this entire manhwa someone had ever looked him straight in the eyes without a trace of fear. Meanwhile, the guy named Rong Hanan was the one to finally break the awkward silence. Are we seriously going to do what she says? I've got a really bad feeling about this. We should just grab everything and bail. The others started murmuring in agreement, the room buzzing with their chatter. Yeah, that's right, we outnumber them. Seeing the commotion, a child trembled in fear, burying their face in their mother's arms. The mother tried to soothe her daughter. It's okay, sweetie, don't worry. But deep down, she was just as terrified. A priest stood deep in thought, his expression grim. Those who died in the past are here now. Inside this very room, the currents of fate have been irrevocably altered. A smirk played on Hansu's lips. He was actually starting to get interested. Now, this is getting interesting. When their group was down to exactly 7 people, a fairy appeared hovering gracefully in the air. You lot are the first group to make it to 7 members. Its voice chirped with praise, its eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Excellent. Now then shall we get on with the explanation. With a flick of its wrist, a breathtaking vista unfolded before their very eyes. Islands floated majestically in the sky, nestled among ethereal clouds. This is the path of ascension, the fairy explained, its voice buzzing with excitement. Your mission is deceptively simple. You must climb and keep on climbing. For 3 months until you reach the dormant volcano at the heart of the 2nd floor. That is your first objective. The fairy paused, a mischievous glint in its eyes. But trust me, getting there is probably more grueling than climbing Mount Everest. Watch your step, boys, don't want to get an early game over. It flashed a disgustingly cheerful grin, revealing a set of teeth so yellow they could power a small city. What a punchable face. Then Fairy started its sales pitch, pointing dramatically toward the breathtaking scenery in the distance. Once you get past this little tutorial, a grand world of adventure will open right up for you. A world brimming with magic mystery and immense power. Its voice was as sweet as honey, but with a deadly venomous aftertaste. With that said, the damn creature waved a cheeky goodbye and poof vanished into thin air. But not before leaving them, with one last deliciously sarcastic remark. Best of luck. And with those words hanging in the air, the group was left completely frozen. Some were paralyzed with anxiety, while others looked as unbothered as if they were waiting for a bus. Were they truly ready to face what was coming, and more importantly, who would make it out alive? Hansu just smirked. We're about to find out, aren't we? With Hansu taking the lead, the 7 of them began to cross the rickety suspension bridge that hung precariously in the sky. The air grew frigid with tension. As everyone kept a careful distance from one another, a silent mutual distrust hanging between them. He Nian, ever the team player, decided to break the ice. Hey, we're going to be stuck together for a while, so we might as well try to get along, right? But one look at Hansu's back as he marched forward without a single glance behind made He Nian feel like he'd just wasted his breath. In He Nian's mind, Hansu was acting like some typical edgy Manhwa protagonist, ignoring everyone around him, only focused on his own survival. What the hell is with that guy? What's the big rush? He Nian wondered, a spark of irritation igniting within him. Suddenly, the father, who was bringing up the rear with his wife and child, let out a terrified scream. Wait a minute. He glanced over his shoulder and saw something horrifying. The bridge, it's falling apart. The wooden planks behind them were plummeting one by one into the bottomless abyss below. That was all the motivation they needed. The entire group broke into a dead sprint, desperately scrambling to escape the collapsing death trap at their heels. The frantic pounding of their feet and the sickening crack of splintering wood behind them only fueled their panic. Finally, gasping for air, they made it to solid ground. And there stood Hansu, not even breaking a sweat, watching the rest of them collapse in heaving, exhausted heaps. He was perfectly composed while everyone else was practically on their knees, lungs burning. And right on cue, that damn fairy reappeared, pointing a finger to the sky with a look of feigned realization. Oh, that's right, silly me, I forgot to mention. Over time, the lower sections of this island will crumble away and the bridges will collapse even faster. So do be careful, won't you? He was smiling completely carefree, as if nothing had happened. The whole group was just stunned into silence. Something seriously messed up just happened. Dude, why didn't you lead with that? The entire group shot him looks that could kill, cursing him out in their heads. We totally walked into a trap. Who even plays dirty like that? After the initial shockwave of anger and helplessness, all eyes snapped back to Hansu. Han Quen, seeing him just start walking away without a single glance back, called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" But Hansu didn't even dignify that with a response, just kept moving forward. Watching the way Hansu was acting, a nasty feeling of resentment and outright dislike began to bubble up within the group. This selfish jerk definitely knows the rules. They thought, but he's keeping them from us. What is this, some kind of twisted survival manhwa? The thought simmered in their minds as their collective anger grew. Jimin, finally losing her patience, piped up, "So should we just follow him?" Han Quan was baffled. What? She made no effort to hide her intentions, speaking loud enough for Hansu to easily overhear. Who knows, but look how confident he is. The guy's gotta know where he's going. A silent consensus seemed to ripple through the group. Nobody said a word, but it's not like they had any better ideas. The other six decided to tail Hansu as he ventured deeper into the island. Hours of walking later, dripping with sweat, Han Quan was starting to get seriously fed up. We've been hiking for ages, and there hasn't been a single sign of a bridge. Does he even have a clue where we're going? Jimin was starting to have doubts, too. I have no idea. Don't talk to me. She snapped back, her face twisted in a grimace, thanks to a swarm of tiny yet infuriatingly persistent insects. Ugh, these stupid bugs? She grumbled furiously, trying to bat them away from her face. Han Quan let out an exhausted sigh. This is such a pain. It was clear that everyone's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Meanwhile, Hansu just kept on walking as cool and unbothered as the main character in some silent action manhwa. Are we even going the right way? That question wasn't just echoing in Han Quan's mind, it was the unspoken fear of the entire group. It was clear that everyone's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Meanwhile, Hansu just kept on walking, as cool and unbothered as the main character in some silent action manhwa. Are we even going the right way? That question wasn't just echoing in Han Quan's mind, it was the unspoken fear of the entire group. It was the question on everyone's mind, and right at that moment, Han Nong noticed that Hansu was happily munching on something as he walked. "What are you eating?" Han Nong asked, his curiosity piqued. Hansu heard him and gave a short, simple answer. "This stuff works as a mild antidote." He held up a piece of tree bark in his hand. A small line of text popped up in Hansu's system notifications, "Oak bark antidote." This, of course, only made Han Nong even more confused. Why in the world would you need an antidote? But before he could even get another word in, a strange rustling from above made both of them snap their heads up. A snake, a ginormous green snake to be exact, came hurtling down from a branch at an absolutely terrifying speed. Before Han Nong could even process what was happening, Hansu had already snatched him by the collar and yanked him clear of the snake's deadly path. Han Nong, completely freaked out, shrieked, "What the hell are you doing?" Hansu didn't bother to answer, his eyes were just laser-focused on the serpent. It was almost as if he was expecting this whole crazy scene from an action manhwa. Han Nong landed flat on his butt, his heart trying to hammer its way out of his chest in pure terror. Meanwhile, Hansu just stood there cool as a cucumber, like nothing had happened. A strange, knowing glint flashed in his eyes. "Found you," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. A second ago, Hansu had looked like some kind of legendary hero, swooping in and yanking Han Nong by the scruff of his neck, saving him from becoming certified snake food. Now that the immediate danger had passed, Han Nong stared at Hansu, his face a giant question mark. "Hey, how on earth did you know a monster was about to jump us like that?" Hansu couldn't have looked more unimpressed. He casually chewed on a piece of wood and replied, "It's a superpower. You buying it?" "A superpower?" Han Nong repeated blankly, looking like a deer caught in headlights. The fight got more and more intense, and it wasn't long before the python slithered in for another attack, moving like lightning and sinking its fangs deep into Han Nong's right arm. He let out a pained scream, "Damn it!" But he wasn't about to let the pain win. Han Nong violently ripped his arm free, sending the python flying. His eyes were glued to the beast as it writhed on the ground, convulsing non-stop after taking one of his daggers right to the face. It was a full-grown ancient rune snake, and as Han Nong knew, its temperament was a total crapshoot, changing erratically depending on the random arrangement of the ancient runes on its head. The randomly shifting runes made the monster a ridiculously unpredictable foe, like something out of a chaotic manhwa. Staring at the deep puncture wounds left by the python's sharp fangs on his arm, Han Mai gasped for breath. forcing out the words, "Damn it, they just keep coming. They're not giving us a single chance to heal." Han Kyan muttered on, "That guy Han Su, he showed us how to trap them. But I'm so messed up now I don't have the strength left to do it." His frustration boiling over, he spun around and yelled at a small family of 3 cowering behind him. "Why the hell aren't you people fighting with us? Don't just stand there like bumps on a log, get over here and fight." The father of the family steps forward, his voice so ridiculously polite, it leaves Hanan at a complete loss for words. "I do apologize, but please you must understand my position. I have a family to protect. I simply cannot risk my own neck to help you." Hanan just stood there, his face turning thunderously black. "I do apologize, but please you must understand my position. I have a family to protect. I simply cannot risk my own neck to help you." Hanan just stood there, his face turning thunderously black. Hanan just stood there, his face turning thunderously black. A faint, murderous aura began to leak from him. Internally, he was screaming, "Damn it all. So what if you have a family? We're the ones on the front lines trying to make sure none of us die here." After getting absolutely nowhere with that family, Hanan turns his attention to Kamen, who's just casually leaning against a nearby tree looking as serene as a meditating monk. "So what's your excuse? You don't have a family to protect." Hanan demanded, his voice thick with fury. Kamen simply pushes up his glasses, a sly little smirk appearing on his face like a classic manhwa antagonist. He replies, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Ah, but you can't guarantee I won't get injured in the fight. Can you now, and who pray tell is going to heal everyone if I'm not around?" Hearing this, Hanan's rage meter shoots through the roof. He grinds his teeth thinking to himself, "This guy, is that sword on his hip just for decoration?" He turns his head away, trying to keep his cool. "Right, I suppose so, seeing as you're the healer." But before he could even finish his sentence, the so-called physician had more to say. "And just to be clear, if you want me to use, say, 3 powerful ancient language spells to heal you, you're going to have to pay me an equivalent price. If not, 1.5 agility points or even a little mana will do." Hanan whips his head back around to glare at him, his eyes practically shooting flames. He's thinking, is this insufferable bastard for real? Hanan spins around to face Jimin, crying out, "Are you just going to let them walk all over us like this?" Jimin, who had been standing behind Hansu, stays quiet for a moment before asking, "What other choice is there?" A wave of pure despair washes over Hanan. "Well, this is just great," he thinks to himself, looking around at his pathetic group. Meanwhile, Kamen is happily accepting payment from the family's father and begins to treat the man's wife. Meanwhile, up front, Jae Min and Han Su were fighting like absolute maniacs. Right, am I the only one who finds this entire situation absolutely terrifying? Han Nong grumbled, feeling like he was trapped with a bunch of certified useless people. Kang Min shot him a look, making a friendly-looking beckoning gesture. "You just gonna stand there like a lump? Get in here and fight?" Han Nong's face immediately turned thunderous. "This little punk, he's only acting all high and mighty because he's got a healing skill. My luck is rotten. I really scraped the bottom of the barrel with this crew," he thought, just as a voice suddenly echoed inside his head. "Creo, do you read me?" The tone from the other end immediately snapped him to attention. "Han Nong, what's your status?" the voice asked. Han Nong raised a hand to his ear and muttered, "Don't even ask." "What about your end?" "Not too bad over here. I think I see a rescue ladder up ahead. Clear a path and let's get climbing," the voice replied. "And try to find some new allies on your way. The stronger our team gets, the better, right?" Hearing this, Han Nong sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in frustration. "Yeah, I'd love to," he grumbled. "But I have no idea who from this motley crew is even worth taking with me." His eyes scanned the group, Han Su, the guy who claims to have superpowers, and Jae Min, that sword-wielding lunatic. Then there was Kang Min, the smug little healer, and finally the completely useless family of 3. Isn't survival supposed to be the name of the game here? "Captain, I'll rendezvous with you later," Han Nong replied wearily. Meanwhile, none of this escaped the watchful eyes of Han Su. He noticed the sigil on the back of Han Nong's hand. The mark that allowed them to communicate and thought their monarch's trait is developing way too quickly. It's a key trait for certain players. Every monarch, like East, or the Berserker monarch, has the ability to lead a party and make them stronger. The monarch grants each member a unique sigil, and those sharing the same mark can connect with each other, enhancing their combat synergy. Hansu mused on this as he drove his staff through a serpent. The number of people a monarch can recruit is limited, but right now everyone's scrambling to build their teams. If I have to compete against them, it's going to be a real uphill battle. He lifted the serpent's corpse by the neck, his eyes glinting with calculation. After a fiery and dramatic battle that looked straight out of a manhwa, the corpses of the ancient serpents littered the ground. As for Han Su, he just let out a casual sigh. Looks like the monsters are thinning out. They must be leaving their territory. He nonchalantly brushed a tree branch aside. His eyes lit up at the sight of a wide clearing ahead. He smirked to himself. Jackpot, we're getting close. The lair of the mutant ancient serpent had to be just around the corner. He casually pushed aside a thick branch, and his eyes widened at the sight of a massive clearing. He couldn't help but grin. Almost there. The mutant ancient serpent's lair was definitely close, but his celebration was cut short, because right in front of him was a bone-gnawing imperial serpent, a colossal beast doing what looked suspiciously like yoga poses around a giant tree. The moment the gigantic snake spotted him, it let out a furious roar, looking ready to turn him into an afternoon snack effective immediately. The dad of the group suddenly scrambled forward, waving his hands frantically. Whoa, hold on, are you seriously thinking of picking a fight with that thing? If we just leave it alone, it won't bother us, right? Let's just, go around it. Hearing this, Hansu turned back with a cold, dismissive smirk. If you want to take the scenic route, be my guest. I've got some business to take care of right here. With that, he started walking forward, sending the poor man into a full-blown panic. Wait, what's the point of fighting it? There's absolutely no reason to. Hansu replied calmly, I think you're misunderstanding something. I was never traveling with you. We were just heading in the same direction. It was always inevitable that we'd part ways. And with that mic drop, he strode off like the main character of a manhwa without a single glance back. Jimin quietly turned to the rest of the group. With a small wry smile, he said, well, I guess that settles it. The father, looking absolutely horrified, blurted out, wait, but who's going to protect us now? Jimin just shrugged. He was never our bodyguard. He's clearly handling his own business. If you want, feel free to stay here with it. The man just stood there, swallowing hard, completely at a loss. Jimin, on the other hand, simply told everyone, let's move, and led the party away. But Han Yu remained, his feet planted. His gaze was fixed thoughtfully on Han Su's retreating back. That guy is unbelievably stubborn, but I can't just leave him. He muttered to himself, scratching his chin. Ka Ming, who was standing beside him, sighed. Why are you still here? Han Yu just chuckled. I'm just trying to figure out how to convince that guy to come with us. Ka Ming shook his head, looking unimpressed. Yeah, good luck with that. Everyone else in this party has needed my healing at some point. Him never. It's honestly terrifying. He fights like he's taking a stroll in the park. You can't tell a guy like that what to do. As the healer turned away, he couldn't help but mumble under his breath. With his obsession for fighting solo, it's gonna be his downfall sooner or later. The dude's a beast. Han trailed behind him, his mind a total mess. He's on a whole other level, like some overpowered manhwa protagonist, but there's just no way I can convince him to join our party. What a total waste. And on top of that, he's an absolute nightmare to manage. Meanwhile, Han Su was locked in a seriously intense battle with a colossal serpent. His eyes gleamed with resolve, settling in for what was clearly going to be a long conversation. With this stubbornly persistent foe, the ancient rune serpent suddenly lunged, sinking its fangs into a tree right next to Han Su, forcing him to leap aside. But cool as a cucumber, he remained perfectly calm, already running the calculations in his head. When my own runes activate, it backs off instantly. But the second it thinks the coast is clear, it lunges right back at me. Right on cue, the line of ancient runes on the serpent's head began to glow menacingly. But before it could even make its move, Hansu was a blur of motion, using his trusty weapon to land a series of lightning-fast strikes on its arteries. His inner monologue was chillingly calm. Stronger and faster than a scale serpent, but it's got nothing on that monster that devoured me before. He watched the serpent's every move, a brilliant strategy forming in his mind. When I attack its runes, switch to defense, weakening my blows. Dragging this fight out isn't hard, but it'll be a pain in the ass if something unexpected pops up. Hansu stuck a cigarette between his lips, his eyes locked onto the serpent. The way to beat this thing is actually pretty simple, he thought. Just gotta focus on that patch of trees in the center of that umbrella-shaped clearing. Looking at the exact spot, the serpent was desperately trying to protect a smirk played on his lips. This was basically child's play for him. Forget the snake. He thought casually, I'll just hit that spot first. And just like that, he bolted forward, completely ignoring the massive serpent at his back. Instinct will force it to drop its guard to protect its nest. And that's when its weak point will be wide open. Gotcha. Just as the snake thought it had him cornered, it realized too late that it had only caught an afterimage. And that's when its weak point would be wide open. Bullseye. Just as the snake thought it had him, it suddenly realized it had only snapped at a shadow. Suddenly he stopped on a dime, spun around, and quick as a flash, unleashed a furious barrage of stabs with his weapon, aiming for every single one of its vital points, causing the beast to roar in agony. When the dust and smoke finally began to settle, Hansu was standing there looking as cool as a hero straight out of a Marvel movie. What a classic Manhwa moment. He casually stepped over the massive corpse of the serpent, muttering nonchalantly, "Well, that was quicker than I thought." He then made his way over to the creature's nest, where a single enormous egg was hidden. An ancient rune serpent's egg. He whispered, but before he could get a closer look, the egg suddenly began to twitch. Hansu tenderly cradled the tiny green egg, which fit perfectly in his palm, and brought an ancient language stone close to it. Warm sunlight bathed the little thing, as he treated it more carefully than a priceless treasure. Then all of a sudden, crack! The egg shattered and a baby snake with bright yellow eyes peeked out, looking absolutely badass. "Oh my sweet lord!" "A Zhang Cho," he gasped, seeing how tiny the snake was compared to its brethren. A system window popped up. Ancient language snake, larval stage, head is larger than its body. I know it looks cute enough to be a plushie, but trust me, this thing is dangerous. Eat up, little buddy. Hansu offered the stone to the snake. Its eyes sparkled, and its tongue flicked out in a perfect heart shape as if to say, "You're the best owner in the world. Go on." This was no ordinary snake. It could consume any 3 ancient language stones and spit out 2 new ones of its master's choosing. It might have looked as innocent as a newborn kitten, but that little snake unhinged its jaw and swallowed a stone half the size of its body. Eating 3 to spit out 2, that's a bit of a ripoff, don't you think? But the little snake was a diligent worker. After gulping down the stones, it promptly coughed up a new one. Hansu grabbed it and gave it a rub. Absolutely top tier. From now on, he could get all the ancient language stones he wanted. This is what a true Manhwa power-up looks like. Hansu cheerfully petted the little snake, and it looked just as thrilled. Alright, time to boost my magic resistance and physical damage resistance. Hansu thought to himself and then told the little snake to get some rest. It coiled around his wrist and Hansu gazed at it fondly. With you by my side, we're gonna achieve great things. So should I get going now? Hansu wondered. Elsewhere, a small family was fumbling around, completely lost. The daughter whispered, "Daddy, where are we going?" "Keep your voice down," the father replied. The man stared at a map, his face a mask of pure stress. "This map of the island we got when we left that room is practically useless. It doesn't show any clear paths. There's no telling what's out here or where it's safe. They just abandoned us." His wife suddenly shrieked, "Honey, what was that noise?" The husband froze for a solid few seconds before breaking out in a cold sweat. "A monster!" Well, the other 2 are probably dead meat by now anyway. He spread his arms to shield his wife and child who were cowering behind him. Just then from the bushes, Hansu stepped out. "Kang Hansu, you're back!" the man exclaimed, suddenly overjoyed. Hansu just stared at him. "Why are you people here?" The man let out a nasty, sarcastic laugh. "What got too scared of the monster and decided to run away?" Hansu, cool as a cucumber, just said, "Oh, that thing, I killed it." His expression was ice cold as he brushed a leaf from his hair while the other man's jaw practically hit the floor. "He actually killed it." Hansu was gone for like 5 minutes and he's already back. And the guy has nothing more than a few paper-thin scratches on him. Where'd the others go? Hansu asked. The man fell silent. His wife shot him a questioning glare. Their daughter just nervously avoided everyone's gaze. Let's rewind the clock a bit. What are you people talking about? What do you mean, get lost? The man had screamed at the other group. His wife clutched their daughter, her face a mask of anxiety. It's too dangerous to go alone, please don't abandon us. We don't have to be like this, the man pleaded. He begged them, his face filled with desperation. Han Yue just scoffed. So what's your plan? Just sit there and wait for handouts. You've been leeching off us this whole time. Jimin's eyes were like ice. He's got a point. That super cool dude already split from the group, you know. Having more dead weight tagging along would just be a pain in the neck. Ka-ming gave the man a look of pure disgust. Sure, everyone likes having teammates, but I'd much rather team up with people who are actually strong. And with that, the whole crew just walked off in another direction, even blocking the path to make sure the family couldn't follow. The man was absolutely devastated, silently cursing those arrogant little punks for looking down on him. Back in the present, Hansu was about to leave, which sent the man into a full-blown panic. Hey, wait, where are you going? When an adult is talking, you should at least pretend to listen. His wife and daughter could only stand there silent as statues. Hansu turned back around. You guys do whatever you want. I really don't have the time or the energy to care about you. The man was completely stunned. And did that kid seriously just say that to me? Without a hint of hesitation, Hansu turned his back and started walking away. This is so annoying. I'm out of here. What a waste of time. The wife gave her husband a subtle signal. He caught her drift instantly and gave a nod. As Hansu walked off, the family started tailing him like a persistent shadow. Hansu spun around and asked, "What in the world are you people doing?" The man shot back without missing a beat. Didn't you say you weren't traveling with us? So just go on ahead. We'll take care of ourselves. As the man said this with a straight face, his wife nodded vigorously in agreement. Hansu thought, wow, talk about a 180-degree personality flip. Whatever, he sighed. Suit yourselves. I'm used to going solo anyway. It's a bit of a grind, but my stats are through the roof, you see. After saying his piece, Hansu jumped right back into the fight, his sword a blur, as he unleashed skill after skill, effortlessly slaughtering wolves. This Manhwa hero is truly on another level. A tiny snake slithered out from his collar, silently making its way towards some ancient runes nearby. Hansu smirked to himself. Yep, boosting my resistances first was definitely the textbook play. The little snake was happily gobbling down ancient runes. A status window popped right up. Strength 0.13%, durability 88.8, magic 58.4, agility 84, senses 85.1, physical resistance 32, magic resistance 32. With his ancient language skill upgraded, Hansu's attacks now felt as light as a feather. That family could only stand there and watch as Hansu went to work with his little knife. The daughter's jaw was practically on the floor. He just keeps getting stronger. She thought, he's absolutely top tier. The mother, however, just breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's not paying any attention to us. The daughter asked her old man, Dad, should we go fight some monsters? Her father soothed her, now let's just calm down. Just being together is a blessing. Seriously, just staying safe is the best luck we could ask for. The daughter obediently replied, yes, sir. At her father's signal, the whole family started tailing Hansu again. They were surprised to see Hansu walk into a dark cave. Where's he going now? Is that a tunnel? They watched Hansu enter the cave, his expression completely blank as the light sliced across his face. The family quietly shuffled in after him. The father strained to see ahead while the mother and daughter nervously scanned their surroundings. Is this the place? The father gasped when he saw that Hansu's destination was a place jam-packed with people. They looked over at the new arrivals. Their faces beaming. We're safe, we're alive. Oh, thank the heavens, we actually made it. Hansu was completely stunned to see that the people who had been left behind were still alive. Looking at Hansu, one man thought, this guy made it back without a scratch. The rumors about him soloing that monster in this manhwa must be true then. Fei Li suddenly appeared, his voice laced with irritation. You're already late, so what's all the racket? You could practically see the grumpy cloud hanging over Fairy's head. The dad nearly jumped out of his skin at Fairy's abrupt appearance. You lot are the last ones. Close the gate, Fairy ordered. With a thunderous slam, the gate shut. Everyone stood there flabbergasted. Fairy flashed a wicked grin, snapped his fingers, and announced, "Now then, let the main event begin." He flew high into the air, his voice booming, "Welcome, mortals, to the first floor dock. 75 of you remain. Not bad at all. A rather low casualty rate. This special event is a battle for tickets." Digital tickets materialized in front of everyone. The little imp continued his speech. "You will use these tickets to travel from this collapsing first-floor island to another one. Some islands are crawling with monsters and completely surrounded by lava. But if you're lucky, you might just land on the central or southern islands, and let me tell you, they're loaded with treasure. But that would be dreadfully boring, so I've cooked up a few little rules for this game." Fairy spread his arms wide, ready to explain his absolutely brain-melting rules. A boat of 3 needs at least 3 tickets. 3 people with only 2 tickets, you'll get scattered across different islands. It's a total crapshoot, really. 2 people with 3 tickets can stick together, but you don't get to pick your destination. But 1 person with 3 tickets, oh, you get the VIP treatment, go wherever you please. Everyone started sweating buckets. That one guy with his family looked like they'd just seen a ghost. But our boy Hansu cool as a cucumber as always. The islands began to crumble, starting from the outermost ones. And get this, the difficulty level of each island is completely different. Everyone wants a ticket to the good spots, am I right? That little troll fairy then whipped out a full-on explorer's outfit complete with binoculars, looking absolutely ridiculous. In 30 minutes, the entire first layer of islands will be history. There are 25 boats waiting around the crater. Let the games begin. You all know the drill. Survive by any means necessary. Fairy let out a maniacal laugh. Now, this is what I call entertainment. And just like that, it was pure chaos. People were fighting, backstabbing, and even killing each other for a ticket to ride. Hand over the tickets, you dare refuse to join your betters. Han Nong flashed the emblem on his hand and kept talking. This is the power my comrades have awakened. You're betraying me, you're dead meat. Don't you dare leave me behind. Hansu just watched the pandemonium unfold, thinking to himself, oh, it's about to get even crazier. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hansu. Hansu glanced over. I'm begging you, the man pleaded, just this one time. Please help my family. The man dropped to his knees, putting on a real pathetic display. Hansu stared down at the man, groveling pathetically before him. The man kept his head low. We just need a few more tickets to reach the safe zone. For you, getting tickets is a piece of cake. The guy's sleazy grin made Hansu want to deck him right then and there. This whole kneeling act felt like a scene from a bad drama, Manhwa, a pathetic attempt to hide his own shameless greed. The man looked up, laying it on even thicker. All you have to do is, snatch a few tickets from some other people and give them to us. He begged, thinking to himself, if I can just get this kid to agree, we're golden. You'd be saving innocent lives, Please, the man's begging reached a new level of pathetic. Hansu, however, just stared at him with a completely deadpan expression and answered coldly. You're responsible for yourself. Handle your own problems. The man kept trying, desperately grabbing at him. But Hansu's decision was set in stone. Still, the old guy clung to him like a leech, refusing to give up. What's the big deal? Are you really that heartless? Suddenly, a super cool voice cut through the air. Shut your trap. Just then, Hien appears, sending the old man flying with a swift kick. He grabs the guy by the collar, glances over at Hansu, and starts his pitch. Man, this geezer talks way too much. It's seriously grating. You're really just gonna stand there and listen to this. You could have just taken the ticket, and this all would have been over. Hien sneers at Hansu. How about you join our team instead? I'll even give you a ticket if you need one. Then he starts bad-mouthing the old man's family. Even though they're my teammates, I can't stand a single one of them. Hien keeps laying it on thick. You see it too, don't you? I know you're OP as hell, like some kind of Manhwa hack. So why are you stuck on a team with a bunch of dead weights? Hien flashes that same smug grin at Hansu. Join us, I'll get you a ticket if you need one. He then throws some more shade at the old man's family. Seriously, they might be my allies, but I despise every last one of them. Hyun doubles down on his sales pitch. You get it, don't you? I know you're ridiculously strong, like you've got a cheat code. So why would you ever follow them? It's on a whole other level compared to a mere skill. If our leader gives the okay, you can have it too. He holds out his hand toward Han-su. I've already told our leader all about you. He'll definitely approve. It's a lonely road to walk alone, you know. Han-su just stares at the outstretched hand, his expression unreadable before shaking his head. No, I refuse. He-an is absolutely floored by this, completely unable to process Han-su's rejection. The guy practically short-circuited and froze on the spot, but He-an wasn't giving up, pressing on with his argument. Whoa, hold on, we're not like those other nameless nobodies. Perhaps you just don't understand the true value of a guild. Han-su thinks back to his past, remembering a time when that kind of camaraderie meant everything to him. His gaze hardens with resolve, but this time he refuses to serve under any king. That path would only lead him astray. He-an's posture deflates as he says, "You won't even hear me out. Damn it, I guess there's no other way." He tosses the ticket to Han-su. Here, take it. I stole it from that pathetic loser over there. The old man screams, "My ticket?" He-an turns to Han-su. You turned me down. It's a crying shame really, but there's nothing more I can do. You're not even going to listen to what I have to say. Damn it, there's no other way. He tossed the ticket to Han-su. Here, take it. I swiped it from that pathetic loser over there, you know. The middle-aged man roared, "That's my ticket." Han-nong said to Han-su, "So you're refusing." "Yeah, I feel terribly sorry for you," he deadpanned, "but I just don't have time to stand around and argue with you." Han Tian just sneered. "I'll be seeing the others on the central island. Just consider this a little gift for the future. Oh, we will definitely be seeing each other again. And I'll be asking you again then." Handu thought to himself, whatever scheme this guy is pulling, it's useless, at least for now. The moment a ticket landed at Han-su's feet, the crowd erupted into absolute chaos. They lunged for it like a pack of starving hyenas, a truly brutal manhwa scene unfolding before their eyes. One man managed to snatch it, screaming, "This one's mine." The original owner scrambled over, clinging desperately to the leg of the ticket thief. "No, that ticket is mine. Give it back," but the other guy wasn't having any of it. A traveler has arrived. Unwilling to let go, the man flew into a rage. "You got a death wish or something?" Handu glanced over at them with a look of pure indifference. Just as he was about to stab the old man with a knife, his daughter ran in to stop him. "Dad." The thug immediately grabbed the little girl by the neck. "Oh, this your daughter? Well then allow me to give you a complete death." He tightened his grip on the little girl's throat. "Is this your daughter? In that case, let me give you a death you'll never forget." Watching this whole tragedy unfold, Fei Li simply smiled. From the very beginning, they put this family together just so we could witness this exact scene. And in the end, they got exactly what they wanted. No matter how much all of you struggle on this stage they've built, your deaths have already been written into the script. His hands spun countless invisible threads, controlling the players like puppets on a string. A voice suddenly called out to Han-su. "Hey, why did you refuse Han-nong's offer?" "Personal reasons. What do you want?" Jimin slowly approached with the bloody brawl serving as her own personal backdrop. "I'd also like to make you an offer." She narrowed her eyes, pulling off her glove to reveal hands covered in magical seals. "Come with me." She just chuckled at Han-su's complete and utter lack of a reaction. "I kind of figured that would be your answer. But before I go, I have one question." Jimin stared at Han-su, her eyes as sharp and cold as ice. "Don't you have a shred of pity left? I honestly thought you weren't that pathetic." He glances back at her, his eyes turning to ice, completely devoid of humanity. "Pity?" He actually scoffs. "She's the last one after all. Everyone else already bailed on the ships that set sail. And now there's just one boat left. What happens next? Your guess is as good as mine." The folks left on the shore are freaking out, screaming and begging Han-su like a pack of cornered animals. "Han-su, you know me. Please man, just this once. You can save us." Han-su just stares back at them, completely unfazed, and then he just turns and starts walking toward the boat. "Hey, stop right there. Where the hell do you think you're going all by yourself?" The crowd absolutely roars in fury. Get back here! Hansu looks back at them, his heart heavy. These are all people I should have saved, he thinks. But that monster back in the tutorial area was just too damn strong. I couldn't save everyone. And that's exactly why I have to do what needs to be done. Because if I fail, all of this becomes meaningless. With that thought, he turns to face the desperate souls pleading for their lives. I'm sorry, he says, gripping his weapon tightly, his heart actually aching with pity. But I know all too well what happens to those who can't make it to the next stage. Down in the poisonous sea, monsters will gleefully watch them dissolve. It's a classic dark manhwa trope. Their agonizing screams echo in his mind. Don't kill us, it's too painful. Hansu's face darkens. You can all hate me as much as you want. So instead of letting you suffer, while being slowly picked apart by those things until you die. His eyes go cold as steel. This is my own brand of mercy. Safely on the boat, Hansu leans back, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he stares into the deep blue sky. He starts feeding these ancient rune stones to his little pet one by one. Well, now you're really something. A voice pipes up. It's Fei Li, and she sounds genuinely surprised. I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. Although it is a real pity that it all ended so anticlimactically. Fei Li lets out a little smirk. Just what I'd expect from a rising star. Don't worry, she adds, I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. But then her expression shifts, her eyes narrowing as she sizes Hansu up. All right then, I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Hansu's expression was as cool as a cucumber. He had zero regrets. I didn't come back to save everyone. He thought, I came back to win. He clenched his fists, his determination burning like a wildfire. There was no room for hesitation now. He had to keep moving forward. A solitary boat carried Hansu to the central island, where a magnificent clock tower loomed before him, practically daring him to enter. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed all around. Congratulations, challengers number 1921. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island, and just like that, a magnificent castle appeared out of thin air. Now, there are a few unspoken rules around here that everyone's gotta know. Rule number 1, protect the castle that holds the main crystal. Rule number 2, conquer dungeons to power up. And as for the final rule, well, the author decided to leave us hanging on that one. Outside, a horde of monsters was getting ready to storm the fortress. Skeletal monstrosities were just itching for a chance to swoop down on the players. The players, in a total panic, scrambled to block the incoming monsters immediately. There's not enough of us. One by one, they started dropping like flies, but the monster swarm was still ridiculously huge. They started scaling the walls, trying to breach the fortress from above. Everyone charged forward, blocking the brutal attacks from the horde, giving their all to protect their new home. The players shouted encouragement to one another, their resolve hardening. If we can just hold them off, we'll buy ourselves some time. Come on, don't give up now. But for some, the pressure was just too much. I can't take this anymore. We've been fighting for a whole month straight. I've got nothing left in the tank. Somebody help. They screamed at each other desperately, trying to hold the line. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hand slammed down hard on a table. A serious voice cut through the tension. We need to set some ground rules, and we need to do it now. We can't let this chaos continue. We need to establish some rules immediately. This situation cannot be allowed to go on. I'm telling you, we need order because this is a disaster waiting to happen. A man standing in the center of the room proposed a radical change in strategy. To everyone else present, our defenses were nearly shattered in a single day. It was a scene straight out of a tragic manhwa. The losses we've sustained are catastrophic. How much longer are you all going to just stand there and watch everything fall apart? If this keeps up, we're not just going to fail to protect the crystal, we're all going to be slaughtered by that monster horde. And the man laying down the law, none other than Piao Rongguo. Our guild master, Anzu Hyun, the master of the Wazong Guild, piped up. Shouldn't we, wait for the other guild masters to arrive? Hongxia, master of the Noah Guild, shot back instantly. Are you kidding? All the real power players are already in this room. If we wait any longer, we're signing a collective death warrant. Li Gut, the guildmaster of Smog, chimed in. All right then, what's your brilliant plan? Piao Rongguo, his face as serious as a tax audit, laid it out. Our biggest problem is a critical lack of defensive forces. So we're going to have to bring in the non-guild players, even if we have to use force. The whole situation is about to go completely sideways. And how exactly do you plan on controlling all those random roamers? Hong Xia demanded. With overwhelming force, Piao Rongguo stated flatly. I highly doubt a polite conversation is going to work on that unruly mob. Another attack wave is coming, and it'll be here in under 3 hours. And there's zero guarantee we can hold them off this time. Goot asked skeptically. What if our guild alliance tries to recruit them, combine our forces? You really think we can pull that off? Piao Rongguo immediately started poking holes in that idea. The sheer number of players flocking to the dungeon has become a massive issue. Right now, their numbers are on par with our entire guild alliance. Worse, those people have formed some ridiculous group called the Dungeon Alliance. From the moment they started acting, they've been completely beyond our control. My question is, can our guild alliance, which is purely focused on defense, even handle them? Do you honestly believe they'll just cooperate with us, no strings attached? They're a bunch of independent lone wolves who hate being told what to do. Trying to force them into submission will probably just start a civil war. And that would weaken our forces even more. This whole plot is getting more complicated than a weekly manhwa. Trust me, they are not a bunch of pushovers. Many of them are incredibly experienced players. And you can bet they'll fight back if they feel threatened. We need a much more careful plan. Can we even win them over? We can't afford to be at the bottom of the food chain here. Piao Rongguo then turned to the other clan leaders and said, so why don't we just send the frontline guilds down to the dungeon first? Du Xuan practically jumped out of his skin, retorting, and who's supposed to defend the castle then? If that's the plan, the smaller guilds should go first to minimize our losses. She thought to herself, God, all they care about is their own skin, so damn noisy. If only the original 1,900 people had just focused on defense. She grit her teeth, her anxiety spiking. Damn it, if everyone had just stayed put and defended, we wouldn't be in this mess. The strong players got what they wanted and then just took off, leaving the weaklings behind to struggle with the defense. At first, everyone pitched in to defend the place, since their lives kinda depended on it. But then a few folks came back from the dungeons dripping with epic loot, and suddenly people started bailing one by one. Just as she was stressing about how to protect the crystal, Ji Min waltzed in looking way too cheerful. He chirped, Z, I've got some hot gossip. Xie quickly shot him down. Not now, Ji Min, I've got a killer headache. Ji Min quickly clarified, hey, I'm not here to mess with you. This is actually important news. I got a report that someone's throwing down with the Basement Alliance Guild. Xia was taken aback. Wait, what? Just then a scream echoed from somewhere outside, somebody help me. I told you I'm not going. The clan leaders immediately started panicking when they heard that scream. Everyone's eyes turned towards one particular man. The guy was desperately begging, I was just going to hunt for 2 more days, then I'd be back. I'll join when I'm stronger, come on, let's negotiate. Without another word, an arrow was loosed, whistling through the air, straight for its target. It slammed right into the shoulder of the guy who had just been begging. All he could do was scream, Argh! The face of a young man came into view. Ji Min recognized him, the guildmaster of Valhalla, Song Jinghao. Rongguo angrily demanded, Jinghao, what the hell do you think you're doing? This, he said coolly, is how you deal with traitors. Anyone who doesn't fight is a traitor. This isn't some slice-of-life manhwa, it's a war. This is exactly why we need a unified alliance. Anyone who dares to defy my word will die. No sooner had he finished speaking than another person was dragged forward. Please spare me, I'll stay, I promise. But Jinghao wasn't listening, coldly drawing his bow. Seeing this, Xia rushed out shouting, stop. But it was too late. The arrow had already been released. And just like that, the man collapsed. Everyone was completely shocked by this brutal act. Xia screamed at him, are you insane? I'm not insane. This is war, not a game. We have to unite if we want to survive. Anyone who resists will be treated as an enemy. With that said, he stared directly at Xia. The face of another young man appeared. He strolled up, a cigarette dangling from his lips. All right, that's enough. Starting tomorrow, you guys will fight on the upper levels. If you slack off today, you'll just have to work twice as hard tomorrow to make up for it. The man from before pleaded desperately, Don't come near me," he thought to himself. His ancient language stats are clearly lower than mine, so why can't I even touch him? It was none other than Han Su, the guy with an adorable little snake perched on his shoulder. He held out his hand and commanded, "I require a weapon." Kang Min stammered in panic, That guy?" Beside him, an angry-looking bro snapped, "Who gave you the right to order us around?" No time for chit-chat. The guy clutched his dagger and lunged straight for Hansu. But our boy just calmly watched and analyzed the situation. So the knife has a skill that buffs its cutting power. For a common grade item that's actually not half bad. Hansu gave a casual flick of his wrist, revealing a gleaming ring. With a cigarette clamped between his teeth, his expression turned deadly serious. Using nothing but pure arm strength, he effortlessly sent the attacker flying before the dude could even lay a finger on him. The crowd went wild, chanting, "Finish him, yeah, kill him." The attacker fumed. "My knife skill just vanished, I can't even scratch him." "This bastard," he seethed. Just how high is his defense stat? His hands trembled as the glow on his dagger slowly faded to nothing. "My turn, I believe." No more playing around. Hansu planted a fist squarely in the guy's face, rearranging his features into something truly hideous. He thought to himself, "It's a real pain having to fight you all without being allowed to kill you, but I'll manage. After all, you're all such a valuable resource, aren't you? Guess you guys don't listen to reason, huh?" The poor sap crumpled to the ground, knocked clean out of the game after just 2 hits. Everyone stared absolutely gobsmacked by Hansu's overwhelming power. While he just calmly stated, "I only have one thing left, but it'll be more than enough." Kangmin and the onlookers started getting hyped, but also a little terrified of Hansu. The monarch. One thing left, but it's enough? Kangin and his crew were also glued to the spectacle, a mix of awe and fear washing over them. The various guilds rushed over to see what all the commotion was about. And they too were completely freaked out by the beatdown they had just witnessed. "Who in the world is that guy?" they whispered. Meanwhile, Jimin was standing off to the side, beaming like she'd just won the lottery. At last, the leaders of the guilds were all gathered for a proper meeting. And one name was on everyone's mind, Hansu. One of the guild leaders mused, "So this is the guy Hanan was talking about." Hansu was the first to break the silence. "Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Guild Alliance will merge. We'll rotate between hunting and defensive duties. If anyone has a problem with that, speak up now." And despite his cold, intimidating presence that screamed "Final Boss," the cute little snake perched on his shoulder kinda ruined the effect. He continued, "In any case, it's hard to command these people without a show of force. So each of you should bring as many useful people as you can, and have them join our new joint guild. I'll make sure the rabble out there falls in line and follows your orders, so there won't be any issues." And just like that, he was holding a serious strategy meeting with the guild leaders like a true Manhwa protagonist. Xia thought to herself, "Well, this is definitely beneficial for us. But what's his real endgame?" Gute shot back his guard clearly up. "What do you want? You're an unaffiliated powerhouse who just stirred up all this trouble. You expect me to believe you don't have some ulterior motive?" Hansu just smirked and calmly replied, "As long as the basic rules and systems are in place, I have no intention of interfering." However, Gute still wasn't buying it. "Who's to say you won't suddenly change your mind and decide to wipe out the guild alliance?" Hansu stood up, cutting him off. "I couldn't care less about your petty squabbles. But since you're all so worried," Hansu decided to give them a little demonstration of his power. Everyone panicked and started shouting. "He vanished, he's going to attack. Prepare for battle." Everyone instantly snapped into their fighting stances, ready for a brawl. Only Gute remained perfectly still. "He hasn't disappeared, he's right in front of us." In that instant, a series of explosions ripped through the area. Before anyone could even process what was happening, a pile of corpses had already appeared on the ground. He had cleaned house in the blink of an eye. Whether they liked it or not, they were forced to acknowledge Hansu's terrifying main character of a Manhwa level of strength. Someone tried to reassure the others, "It's just a simple stealth skill. He can't move from his position." Hansu's voice quietly cut in, "You really think I can't attack you?" From out of nowhere, he had appeared behind Gute, a blade pressed against his neck. Gute had a horrifying realization. Don't tell me that wasn't a simple trick, but a sense-disrupting dragon skill. He couldn't believe he'd been taken down so easily. Hansu spoke slowly to the crowd. I got myself a new item. A guy's gotta come prepared before waltzing in here, right? On the other side, Gute's men yelled in a panic, "My lord!" He sheathed his blade and reassured everyone. Calm down, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. The current situation is forcing us to work together, don't you see? That's all I want. Everyone remained on high alert, but they listened to what he had to say. We've been at each other's throats until now. It'll be hard to team up just like that. But there's still time, he said. The clan leaders frowned, looking at him with a mix of helplessness and confusion. This was only the beginning of what was to come. He pondered this as he walked away from the meeting. A voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait, you're just gonna leave like that? So it was Jimin who wanted to have a little chat with him. And this time I expect an actual answer. So what do you say? You who Hansu fancy joining our little crew? The simple question just tumbled from Jimin's lips. I already asked you this once, you know. Wanna join our guild? She tiptoed closer, invading his personal space, her breath carrying the faint scent of flowers. I'm making a totally sincere, heartfelt offer this time. It's so lonely going it alone. Or have you already set your sights on another guild? She pressed on her voice laced with a playful tease. Word on the street is you were with some girl. The question hung in the air, delivered with that innocent little face of hers. I already asked you before, you know. So are you going to join our guild or not? She leaned in closer again, that delicate flowery scent of hers filling the air. This is my final, most heartfelt invitation. It's just so sad seeing you all by yourself, unless you've already got your eye on a different prize. She kept at it, her tone dripping with playful suspicion. I heard you were with a girl named Mi-hee over at Gangnam Station. Ooh, what's all that about, huh? But his face remained completely unmoved, looking cool as ever straight out of a manhwa. She propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she stared him down, thinking, seriously, no reaction at all. Well, guess it's not a crush then. A brilliant smile bloomed across her face. So that means it's a yes, right? It would be awesome if you joined our guild. But without a single word, he just swiftly walked right past her, leaving Jimin standing there utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was that? His ice-cold expression completely stunned her. I'm heading to the ramparts. Her eyes went wide, she couldn't believe her ears. Hey, you can't even pretend to listen to what I'm saying. Annoyed and utterly ignored, she screamed after him, you absolute jerk. He just let out a weary sigh, not even bothering to grace her with a response. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, screams echoed through the mayhem. It was total chaos. Gather the bodies over here. We need more relief supplies. Anyone with support skills, get over here now. A gray-haired guy named Shu quickly asked the man in front of him, G. Sergeant, has the southern wall been reinforced at all? Sergeant Rong Hanan immediately answered his subordinate. Good. The injured head down below. The rest of you get some rest. He then asked, so how is our guild holding up? The moment he finished his question, the silver-haired Shu Hui jumped in. We're holding up way better than last time. He flashed back to the absolute carnage from before and added, we've managed to station people at every post, no gaps whatsoever. Those guys from the Basement Alliance were a real pain at first, but they've actually pulled their weight. Thanks to them, our losses have been minimal. Hainan just stood there, jaw on the floor, breaking out in a cold sweat. In a situation this dire, slacking off wasn't exactly an option. I mean, with monsters practically breathing down their necks on the front lines, what choice did they really have? Hanan couldn't afford to be lazy. With monsters guarding the front lines, what choice did they really have? Hanan. Just thinking about Zhang Hansu conjured images of nothing but mountains of corpses. Hainan muttered to himself, that guy single-handedly took out a whole swarm of them. He pictured him plunging that iron sword into the earth and wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. It's just insane watching him mow down that many monsters all by himself like a scene straight out of an action manhwa. The camera pans to Hanan's face, a perfect blend of frustration and sheer cluelessness. If that guy had even a shred of decency, I'd recruit him to the guild in a heartbeat. Visions of Zhang Hansu's battle prowess danced in his head. I guess the gods don't give with both hands, huh? Such a shame, he thought to himself. All right, let's gear up and get this demon hunt started. Suddenly, a colossal blood-red void ripped through the sky right in front of the castle. From its depths, a freakishly long arm tipped with countless razor-sharp claws began to emerge, making the very air thick with dread. As the monster's grotesque face slowly came into view, someone muttered, "Okay, at this rate we can hold them off." But just then, one of his subordinates screamed, "Wait, Sergeant, there's a weird crack in the sky." And then a bizarre face popped into view. Holy moly, it's that damn fairy. He gracefully floated down, arms outstretched, flashing one of those annoyingly cheesy smiles. "Hello, darlings, have you been waiting long for little old me? Have the last 2 days been just awful for you?" Hannon's expression went from surprised to utterly horrified. He thought, "Oh, for the love of all that is holy. Every time this freak shows up, it means nothing but trouble." Fairy clapped his hands together, his voice dripping with theatrical excitement. "Brace yourselves, my friends, because I've got a brand new high-stakes quest for you all. From this day forward, demons will start appearing in your defensive battles. And let me tell you, these demons are some seriously overpowered beings. But don't you worry. Compared to them, the zombies you've been fighting are nothing but small fry. However, for every 4 demons you defeat, they'll drop some nifty little crystals. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you guys." Everyone immediately pulled up their system windows to check out the exchangeable items. Even Zhang Hansu was staring intently at the shop. Fairy continued his sales pitch. "You can exchange these lovely crystals for some seriously sweet loot at an exclusive members-only shop here. And hold on, it's not just about the shiny artifacts. You can also use those sparkly crystals to buy a one-way ticket straight out of here. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to bounce from this godforsaken hellhole as fast as humanly possible?" Suddenly, a voice piped up from behind Hansu. "Yo, did you hear that? We can actually get out of this place." Hansu turned to see a middle-aged dude with a look of pure, unadulterated hope on his face. The guy asked, "For real, for real?" Fairy just announced it. "We can buy our freedom with crystals." A buzz started to ripple through the crowd. Hansu glanced at the system shop, and sure enough, there was a brand new item, ticket to flee the tower. The price tag, a cool 600 crystals. 600 crystals, Hansu muttered. Talk about a steep price. Bearing a set of chompers stained blood red. A bone-chilling ha 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 echoed through the area, making everyone's knees turn to jelly. "Oh crap, here it comes." The monster began to lumber towards them, one heavy step at a time. Absolute chaos erupted as people started freaking out and screaming their lungs out. "Someone please be the guinea pig and go first. We have no idea how OP that demon thing is. I want that sweet loot too, but not if it costs me my life." But right in the middle of all this pandemonium, a single calm voice cut through the noise. "Everyone get back." Kang Han-soo leaped into the air wielding a sword that was practically bigger than he was, looking like a classic manhwa protagonist and leaving everyone completely gobsmacked. He dive-bombed the massive beast at lightning speed. He brought his sword down, aiming a clean slash right at its torso. But the monster just casually blocked it with one hand. Without giving him a single second to catch his breath, it unleashed a soul-crushing attack right back at Kang Han-soo. He dodged it by the skin of his teeth. But the sheer force of the blow was so insane it shattered the ground beneath him. "Everyone get back." Kang Han-soo leaped into the air wielding a sword that was practically bigger than he was, leaving everyone completely gobsmacked. He dive-bombed the massive beast at lightning speed. He brought his sword down, aiming a clean slash right at its torso. But the monster just casually blocked it with one hand. Without giving him a single second to catch his breath, it unleashed a soul-crushing attack right back at Kang Han-soo. He dodged it by the skin of his teeth. But the sheer force of the blow was so insane it shattered the ground beneath him. He dodged it by a hair, but the terrifying power of the attack still cracked the earth. The sheer power of it fractured the entire ground. Completely shattered, Han-soo thought to himself, resting the giant sword on his shoulder. Definitely a demon, all right. Even if this is just the nerfed tutorial version. My normal attacks aren't going to be enough to land a critical hit on this thing. No Overlord's aura, fine, I've already buffed my defense. And my resistance is cranked up to the max with ancient runes. He glanced up at the beast, his mind still running the calculations. But my attack power just isn't gonna cut it. Time to make full use of these artifacts I snagged from the dungeon. Facing off against this low-tier beast, Hansu was looking cooler than ever, like a true manhwa protagonist. He tensed his legs, channeling all his power right into them. Ping! The system displayed Shoes of Light. I'll just have to beat it with pure speed. The thought had barely crossed his mind before he was already moving nimbly, countering the monster's every move. Whoosh! He rocketed into the air, hoisting his heavy sword for a crushing downward blow. The monster was visibly surprised, its eyes struggling to track his incredible speed. It threw up its hands desperately, trying to block his blitz attack. The two immense forces collided, creating a dazzling display of artistic slashes across the battlefield. Each rapid-fire strike left a brilliant trail of light in its wake. His expression grew dead serious as he swiftly unleashed the next slash. The creature couldn't keep up and was forced to take the full, terrifying force of his attack. But this thing was no pushover. It began gathering energy in its palm. It formed an orb, preparing a counterattack. That terrifying power was aimed right for him. He quickly raised his sword to defend. Boom! A massive explosion erupted the moment he blocked the monster's special move. He was slammed against a cliffside, but unbelievably, he survived the ultimate attack. And the system offered a helpful little tip. Your skill will instantly nullify any other skill upon contact. The onlookers couldn't stop chattering about him. Oh my god, is he really fighting that demon all by himself? Ha Nan asked, completely bewildered. Just how much stronger did he get? The man beside him gave him a nudge. Get ready, Ha Nan. We should probably lend a hand. He'd been smashed against the rocks, but he was still standing. Right after tanking that ultimate attack, the system itself had offered a lifeline. His skill nullifies any other skill on contact, instantly. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, all talking about him at once. Holy cow, he's actually soloing a demon. Ha Nan, still in shock, asked. Seriously, what kind of power-up did he get? The man beside him urged, Ha Nan, stay sharp. We should be getting involved too. The monarch wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Ha Nan asked again, Captain, you want us to join the fight? I'm not entirely sure that's the best idea. Captain Rong Yu immediately shot back. Look, even if we don't do it, other people are going to be fighting over this chance. And just like that, a whole mob of people jumped down yelling to each other, there's only one demon. Everyone charge. I'll take it down. We're joining in too. Seeing this chaotic free-for-all, Jimin turned to Jia and proposed, I'm not exactly a fan of this, but should we jump in too? Xia immediately shot that idea down. No, we wait. She gazed at Hansu and whispered, Kang Hansu, I need to see just how capable he really is. The crowd of adventurers closed in on our boy, supposedly to support him. He shot them a quick side-eye. A thought flashed through his mind as he sighed. What a pain in the ass. It's about to use its skill, he thought. I can't let these other travelers distract me. Before him stood one seriously powerful monster. It let out a silent, twisted smile. He thought to himself, it still hasn't used its skill. Is it possible? He was getting extremely suspicious of its next move. Hansu stood there calm and collected, facing the demon, while his brain was working in overdrive. He knew that every demon possessed its own unique set of racial skills. This made them dangerously unpredictable, a classic trope in any action manhwa. His sharp mind helped him figure it out. If this demon hadn't used its skill yet, then it was probably just waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash a devastating wide-area attack. He couldn't afford to underestimate a single one of its actions, because even the tiniest mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. The monster raised its hand, preparing to unleash a skill of pure destruction, powerful enough to obliterate everything in its range. The tension was thick enough to choke on. An overwhelming power flooded the area, and Hansu didn't hesitate for a second. He roared at everyone to get back. He knew damn well this demon was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to face it head-on was basically signing their own death warrant. Kang Min, standing nearby, couldn't hide his crippling anxiety. The worry was plastered all over his face. A growing sense of dread crept into his heart, making him wonder if they should just retreat and let Hansu deal with the demon all by himself. But before he could even get a word out, another guy cut him off. stubbornly insisting that they had to stay close to deliver the finishing blow when the time was right. His determination was like a blazing inferno, and he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. The monster bared its razor-sharp teeth, its lips curling into a truly evil grin. Its hands began to glow with a brilliant light, preparing to unleash its ultimate move. A blinding light completely enveloped its hands, and with a thunderous slam onto the ground, the very ground beneath everyone's feet shattered, erupting in a violent blaze. The earth cracked open, swallowed whole by a sea of raging fire. The heat rolled off the flames in suffocating waves, making it impossible to breathe. In that moment of pure chaos, one supposedly brave warrior stepped up, using his steel shield to try and protect the people around him. He told himself he could easily snuff out these pathetic little flames with the new artifact he'd gotten his hands on, but deep down, his selfish, greedy little heart took over, as he dreamed of the massive reward he'd get for landing the finishing blow on the monster. Still, a chilling fear snaked its way into his mind, making his body tremble before the enemy's terrifying power. Screams echoed from all directions, as everyone panicked, trying to flee the inferno that was devouring everything in its path. Some were instantly incinerated by the scorching flames, and the chaotic scene only grew more horrifying. Things went from bad to worse when someone shrieked that the monster was getting closer. While the others scattered like headless chickens, Hansu didn't move an inch. There he was, his massive sword resting on his shoulder, not a trace of fear on his face. He was the only person standing firm in this fiery hell, completely unfazed by the situation. The ring on Hansu's hand began to emit a blue light, glowing brilliantly as if responding to the power of the flames surrounding them. He knew it was now or never. He had to pour every last drop of his power into that ring. There was no other choice. With unwavering determination, Hansu raised his sword, high channeling all of his energy into the blade. The blue light from the ring fused, with his own power creating an incredible force ready for the decisive showdown. Hansu focused all of his strength into the sword's edge, unleashing a single slash so powerful it made the ground itself tremble. His blade was so sharp, so mighty, that it sliced clean through the wall of fire rushing towards him, creating another shock wave that cracked the earth in two. The blazing inferno was split down the middle, revealing a perfectly clear path right in front of Hansu. And there he stood, his face calm but radiating power, looking like the epic hero of a legendary manhwa. But even after pulling off such a god-tier move, Hansu knew this monster was not going to be an easy fight. The earth was torn asunder from his attack, but that was just the opening act. His hands began to tremble from the insane amount of power he'd just unleashed, but he refused to let himself falter. The monster slowly began to close the distance. As Hansu thought about his mission, he knew he was the only one who could possibly stand against this creature, wielding the very power of this fiery hell. The monster cracked a malicious grin, flames erupting in the palm of its hand. With pure, unadulterated cruelty, it lunged toward Hansu, and our boy was ready to face it head-on, model, as the monster swung its flame-wreathed arm right at him. Hansu channeled all his strength into his dagger, perfectly blocking the ferocious slash. A huge cloud of dust and smoke billowed out, completely obscuring the view. The people watching from a distance, including Guotai, couldn't help but feel a knot of anxiety in their stomachs, especially with such a tense battle raging on. Guotai stared at Hansu with a look of utter disbelief and admiration. He wondered if Hansu was really just an ordinary traveler like the rest of them. They all had the same starting line, but somehow Hansu had lapped everyone. Guotai realized that they needed to start strategizing. They had to figure out a way to catch up to Hansu or risk being left in the dust forever. The showdown between Hansu and the beast was absolutely electrifying. Hansu's parries weren't just perfect. They were packed with enough raw power to actually stand against that horrifying monster. Brilliant flashes of light erupted with every impact, reflecting Hansu's absolute uncompromising will to win. The action in this manhwa is top tier. The fight escalated, moving at an ever-increasing speed. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with suffocating pressure. Everyone watching the duel was on the edge of their seat. Some were completely stunned by Hansu's strength. Others were terrified, imagining the worst-case scenario. And of course, there were those few jerks in the back smirking as if this was all just so obvious. The monster geared up to launch its next attack. It lunged at Hansu like a predator pouncing on its prey. A wicked, sinister grin spread across its face. Its eyes gleamed with pure evil. This was the telltale sign that a particularly nasty skill was about to be unleashed. Hansu had to act, and he had to act fast. The situation had just rocketed past dangerous and was heading straight for deadly. And right as the tension hits its peak, we cut to a different scene. Of course. The guild members were quickly regrouping, getting ready for the next wave of attack. Shouts echoed from all directions, ordering everyone to shift their positions. They had to be ready to handle any situation that came their way. The air was buzzing with a frantic sense of urgency, but in the middle of this bustling crowd, Jimin stood in perfect silence. He leaned against a corner wall, arms crossed. It looked like he was waiting for someone. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Jimin. It was cool and loaded with hidden meaning. Han Nung was standing beside Jimin. His voice was gentle but carried an undeniable weight of persuasion. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Jimin stood silently, arms crossed by the corner wall, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice cool and loaded with meaning suddenly piped up from behind Jimin. It was sharp and it definitely had an agenda. There was Ha Nan standing right next to her. His voice soft but annoyingly persuasive. He advised her that just standing around waiting was pointless, because in his experience every single time he waited for someone, the whole situation went down the toilet. He unconsciously scratched his head. The universal gesture for "I'm so done with this." Jimin, playing it cool as ever, dodged the comment by asking Ha Nan just who he was waiting for. Yeah, like she didn't want to admit the painfully obvious thing they both already knew. Ha Nan just gave a dry little laugh, thinking to himself that there was no point in spelling it out. Who else would it be but the one and only Kang Han-soo? The conversation continued, and the air between them became a little less frosty. Ha Nan then asked Jimin, "You're following the monarch's orders too, aren't you?" Predictably, Jimin tried to sidestep the question again. Clearly not in a sharing mood, but Ha Nan, with the patience of a saint, calmly tried to persuade her again, telling her there was no need to be so defensive since it was just the two of them. He then brought up the current state of the alliance, pointing out that it was on seriously shaky ground for reasons everyone was pretending not to know. His voice turned dead serious as if to underscore just how important his next words were. Not one to be put on the back foot, Jimin shot back instantly. She questioned why Ha Nan was bothering to share this top-secret information with her when it was all common knowledge. But before Ha Nan could explain himself, he suddenly froze, a chill running down his spine as he whipped his head around. Jimin, surprised by his sudden movement, asked him what was going on. Ha Nan said that he just had the creepy feeling that someone was watching them. But even after scanning the area, he couldn't spot a single suspicious thing on the quiet, empty street. Of course, perched on a nearby skyscraper like some kind of edgy Manhwa anti-hero. Guktae Rang was silently observing the whole exchange. He looked down at the two people below, mulling over the current mess they were in. It had been a while since Kang Han-soo started hogging all the demons for himself, and the fact that the Alliance hadn't gotten a single report on the matter was making Guktae Rang extremely suspicious. Guktae turned to his subordinate, a calculating glint in his eyes. The servant, already fully briefed on the situation, reported that they had been keeping a very close watch on every single move Kang Han-soo made. However, aside from playing defense, hunting demons, and occasionally exploring the underground dungeons, Han-soo almost never rested. This made their defensive strategy a whole lot easier, but it also kicked up another problem. The players who hadn't joined a guild were still causing a ruckus, attacking members and creating all sorts of potential threats. A sharp, disdainful look crossed Gutae's face as he listened to the report. He had totally seen this coming. The very presence of Han-soo, a lone wolf belonging to no guild, was basically a green light for all these rogue troublemakers. And it was easy to see why. I mean, even the Grand Alliance had to bow to whatever Kang Han-soo said. As Gutae was mulling over the headache of a situation, a group of people approached the room he was in. He greeted them with a calm smile, confidently stating that he had everything prepared. Just as they arrived, Gutae spread his arms wide, welcoming everyone to this ever so important meeting. He emphasized that if their authority started to waver, Maintaining control would become harder than ever. For the sake of their future plans, they couldn't just let this mess continue. While that meeting was underway, filled with tense negotiations, elsewhere on the battlefield, a truly epic scene was unfolding. There stood Han Su towering over the battlefield, having just slain a terrifying monster. The sword in his hand glittered under the morning light, as the creature's purple blood formed pools on the ground, creating a scene that was both terrifying and absolutely epic, like something straight out of a manhwa. Hansu looked down at the sword in his hand, feeling its power was almost completely spent. The sword was now badly chipped. It was a wreck, having lost its original perfect form. He let the sword clatter to the ground, realizing it was completely useless after that battle. Hansu let out a sharp breath, sweat dotting his forehead. Gently, his hand cradled the small snake that was slowly slithering out from his shirt, a satisfied smile spreading across his face when he saw that he had finally reached level 60. Thank goodness I finally got it, he thought to himself, completely overwhelmed by a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He opened up the crystal shop, which was showcasing some top-tier artifacts. Every single item in the shop was specifically designed for guilds and packed some powerful effects. Hansu thought about the fierce competition that would erupt if these crystal items fell into the hands of other guilds. He knew that in order to protect his interests and those of his teammates, crushing this competition before it even starts is the only way to go. He scratched his head carefully, inspecting every single artifact, pondering exactly how to manage them all. The little snake, meanwhile, had had enough drama for one day and slithered into his shirt, deciding to sit this one out. Hansu continued to size up the shop's offerings and added, "But there is one thing in here that's very useful." As the system notification dinged, confirming the successful trade of 60 crystals and deducting the amount, Hansu flashed a proud, smug grin. "I can pretty much use any weapon," he mused, "but it's always best to stick with an old favorite." He spoke just as a chain materialized in his hand. Yup, it was his signature weapon, the masterfully wielded Regresses judgment. Just holding it sent a familiar rush of confidence through him. Suddenly, the thought of fighting didn't seem so suffocating anymore. With a look that was equal parts deadly serious and totally self-assured, Hansu got ready to test out his old toy. "Time to take this baby for a spin," he declared, whipping the chain around as he prepped for the next round. And right on cue, a pile of disgusting goo began to bubble up from the ground. A fresh batch of monsters was spawning, and Hansu just rolled his wrists, ready to tango with the slowly regenerating skeletons. The world around him bled from the clear light of morning into the blood-red glow of a battlefield. He let out a smirk, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and raw determination. This is why we read Manhwa, for moments like these. There were about 10 days left before the defense quest ended, and Hansu knew he had to be in peak condition. Meanwhile, Gao Tai, sporting a devious grin, had just put the finishing touches on his own preparations for the upcoming brawl. A bright red symbol was now glowing on his arm, a testament to his meticulous planning and absolute resolve. The lovely people Gao Tai invited over were also good to go, all geared up and ready for war with a solid game plan in place. Everyone was braced for a decisive showdown where everything was on the line. Fast forward 10 days. Now it's Fei Li's turn to smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he thought about the delightful chaos about to unfold. Hey, this current batch of travelers is certainly making things interesting. For those who had managed to survive the longest, the game had a little surprise ready for them, basically the plot twist of the year. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, making everyone jump out of their skin. Someone panicked, shouting, "What in the world is happening?" It wasn't even time for the monsters to spawn yet, but the chatter was already kicking off. The confusion spread like wildfire. Monster corpses were strewn about like garbage that had been swept into a pile. And then a skull suddenly moved. Its purple eyes, with their creepy slitted pupils, began to glow with an eerie light. Everyone nearby completely freaked out, screaming their heads off with no clue what was going on. The corrosive demons had all gathered inside the fortress. The monster corpses were suddenly sucked into a mysterious portal, slowly clumping together. And then, like some kind of hideously disgusting Frankenstein project, they started to form a new shape, A monster of incredible power was being reborn. Everyone could feel that something absolutely terrifying was about to happen, as if the same thought flashed through all their minds at once. It's starting. The revival process continued. A truly wicked being was slowly returning, gearing up for a battle nobody saw coming. Honestly, this is some premium grade content for anyone witnessing this epic manhwa moment. The villainess appeared with long, flowing white hair, full lips, and a pair of gigantic horns that were bigger than half her head. The hidden quest on the central island was none other than the Demon King's subjugation battle. And I am the Demon King. You'd better prepare for the massive battle that's about to unfold. Her eyes snapped open. She had no pupils, just a solid glowing crimson. The bright red of her lipstick made her face even more terrifying. Her treacherous smile revealed a set of jagged, serrated teeth. She threw her head back and let out a sinister, wide-mouthed laugh. The sound of her laughter echoed everywhere. Her unique power caused the disgusting piles of corpses to levitate in the air. Her enormous black wings spread wide once more. A crimson barrier shot up, blocking any and all attempts to escape. The blue sky above instantly warped into a deep blood red. The wicked Fei Li let out a laugh as she spoke. To the foolish players, if I were you, I wouldn't even think about getting close to the fortress walls. Because there's no way you're escaping that way. You people have only two options. She smirked arrogantly, savoring the players' confusion and fear. Then she laid out the rules for this little battle royale. You can either stay here and fight the upcoming zombie attack, or you can try to escape using a crystal. But remember, all those zombies from before, they're still here. And if you lot don't want to face them, then you can always choose to face the Demon King who was just summoned inside the fortress. The already gloomy castle suddenly felt a whole lot more dangerous. Du Shan's face went white, utterly terrified at the mere mention of a Demon King. The woman standing next to him, who must be Jiang Min, immediately started freaking out and demanding answers. You didn't say a single damn thing about a Demon King before. Fei, however, remained completely unfazed. He answered as if this was all just a minor inconvenience. Well, I didn't want to mention the Demon King because odds are all of you would just die. But we're out of options now. And for the record, no traveler has ever survived this scenario. Fei continued to lay out the conditions. The crystal will activate 30 minutes after the zombie attack begins, and it can only teleport 500 people. Therefore, half of you will be left behind. But if you manage to defeat the Demon King, every single one of you will survive. You'll all get to leave, even though this event is quite special. I will patiently await your answer. Hearing this, everyone was just stunned, unable to process what was happening. They all looked at each other, the exact same thought racing through their minds. I'm going to be one of the survivors. Cold sweat broke out as their eyes met, each person seemingly peering right into the other's soul. Right on cue, the system window popped up with a countdown timer. Jiang Min exploded, her voice laced with panic and fury. Damn it. I thought we just had to survive for 1 month. Everyone else started losing their minds over this sudden plot twist straight out of a nightmare manhwa. Guta tried to calm the crowd down, clapping his hands for attention. We'll be here for 30 minutes and then we'll escape using the crystal. We just have to hold out. Everyone get ready. Guild Alliance members gather near the crystal, everyone else to the front. He clenched his fists, his face a mask of grim determination, refusing to be broken by this situation. But Jiang Min, boiling with uncontrollable rage, shot back at him. You really think we can't see what you're doing? You're just trying to make sure your own buddies get to escape. Her eyes bored into Gu Te, filled with fury, as if daring him to deny the truth. Gu Te met her gaze and replied calmly. Isn't a solid defense better than running around like headless chickens? We need to think about how to save as many people as possible. Kang Min shot back instantly. That's the logic of someone who only thinks about himself. You don't care what happens to the others, as long as you can protect the ones who will bow down to you. Guk Tae let out a faint smirk, but his eyes were still scheming. He continued, you have a better plan. Even the demons, from the very first day, wiped out dozens of our people with a single attack. So how in the world are we supposed to defeat the Demon King? He had just recalled the scene, having just witnessed Hansu's bloody battle. Guktae became agitated, laughing like a maniac as he provoked Kang Min and the others. What about the rest of you? Do you want to survive to see the next island? Or are you going to charge in like moths to a flame? Unable to argue, he fell silent, biting his lip and wiping his face with his cloak in utter helplessness. Everything had completely changed. The air between them was now suffocating and thick with tension. Du-hyun thought to himself as a selfish idea began to bubble up. We should just ally with the Fog Guild. That might be the only way to get out of here safely. Someone stepped forward, approaching the clan leaders, and declared bluntly that the only way for everyone to escape was to hunt the Demon King. Du-hyun looked up, completely stunned. When he realized it was Hansu, the man continued explaining that if they focused their efforts on hunting the Demon King, then all the survivors would have a chance to get out of this place. Du-hyun was furious, thinking to himself, why does this guy always have to meddle in other people's business? Just worry about yourself. Unable to retort, he just bit his lip in silence, wiping his face with his cloak, completely powerless. The entire dynamic had shifted. Guktae glared at Hansu first. He was clearly annoyed, trying to maintain a serious expression, but he couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. You really think you're going to survive this? Or are you just trying to be the main character in your own action, Manhwa? Hansu just shrugged, letting out a nonchalant sigh. Who knows, but if we just sit here waiting for the crystal, I guarantee you more than 500 people are going to die. And if you guys don't think that number's grand enough, trust me, it can go a lot higher. Even the goons Guktae invited started to get on board. After a quick self-pep talk, they were like, alright, this is unbelievable. But it's not like those other guilds have any reason to side with us anyway. So let's just treat this Demon King hunt like a casual stroll in the park. A very, very deadly park. They all turned to Hansu, figuring that going toe-to-toe with a Demon King was probably less of a headache than listening to any more half-baked plans. Alright, we're in with Hansu. Yuxian, on the other hand, was cursing up a storm in his head, knowing the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. He thought to himself, I have to stop him now, even if I have to physically beat him with a stick. But first, he mused, I need to figure out how to crush their morale. Otherwise, they'll swarm me like an angry beehive before I can even lift a finger. Wuxian activated the seal on his arm, sweat literally pouring down his face. Looking over at Hansu and his fired-up new allies, Yuxian couldn't help but think, with all this extra work just trying to stay alive, I'm probably going to turn into a demon myself sooner or later. Just as Yuxian was plotting, Hansu suddenly whipped his head around, staring him down, with a gaze so sharp it could cut steel, making him flinch. Hansu let out a little smirk. Hey, you can drop the whole internal power struggle routine. I know exactly what you're planning. But now's not the time. Save your energy for the monsters. The dude practically jumped out of his skin, scrambling to dodge a threatening whip of Hansu's chain. The chain slammed into the earth, creating a massive impact right where he'd been standing. Hansu retracted his chain, his eyes radiating pure power as he delivered a cold-as-ice warning. You can't handle the consequences. Du Shihong was so terrified he froze, not daring to move a muscle. Meanwhile, Ji was giving him a death stare that made it crystal clear he wasn't letting this go. Guktae was quietly running the numbers in his head. For now, we'll just try to cooperate and wait for the perfect moment. We totally saw this scenario coming. Du Shihong looked back at him, clearly feeling that something was very, very wrong. Meanwhile, a different idea was cooking in Ji's brain. Let's agree to his plan for now, but in a crazy manhwa like this, there's always a chance to turn the tables. As for Ha Nong and Kang Min, who already despised each other, they were now forced to be on the same team, cranking the tension up to an explosive level. Hansu glanced around, sensing the disagreement within the group. He said to his allies, well, it looks like you've all made up your minds. But hang on a sec, we've got to deal with this first. With a smirk, Hansu strolled casually toward the crystal. With one powerful motion, he gripped the crystal tight, his gaze absolutely unwavering. The pressure from his grasp made the slab of crystal begin to crack. Fissures spread across its surface as everyone watched in utter disbelief. No one could stop him in time, and in a flash, the crystal shattered into pieces. Tiny fragments rained down onto the ground. Both Guktae and Dune were completely aghast. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shouts erupted from all around. "What the hell are you doing?" But Hansu just gave a faint smile, looking completely satisfied with his decision. He replied slowly, his voice calm but razor sharp. "Since we're going into the fortress, we won't be needing that anymore. Leaving an escape route will only make everyone weaker." Hansu's words were like a shot of adrenaline to everyone's morale. A chorus of voices rose up in agreement. "He's right. We have to look forward. Let's take down the Demon King together." "Follow Hansu." The cheer echoed through the area. His allies were fired up, absolutely ready to face the fight ahead. This whole epic scene feels like it was ripped straight from the pages of a legendary manhwa. But then Hansu suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. He told them, his voice filled with determination, "Don't follow me." Then he slowly began to retract his chain, bracing himself for an epic battle. The air seemed to grow heavy around him. Time itself felt like it had frozen, leaving only raw tension and a burning resolve. The battle had truly begun. The heavy doors creaked open slowly, revealing the entrance to the ancient, mysterious fortress. The space inside was dark and gloomy, a complete 180 from what Hansu's group had seen from the outside. They stepped inside, their footsteps quiet, but they couldn't hide their nervousness. Hannon looked around, taking everything in. Surprise was written all over his face as he realized that this place was nothing like the fortress they had seen before. Deeper inside, the light from the candles slowly shifted into an eerie, magical purple hue. The atmosphere suddenly turned all sorts of bizarre and menacing. The group kept shuffling forward, their feet dragging from the sheer suffocating tension. They pushed deeper into the fortress, where the shadows were so thick they seemed to swallow everything whole. Flickering flames started to appear in the distance, glowing against the inky black void, and cranking the claustrophobia up to 11. The hallway stretched on and on, a bottomless abyss that seemed to go on forever with no end in sight. Every single footstep echoed in the empty corridor, with every tiny sound getting amplified, making everyone's heart pound right out of their chest. Suddenly, the whole crew froze, realizing that their surroundings had gone from creepy to "get me the heck out of here." The shadows seemed to thicken and the air grew heavy, like right before a storm. Up ahead was just a curtain of black pierced by faint purple lights pulsing in the distance. And it wasn't long before a chilling laugh echoed from afar, shattering the tense silence. That sound, it definitely didn't belong to anyone in their party. No, this one was dripping with a bone-deep, horrifying malice. The Demon Queen appeared. Her silhouette stood out sharply against the darkness, her eyes glowing bright and a wicked, mocking smile plastered on her face. "Well, well, well," she purred, her voice slicing through the silence. "Did you all really come this far just to play with little old me? In that case, I'm not about to let you leave so easily." Instantly, the door behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom, the sound shaking the very air around them. A wave of pure panic erupted through the group as they realized they were completely trapped in this godforsaken fortress. And just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, a system notification popped up announcing that the fortress had been sealed. What a classic manhwa trope. They didn't even have a second to react before the floor beneath them began to shake violently. The sound of cracking and splintering erupted from all sides. The floor fractured, and massive chunks of it began to crumble right under their feet. The whole party started screaming their heads off, flailing around as they tried to stay balanced amidst the chaos. The cracks in the floor widened, revealing terrifyingly dark voids down below. And from those very cracks, hideous arms began to rise, all slow and spooky-like. These arms were literally on fire, wreathed in vibrant purple flames, looking like they'd just clawed their way up straight from hell. It wasn't long before a whole host of disgusting creatures started popping out of the ground. A welcoming committee of goblins with razor-sharp fangs appeared, their mouths stretched wide as they let out blood-curdling screeches that seemed to shake the very air around them. One of the younger guys in the group shrieked in terror, screaming for help as one of the monsters lunged right for him. But just as he was about to become Monster Chow, our boy Hansu whipped out his trusty chains and hogtied the beast, stopping its attack cold. Hansu turned to his team and said, his voice unbelievably calm yet dripping with authority. All right, everyone, chill out. These things are just trash mobs, no different from the fodder we've been fighting all day. Hearing their leader's no-nonsense pep talk, Hansu's team actually started to get a grip. They regrouped, bracing themselves for the fight ahead. Hansu shot a glance at the kid he just saved, his eyes cold and sharp with determination. He ordered, "Just stay calm and fight, we can handle this." Hansu's gaze then shifted back to the shattered floor, his eyes carefully scanning the debris for the slightest movement. In his mind, he knew the real problem here was the gate. To even get a shot at the Demon King, they had to crash this party first. Suddenly, the ground started shaking even more violently, and a pillar of fire erupted from the rubble. Everyone immediately went back to panicking, scrambling away to avoid getting barbecued. From within the inferno, a knight holding a sword emerged, absolutely radiating a brilliant purple light. Seriously, this dude looked like he was straight out of a heavy metal manhwa cover. The knight's eyes glowed a menacing red, filled with nothing but pure hatred and the promise of death. Hansu recognized it instantly. This was the Gatekeeper Demon, a major league boss they'd have to take down. The familiar sound of screams echoed all around as everyone tried to, desperately scrambling to get away from the horde of demons, literally clawing their way up from the ground. They popped up in droves, completely swarming Hansu's party. The demons lined up in perfect formation, their glowing red eyes locked onto the heroes, looking like they were about to devour every last one of them. One of them let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound so powerful it practically echoed through the panels. It swung its sword in a massive arc, a strike so brutal it could have wiped out everything in its path. Dust and debris exploded into the air, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Once Hansu got his bearings, he immediately barked orders for everyone to get into battle formation. He laid out the strategy quick and dirty. We've got two main targets. All you support class members will get to the backline now. Long-range attackers, you're up front with me. Anyone who's still a bit green, you handle crowd control on the fringes. Dongguo, standing nearby, piped up nervously. Whoa, hold on, if we just charge in like that, we're gonna get ourselves killed. Han Shou didn't even let him finish cutting him off as he initiated the attack from the left. I'll go first, and without another moment's hesitation, Han Shou launched himself straight at the monster horde, leaving poor Dongguo standing there completely stunned. As he fought, Hansu was already observing and analyzing his opponent like a supercomputer. This Gatekeeper Demon seems to be a knockoff, he thought. A budget version of the Abyss Gatekeeper. Weaker, but it's got the same basic moves. Based on that intel, Hansu could practically predict its next attack before it even happened. He expertly swung his weapon, closing the distance to the monster in the blink of an eye. His long chain whipped towards the beast, with terrifying speed, but just as it looked like a guaranteed headshot. The demon managed to parry the weapon away at the last second. Han Shou didn't even flinch, his mind already 3 steps ahead. More importantly, I can just use the power of Deridos to my advantage. These chains are tens of meters long after all. The chain whipped around and coiled tightly around the sword the monster was holding, instantly locking it in place and making it impossible for the beast to move freely. Suddenly, Han Shou was the puppet master, effortlessly controlling the demon's movements and completely neutralizing its power. He yanked the chain taut, forcing the massive monster to lose its balance and come crashing to the ground. And just like that, the demon was completely bound, unable to move a muscle and totally at Hansu's mercy. He let out a little smirk, clearly pleased with how his plan was unfolding. The bind and suppress tactic was a total success. Not only were the chains draining the monster of its magic, but they were also hitting it with a nasty curse that crippled its abilities, a classic debuff from your favorite action manhwa. Sure, this little trick was draining every last drop of Hansu's magic. But hey, he still had the situation on lockdown. That glowing rope coiling around his arm, yeah, that was his ultimate demon-busting weapon. Glancing back at his teammates, Hansu deadpanned. So are you guys just gonna stand there and stare? His sheer power left the entire team absolutely gobsmacked. They were basically statues, completely unable to process what they were seeing. It took them a solid minute to reboot their brains after witnessing Hansu's insane skills. Rongguo was the first to snap out of it, rallying the troops. Hell no, we're not get ready to attack. Remember you're fighting for the glory of our guild. Heeding Rongo's call, everyone roared back in unison, yes sir. Another member chimed in shouting out a strategy. Anyone with low defense, hang back and support from the rear. Hey, let's push people. Jimin's voice cut through the noise. I'll take point. With a unified battle cry, the entire team surged forward. They crashed into the beast, a whirlwind of gleaming steel and righteous fury. Rongo joined the fray, his sword practically vibrating with a powerful aura. Jimin, a blur of motion, weaved through the monster's attacks with impossible speed. Meanwhile, Xia provided cover from the rear, loosing a volley of magical arrows that zipped toward the enemy. The team moved like a well-oiled machine, a perfect attack pattern you'd see in an epic manhwa. Boom! The assault was relentless. Weapons and spells erupted in a chaotic symphony of destruction, completely engulfing the demon's colossal frame. Wave after wave of brutal attacks rained down the battlefield, lighting up with explosions of magic and fire. The demon staggered back, its blazing red eyes glowing, as it gathered power to shatter its restraints. Hansu saw it coming a mile away. He instantly knew, those flames, it's trying to summon hellfire. And right on cue, a blinding light struck the ground, shattering it as the team screamed in terror. Err! The demon began to thrash violently, desperately trying to snap the chains that held it. The sheer terrifying power of the beast was enough to shatter Hansu's control, and in that instant it let out a deafening roar. Hansu was thrown back by the force, but his resolve didn't waver for a second. He yelled to his team, "Keep up the attack," even though the chains were still wrapped around the demon's chest. Hansu knew that if one of its attacks landed, blocking it would be next to impossible, but giving up wasn't in his vocabulary. He tracked the demon's every move with razor-sharp focus, his eyes locked onto the monster's chest, right where he'd spotted a weak point during the chaos of battle. With an explosive leap, Hansu shot forward like a bullet, aiming straight for the monster's core. And with a single fatal thrust, his blade pierced straight through its body. But the hellfire kept blazing, completely unfazed. Jimin screamed in terror. That hellfire, it's making all our attacks useless. However, Hansu paid that warning zero attention. He just kept ramming his weapon straight into the demon's chest, letting the fierce flames lick at his skin and burn his flesh. The searing pain shot through every cell in his body. But Hansu gritted his teeth and endured. I have to get that firestone out, he thought, reaching for the very spot where the hellfire was being summoned. In a decisive moment, Hansu used every last ounce of his strength to yank, pulling the object right out of the demon's body. His hand was being scorched away by the flames, but he couldn't care less. With one tight squeeze, Hansu crushed it and the thing vanished into thin air. Down below, the onlookers couldn't help but stare in absolute confusion. They started whispering amongst themselves. What in the world just happened? The fire surrounding the demon, it's gone. Hansu retracted his chains and ordered, keep attacking. He glanced back at them, his eyes radiating a cold, powerful aura. It was as if to say, don't worry about this thing anymore, just hit it. It can't use its fire anymore. Suddenly, someone in the group screamed, Kang Hansu, watch out! He heard it and immediately whipped his head around. In the blink of an eye, Hansu perfectly dodged an attack from another demon, the same one the non-guild members were struggling with. Rongju cried out, her eyes fixed on the people who had just been taken down. Look! The group started to panic as they noticed their comrades falling. They began shouting for help from one another. Save us! At the monster's feet lay the bodies of the defeated, and it just stood there looking down on them with arrogant contempt like a final boss in some twisted manhwa. The crowd started chattering fearfully. Shouldn't Kang Hansu be dealing with that demon too? What are we supposed to do? They were terrified and panicking. Meanwhile, GC watched from a distance, a smug smile playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, they're starting to waver, this just got a whole lot easier. Judy slowly strode towards Hansu, a scornful sneer plastered on his face. He stopped right in front of him, his eyes filled with provocation. And then he started shifting all the blame onto Hansu's shoulders. With utter contempt, he sneered, Kang Hansu, you've pushed everyone to their deaths, and now you're just going to play dumb. He didn't hesitate to point an accusing finger right in his face, blaming Hansu for every single thing they were now facing. They're starting to falter. This is about to get a whole lot easier. Gutestrodum. Slowly toward Hansu, a nasty smirk plastered all over his face. He stopped right in front of the guy, his eyes practically oozing provocation, and proceeded to dump all the blame squarely on Hansu's shoulders. With a look of pure contempt, he sneered, Kang Hansu, you've dragged every single one of us to death's door, and you're just going to stand there playing dumb. He didn't even hesitate to jab a finger right in his face, blaming Hansu for every single problem they were up against. This is all your fault. You got us into this mess, so you damn well better take responsibility for it. Meanwhile, Hanan, who was kind of busy wrestling with a pack of monsters, wasn't about to stay quiet while Goot ran his mouth. Fending off an attack, he roared, "Shut your trap and get over here and lend a hand." He threw all his weight into shoving a monster back before landing a vicious kick that sent it stumbling away. Hanan kept on calling him out, reminding everyone that Goot was the one just standing around, on the sidelines spouting a whole lot of useless nonsense. Goot, however, was completely unfazed by the criticism. Instead, he shot Hanan a challenging glare, declaring that he was no weakling. You think I'm not fighting because I'm weak? Ha, let me show you the difference between me and an empty barrel that just makes a lot of noise, like you. Goot dramatically flung his coat behind him and roared for his own special forces to advance. His personal squad of goons immediately launched themselves into the battle, swarming the monster in front of them. Heavy sword strikes hacked into its legs while arrows flew straight into its chest. Finally, the monster collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. One guy in the group couldn't help himself, blurting out, "That was insane." Hansu stood perfectly still, observing before signaling for everyone else to engage. He casually slung the chained blade over his shoulder like a true Manhwa badass, and advanced to face a demon that was just about to bring its sword down. As its blade slammed into the earth, rock and dirt exploded everywhere. But Hansu had already dodged, leaping high into the air with lightning-fast reflexes. The monster's eyes burned with pure hatred, but Hansu remained completely calm and collected. He twists in midair, flinging his chain and unleashing a series of flawless slashes from the monster's shoulder right down to its hip. After executing the move, Hansu lands perfectly without a single tremor. Dune watches from a distance, completely stunned. So stunned, in fact, he can't even get a word out. He just can't believe that the very monster it took a dozen of them to even stand a chance against was just single-handedly defeated by Hansu. What even is he? Du Hyun mumbles in sheer disbelief, while everyone else is still scrambling to follow Hansu's orders. He remains completely calm, not even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Gook is over there trying to show off the power of his special forces, but his little display doesn't even begin to distract Hansu. He whips his chain out again, tying up the monster and yanking it to the ground. The entire team immediately rushes in, and their combined assault makes the beast roar in agony. Seeing his opening, Hansu coolly walks forward and, with one final mighty slash, ends the creature's life by lopping its head clean off. It's a scene straight out of an epic manhwa. The monster's head rolls onto the ground as the chain slowly goes slack. A terrifying silence falls over the entire area. Hansu just stands there, his cold eyes scanning the crowd. It's as if he's the undisputed king of this battlefield. Guk, despite having witnessed this incredible power, is absolutely seething with jealousy, but there's not a single thing he can do about it. You can see the mixture of anger and fear, plain as day in his eyes, but his feet are frozen to the spot, completely powerless. Everyone starts to gather around the monster's corpse. Du Hyun is holding a gemstone, and he lifts it up, suggesting they use it to trade for items in the shop. He explains a bit awkwardly that their special forces were created with the help of the guilds, so investing in the unit is kind of a big deal. Gook, however, just smirks and declares that the gemstone will be used by the Smog Guild first, since the special forces belong to the Alliance. Hearing this nonsense, Du Hyun looks confused and asks, since when did the Alliance create a special forces unit like this? Xie immediately retorts, muttering that this was all the result of some shady backroom dealings. She frowned, glancing over at Hansu and wondering how in the world the Alliance had managed to get their lord under its thumb. However, it seemed Hansu couldn't care less about what was happening around him. The guy just casually walked over, opened up shop, and got back to work as if he was in a completely different story. Shen and Gu rushed over to Hansu, worried sick that the Alliance was secretly plotting against him. But Hansu just flashed them a cool smile, reassuring them that he already knew everything and there was nothing to worry about. Xia was still skeptical. What could you possibly know? Hansu replied in that infuriatingly calm voice of his. Unless they've got a real master plan, we might as well just sit back and watch the show. With that, he went right back to his work, completely unfazed by the storm of anxiety around him. Right beside him, his little snake companion stuck close, a silent and loyal sidekick. Hansu knew he was prepared for anything. After all, no self-respecting manhwa protagonist gets caught by surprise. At the same time, Hanan and Jimin joined the huddle, discussing how the Alliance members had finally moved to the front lines. Hanan was trying to be optimistic, figuring things would get easier now that they weren't just sitting ducks in the rear. However, Jimin was still fuming seriously, doubting if the Alliance's so-called unity was even real. Rongguo cut in, reminding everyone that if they ever wanted to get out of this mess, they had to team up and take down the Demon King first. The whole group agreed that the mission ahead was a monumental challenge, but bailing now was definitely not an option. Just as the tension in the air was getting thick enough to cut with a knife, a powerful voice suddenly sliced through the chatter. A girl strode up to Hansu's group and introduced herself as Ceylon. She walked with an air of pure confidence, announcing that the one and only way out was to destroy the Demon King. But then she went and placed her hand right on Hansu's chest, which made more than a few jaws in the group hit the floor in shock and annoyance. Jimin didn't even bother, hiding her jealousy while Xia and Hanan just stood there looking completely helpless. Hansu, living up to his classic cold-as-ice CEO persona, immediately smacked her hand away. He was not interested to this sudden intimacy and just motioned for everyone to keep moving. He paid absolutely no mind to Hanan's complaints and quickly led the group forward. As the team pushed deeper into the area, they were suddenly stopped dead in their tracks by a massive barrier. While they were busy chattering amongst themselves about how to get past this new obstacle, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. It was Fei Li who appeared, with a smug, mocking smirk plastered on his face. He declared that they didn't actually have to defeat the Demon King to open the gate to the next island, they just had to hold out for another 30 minutes. This little piece of info left the group absolutely dumbfounded, but Fei Li wasn't done talking. He continued to explain that if they could just hang on, the crystal on the throne would activate, opening a portal to any island they wanted. Alternatively, they could just use the crystal to buy their way out. But he cheekily added that it wasn't the official route. Hansu stood there silently, his mind racing. He realized that Fei Li's twisted game hadn't changed at all. This was just another trap to test them. After offering a devious little farewell, Fei Li vanished, leaving the team to brace themselves for the fight of their lives. Over at the Demon King's throne, his shadowy figure materialized in the oppressive darkness. The Demon King gave a silent command and the corpses littering the ground began to rise. Dry bones clicked and scraped together, forming bizarre skeletons, and from the shadows, reborn dark souls charged straight toward the battlefield in a classic manhwa moment. The Demon Queen sat casually on her throne legs, crossed a cocky smile never leaving her lips. At her side stood the minions she had personally created from dark magic. Hansu stood not too far away, his eyes fixed on her, quietly assessing the Demon Queen's power. This is just a downgraded version, he thought. Not even half as strong as the original back in the abyss. I know all your moves. But while Hansu was busy analyzing, a skeletal spirit suddenly lunged at him. Its jaw was unhinged, ready to swallow him whole in an instant. In that critical moment, the system shop window conveniently popped up, suggesting he could use his crystals to purchase an artifact. A blue light began to pool in his hands, gradually forming a brand new weapon, a pair of chain scythes called the Judgment of Decratos. Without a second's hesitation, Hansu flung the chained blade straight at the monster. A sharp whooshing sound cut through the air as the chain shot forward, embedding itself directly into the skeletal spirit's head. Struck by the blow, the spirit shrieked in agony. while Han Su steeled himself preparing for the showdown to come. He decides to bust out Kratos' two unique skills, separation and salvation. The dagger in his hand gets a power-up glowing with a brilliant blue light. Han Su summons a whole barrage of smaller sharp daggers. This time he's playing for keeps. The blades zip through the air, heading straight for where the Demon King is chilling. However, she doesn't even flinch. The Demon King's minions quickly jump in the way, taking the hit for Han Su's attack. With a wicked grin, she raises a hand to her face, chanting some magic, channeling it into her palms before unleashing a ridiculously powerful attack right at Han Su. The spell hurtles towards him, and it's packing some absolutely devastating power. How pathetic. The Demon King laughs maniacally, but Han Su refuses to be overwhelmed. He quickly throws up his chain, blocking the Demon King's blast. The repeated collisions create a series of ear-splitting screeches. But the Demon King doesn't let up. She keeps hammering Han Su with magical pressure like something straight out of a brutal manhwa. There are just way too many monsters around. Amidst the chaos, one of his party members speaks up, suggesting they should help out their teammate by buying some time. Her gigantic power forcing him to constantly fend it off. The battle gets even more intense when the Demon King issues a summoning command. For yet another monster, this colossal beast charges straight for Han Su, obeying its master's command. Tear them to shreds for me. Even though he's cornered, Han Su stands his ground. He commands his teammates, I'll handle the Demon King. You guys deal with the summoned monsters. Ha-nan turns back looking worried and shouts, but there are too many of them. He then screams over at Ji, aren't you gonna fight? However, Ji and his crew just stand there looking completely unfazed. And he replies in a chillingly cold tone, stay back, don't get dragged into this. His answer infuriates Ji Min and she absolutely loses it. I knew those scumbags would pull something like this. Han Su just scoffs, realizing what Ji's real plan is. He says to Ji Min, just hold off the Demon King for a bit. Ji Min, completely stunned, replies, what? How are we supposed to stop the Demon King without you? The Demon King overhears this little exchange. Her eyes go wide and she breaks into a thrilled, wicked grin. She wasn't done yet, summoning another monstrous creature. And just like that, a colossal hand burst forth from the ground, barreling straight for Han Su. Faced with a scene straight out of a horror manhwa, all our hero could do was stare in stunned silence. Nearby, Rongguo was giving it everything he had, throwing up a massive shield to protect Han Su. He gasped for air, barely holding on against the immense force of that attack, weakly sputtering out. We can't keep this up for much longer. Get back here now. Han Su immediately switched gears, his ice-cold gaze locking onto the group of deserters. The cowards were in a full-blown panic, yelling at each other that there were just too many monsters. Amidst the chaos, one of them actually found his voice, suggesting they should help their teammates by buying some time. But his noble idea was immediately answered with a blade straight through the mouth, and he dropped dead on the spot. No way, it can't be, he muttered to himself. But Aiki, both of my hearts were supposed to have been destroyed. Han Su's eyes shot wide open as a horrifying realization dawned on him. The Demon King, who was supposed to be dead and gone, was getting back up. He took a blade straight to the mouth and dropped dead on the spot. Du Xuan, completely freaked out, screamed, what the hell is going on? Guotai, flashing a wicked grin, ordered his men, it's time to take out the trash. He didn't hesitate for a second, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. Guotai's soldiers swarmed forward, turning on the very people who were once their allies. Standing amidst the chaos, Du Xuan roared, you think we're just gonna lie down and die? Fight back. But it was a slaughter. His men were completely overwhelmed. They fell one after another, powerless against Guoti's ruthless assault. Seeing how badly things were going, Jun decided to try a different tactic. He tried to reason with Guotie, the battle's not over yet. If this keeps up, we're all going to die. You and your precious guild won't make it out of here alive either. But Guotie, he couldn't have cared less. He just laughed coldly and shot back, doesn't matter. They've already chosen to die for their king. Guotie's words sent a cold sweat down Du Xuan's back. Panicking, he thought to himself, their king? Who in the world is he talking about? Just then, one of the traitors lunged at Du Xuan, a sharp dagger in hand, screaming, it's time for you to die. All Du Xuan could do was freeze, watching the blade fly straight for him. But before it could find its mark, the dagger was sent flying by a powerful blow. In the nick of time, Han Su appeared, saving Du Xuan's skin. He picked up the fallen dagger and said coldly, "So you finally decided to show your true colors. You and your filthy little schemes never change, do you?" Godi, absolutely furious at Han Su for crashing his party, roared, "Weren't you supposed to be fighting the Demon King? What in the world are you doing here?" His eyes were practically spitting fire with rage, as he watched Han Su casually wreck his entire plan. But Han Su cool as a cucumber. He knew Godi was just a pawn in a much bigger, nastier game. Just another lackey willing to do anything for his shadowy master. Han Su just gave Godi a level look, completely unfazed by the guy's empty threats. He could see right through him. Godi was nothing more than a puppet, a disposable pawn sent to slow him down, but Han Su wasn't about to get sidetracked by these cheap little tricks. He replied calmly, "You've got it all wrong. I'm not here to get in your way. I'm here to make you an offer." Godai was skeptical, to say the least. But before he could even process that, Han Su had already turned his back and zipped back to the main battlefield. Over there, his teammates were still getting absolutely pummeled by the Demon King. Waneng was in deep trouble, desperately trying to hold his ground. But he knew he was running out of time. Just in the nick of time, Han Su dove straight back into the fray, whipping out his chains to snatch a giant beast and rip it to shreds. Seeing Han Su pop back in, Xia demanded, "And where have you been?" Han Su just casually brushed off his shoulder and replied coolly, "Just setting up the next phase." "The next phase?" Xia practically shrieked. "What next phase?" But Han Su offered no explanation. His eyes were already fixed on the scene unfolding in the distance. He Nung was struggling to help a fallen Rongguo while Ji Min was sent flying. "Ji Min!" He Nung yelled, his voice laced with panic as he looked at his friend. Ji Min, who had just taken a massive hit from the Demon King, staggered to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Surveying the scene, the Demon King let out a contemptuous laugh. "Oh, this is starting to get tedious." She raised a hand to the sky, and another monstrous arm erupted from the ground like something straight out of a horror manhwa, poised to smash them into paste. But Han Su wasn't about to let that happen. He launched his chains straight at the Demon King. The chains coiled and weaved expertly around her giant limb, before locking tight around her entire body. The Demon King let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated fury. "You dare!" But Han Su, he wasn't even close to finished. He just casually threw up a hand, signaling his teammates to stay put. A baffled Ha Nan yelled out, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping us?" But before they could even process the why, a torrent of violet flame erupted from the Demon King, barreling straight for Han Su. And Han Su took the hit, dead on. His body was sent flying like a ragdoll. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, kicking up a colossal cloud of smoke and debris. His teammates screamed his name in absolute despair, "Kang Kang Han Su." The deafening blast shook the very ground they stood on. Everyone was screaming Han Su's name in a panic, their vision completely choked by the thick, swirling smoke. Is he gone?" Someone managed to choke out their voice, laced with desperation, as they tried to peer through the impenetrable smog. There was no sign of him anywhere, and a wave of anxiety washed over them. In that moment, the terrifying reality of losing their leader, their hero, began to sink in. But Xiaxi kept her cool, scanning the area and trying to rally the troops. "No way," she said. "There's no way he'd go down that easily." But deep down, even she couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Han Su was the cornerstone of their entire team. If he fell, they were all doomed to a truly grim fate. Just as the words left her mouth, a battered and exhausted Ji Min pushed herself up from the wreckage. She looked to the sky and pointed, "Look up there." Everyone whipped their heads around to where Ji Min was pointing, and their jaws collectively hit the floor. Han Su was not only alive, but he was hovering in midair, already prepping his next devastating attack. Seeing him not just surviving, but ready for round 2, it was a classic manhwa protagonist moment. They were struck with a mix of sheer awe and admiration for his insane tenacity. Without missing a beat, he unleashed his next skill. Reinforced blades materialized from his hands, shooting down faster than the wind straight for their target below. The razor-sharp blades pierced through the chains, cinching them tight and slamming the Demon King face first into the dirt. Any attempt at resistance from the Demon King was now utterly hopeless. Hansu's power was just overwhelming. As Hansu unleashed his final slash, one of the Demon Lord's wings plummeted to the ground, blood gushing from the wound in a torrent staining the entire battlefield crimson. Everyone watching erupted in cheers. The attack had actually worked. They believed victory was just around the corner. But instead of collapsing, the Demon Lord let out a horrifying maniacal laugh. The crowd's excitement quickly curdled into dread. Ha ha ha, how amusing! She sneered, her voice dripping with pure contempt. As she summoned her demonic power once again, a new wing slowly began to sprout from the severed stump in a truly grotesque display. Hansu thought to himself, is she really planning to drain her magic just to fight me with raw power? I can't let this fight drag on any longer. He knew damn well that if he didn't end this and end it fast, their chances would drop to zero. Determined not to give his enemy a moment to recover, Hansu tightened his grip on his ancient blade, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He realized that the Demon Lord was gathering an insane amount of energy for a counterattack. Her wings began to twist and transform, morphing into gigantic hands that clasped together, emitting blinding beams of purple light. Hansu wasn't about to let that happen. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air and expertly dodging the incoming energy blasts. He knew this was the decisive moment, the kind of epic showdown you'd read about in a manhwa. At the same time, the Demon Lord relentlessly expanded her wings, making them even larger and more menacing. She was about to bring them crashing down right on top of Hansu, but he quickly yelled, "Hanan, the great sword now!" Without a second's hesitation, Hanan hurled the massive blade toward Hansu. In that fleeting instant, he snatched it from the air, remaining perfectly calm as he processed the situation. The Demon Lord's colossal wings smashed violently into the floor, shattering the ground and sending deep cracks everywhere. Xia, Jimin and Hanan could only stand there, completely stunned by the spectacle, absolutely terrified of what Hansu's fate might be. An eerie silence fell, with nothing but dust and smoke rising from the rubble. But just when they thought it was all over, a figure emerged from within the dust cloud. He was still there, completely unscathed. Hansu swung the great sword with all his might, slicing clean through the Demon Lord's gigantic wings. The Demon King. Yeah, the Demon King could absolutely not believe her eyes. A look of pure shock was plastered across her face. "How could you possibly?" she shrieked. Her face twisted with rage, but Hansu wasn't about to give her an opening for a comeback. He zipped past her, closing the distance at a blistering speed, and with a scowl he brought his sword down. The Demon King desperately tried to blast him with a torrent of fire to stop him, but Hansu didn't even flinch. He lunged forward, pressing his blade to her throat as blood erupted from the wound. She let out a pained groan, unable to comprehend that she was actually being defeated. The crowd around them erupted into a flurry of whispers. Is it over?" They exchanged baffled looks, watching in amazement as the Demon King's enormous wings began to slowly disintegrate. But the triumphant silence was short-lived. The crystal remained completely unchanged. There wasn't a single sign that their victory had actually been confirmed. "Why isn't the crystal reacting?" Cries of panic started to ripple through the crowd. A chilling fear began to creep into their hearts. Even though he'd just defeated the Demon King, Hansu's face was grim. "It's not over yet," he stated. His voice was ice-cold and laced with tension. He'd clearly sensed something was deeply wrong. He clutched his side, a clear sign that he'd taken some serious damage during the fight. But before anyone could even process what was happening, the Demon King's maniacal laughter echoed through the air once more. Her eyes snapped wide open, glowing a furious crimson red. "You think I'd go down that easily?" she bellowed, and in a classic Manhwa power-up scene, a fresh explosion of dark energy sent Hansu flying. Hansu slammed violently into the wall behind him. The brutal impact racked his body with pain. The Demon King had decided it was time to unleash her true power, with absolutely nothing held back. "Now you face my full might," she shrieked, her ecstatic laughter echoing all around them. But just at that moment, A spear came flying out of nowhere, piercing straight through the Demon King's arm. The surprise attack forced her arm back, completely deflecting her devastating move. Everyone was utterly stunned when they saw who had thrown the spear. It was none other than Xia. She had saved Hansu from the Demon King's finishing blow right in the nick of time. The Demon King shot Xia a look of pure contempt. "You pathetic insects!" She spat, her voice dripping with disdain. Without a second thought, she summoned another monster, sending it hurtling towards Xia at an insane speed. But Jimin was already on the move, leaping in to protect his comrade. With one powerful slash, he severed the monster's soul. Xia let out a sigh of relief, praising Jimin. "Awesome work, Jimin. But we've only bought ourselves a little time. Fall back now." The Demon Queen, however, wasn't going down that easily. She raised her hand, gathering an immense amount of dark energy, preparing to unleash one final attack meant to annihilate them all. "If you dare to run, just try it. I'll make every last one of you disappear." She cackled, her eyes filled with madness as she prepared to launch her destructive blast right at Hansu. Hansu was just struggling back to his feet after a hard fall, with only seconds to react. A torrent of dark energy shot straight for him, slamming into the spot where he stood. Everything around them exploded like a panel from an action manhwa. Shrapnel and dust flew everywhere, completely obscuring everyone's vision. The powerful shockwave from the explosion sent everyone flying. "We're being swept away by the blast's shockwave." Han-an cried out in a panic, trying to find Han-su through the thick smoke. Dongji anxiously called out Han-su's name. "Kang Han-su, are you still alive?" From within the thick smog, a flash of blue light suddenly shot forward. It was Han-su's blade. The good news is he was still alive and he hadn't given up. The blade flew straight and true, piercing the Demon Queen's chest as blood poured from the wound. Even though she was fatally wounded, the Demon Queen still managed a crazed smile. "I can't believe you're still alive after that hit." She said it with a look of amusement, as if she were praising Hansu's resilience. But he, his face covered in blood, just replied blankly, "Finally, I can rest now." The Demon Queen's laughter died down as she gripped the blade, trying to yank it out of her body. But even as her strength failed, she couldn't stop hissing. To think such a pathetic little attack could actually get past this damned absolute power of mine. But she knew all too well that her time was running out. Everyone around them was stunned by what they were witnessing. The Demon Queen was still standing despite her grievous injury. "Look," someone shouted. "The monster's dead. There's the crystal." In that single moment, a wave of excitement surged through them as they all looked and saw the crystal sparkling brilliantly on the throne. A system notification popped up, signaling that the victory condition had been met. "We finally did it," one of the party members cheered. "The crystal is glowing. We've succeeded." A wave of relief washed over everyone, pure joy lighting up their faces. Hansu had defeated the Demon Queen. Cheers of victory erupted from all sides. The survivors were overcome with elation, realizing they had passed the horrifying trial. "We actually did it," they yelled to one another, beaming with pride that they could finally advance to the next island after taking down their most fearsome foe. But just as the celebration was getting started, the Demon Queen's body began to convulse violently. A crimson light burst from within, engulfing her corpse in flames. The excitement in everyone's eyes quickly warped into sheer terror. "Fire, what in the world is happening?" Someone screamed, trying to make sense of the nightmare unfolding before them. Hansu couldn't hide his shock either. He was frozen stiff, staring at the Demon Queen's burning body. It was as if she were some unkillable final boss from a dark manhwa series. She flashed a monstrous grin. Her deep guttural voice echoed across the field. "Finally, I'm starting to feel a little thrill. I can't just let the party end this easily." The Demon Queen's face twisted into an expression more hideous than ever before. She cackled, bursting with sick excitement. She was already fantasizing about her next massacre. Her eyes burned with an insatiable desire for destruction. "I swear I will burn everything to ash before I'm completely erased. Whatever it costs, I'm dragging every last one of you down with me." The crimson flames completely consumed the Demon Queen's body, a signal that her power was surging to its absolute peak. She had nothing left to lose, and she was determined to turn everything to cinders. before she herself vanished. The crimson flames wrapped around her entire body, a terrifying sign that her power was reaching its zenith. With nothing left to lose, she was dead set on turning it all to ash before she faded away for good. All to ash before she was gone. Hansu sensed the immense danger, bracing himself for her final cataclysmic attack. But just as the Demon Queen was about to unleash her devastating final blow, an unexpected voice cut through the suffocating tension of the battlefield. That's enough. That sharp, cold voice belonged to Fei Li. He pointed a finger at the Demon Queen, completely unfazed by her whole reign of terror vibe. I can't believe you'd actually dare to use your real power in the tutorial zone, Fei Li said. His tone was sharp, like he was scolding a naughty child. You've broken the rules, and for that you will be punished. Without another moment's hesitation, Fei Li summoned a gigantic arm out of thin air. The thing looked like a colossal entity grabbing the Demon Queen's body and crushing it in its grip. The Demon Queen was horrified, realizing she was trapped by a force beyond her wildest nightmares. Showing zero mercy, Fei Li ordered his pet erase her. The colossal arm, his eyes glazed over in thought. I still have so much to deal with. He muttered to himself, a reminder that this was just one small step on a very long road. Hanan, standing next to Hansu, sounded completely deflated. All of us took down that monster and we only get one reward for it. He shot Hansu an annoyed look, unable to hide his frustration. It seemed like all their hard work had boiled down to a single solitary prize. Dong Guo, who was nearby, quickly chimed in. Hey, don't worry about it, everyone knows you're the one who killed those monsters. He was trying his best to smooth things over. A guy with a heart condition like me would have had a heart attack by now. Tightened its grip, making it impossible for the Demon Queen to fight back. She shrieked and struggled, but Fei Li's power was just on another level. The Demon Queen, once their greatest nightmare, was now nothing more than helpless prey in the hands of the true ruler. Fei Li pointed directly at the Demon Queen. His eyes dripped with contempt as his icy voice rang out. Who gave you permission to run wild like this? Not even waiting for a response, Fei Li barked another order to his subordinate. Drag her over here. A short, simple command, yet it was absolutely dripping with authority. Fei Li didn't need to waste another breath. Down below, Hansu just stood there, hands in his pockets, looking up at the whole spectacle. For him, none of this was even remotely surprising anymore. The drama just kept unfolding right in front of him like some over-the-top manhwa. And Hansu just sighed internally. Great, another dramatic scene. But even while restrained, the Demon Queen wasn't about to go down without a fight. She let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed everywhere. You're the one who brought me here, and now you're telling me I can't use my power. I'm not going anywhere, I'll kill every last one of them. This pathetic scum, the Demon Queen's voice was a mix of pure rage and desperation, as if she just couldn't accept being captured without a real fight. Fei Li's smile vanished. His face darkened and his eyes turned as cold as ice. This is why I despise mongrels like you. That single sentence was like a death knell for the Demon Queen. After Fei Li's chilling warning, the Demon King was left with no other choice but to accept his fate of being well recalled from existence. Fei Li's underlings immediately went to work, showing absolutely zero mercy. Everyone standing around could only watch this horrifying spectacle unfold. They said nothing, silently observing as Fei Li coldly crushed the Demon King's corpse into pulp. Blood and guts went flying, creating a gruesome scene straight out of a horror manhwa that no one dared to look at directly. Even the most courageous warriors had to turn their heads away, hoping to avoid some seriously unwanted mental scars. Fei Li, meanwhile, turned back around as if he hadn't just turned a king into chunky salsa. He let out a little laugh, his voice cheerful as if he'd just wrapped up a magic show. Sorry about that, everyone, a bit messy, I know, but don't you worry. It's all over and done with, which means it's reward time. Fei Li flew over, a bright, beaming smile plastered back on his face. He congratulated Hansu's group. Congrats you guys on defeating the Demon King. But tragically, there's only one reward, so I'll be giving it to the person with the highest contribution. Hansu, as usual, didn't seem particularly thrilled about getting a prize. His face was still a perfect mask of utter indifference. Great, another headache to deal with, he thought to himself as he accepted the gem from Fei Li. The gem glowed brightly in Hansu's hand, its light reflecting in his pensive eyes. It was powerful for sure, but definitely not the kind of thing you could use without a second thought. The system quickly popped up with the item's information. Upon use, all ancient rune stats would be fixed at a whopping 99.99% for 1 day. But afterward, all those stats would plummet to a pathetic 0.01%. Hansu smirked. Now that's what you call a devil's bargain. Fairy just shrugged and gave a cheerful wave goodbye. All right then, see you all on the next island. And just like that, he vanished into thin air. Hansu looked down at the gem in his hand, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I've still got so much to deal with, he muttered under his breath, reminding himself. This was just one tiny step on the long, grueling road ahead. Han Nung, who was standing right next to Han Su, spoke up, his voice dripping with disappointment. Are you kidding me? Our entire crew took down that monster and there's only one reward. He glared over at Han Su, unable to hide his seething frustration. It felt like all their blood, sweat, and tears had been boiled down to a single solitary prize. Dongguo, who was standing nearby, quickly jumped in to mediate. Hey, chill out. Everyone knows you were the one who killed all those monsters. He tried, she muttered. Seeing her walk out all by herself, he asked suspiciously, why did you come alone? Where are the others? In response to his question, she replied, I deliberately waited for them to leave first before I came. So, no one else is coming. His face soured. You're not a single soul. She said, I deliberately waited for them to leave first before I came. Seriously, no one's showing up. His face soured. You could hear crickets chirping, not a single soul in sight. Look, I deliberately waited for them to clear out to let things cool down, she explained. But judging by the long faces, nobody was feeling particularly cool. The post-battle exhaustion was starting to hit, painting every face with a lovely shade of, I need a 5-year nap. Meanwhile, Sia was tucked away in a corner, her mind racing with a million worries. Those clowns from the Smog Guild, they're not just gonna let this slide, she thought, a chill running down her spine as she remembered the traitors who had turned on them. I need to get in touch with our guild members, now. Jimin, ever the battle-hungry warrior, didn't miss a beat. So, why don't we just go and wreck their faces? Her voice rang out with total confidence, as if wrecking faces was just another item on their to-do list. But Hansu just waved her off, completely shutting down that idea. It's done. He had zero interest in getting tangled up in any more drama. It was time to focus on the main prize, and that was the only thing on his mind right now. All eyes drifted to the empty patch of air where the monarchs had just been standing. A wave of hushed whispers rippled through the crowd, a cocktail of shock and pure horror. They're gone. The tattoos vanished too. That means they're dead. It's finally over. Xia froze, a tremor running through her. No way, she gasped, her voice strangled with fear. The Smog Guild, they betrayed us. They must have used their special forces to abduct the monarchs. Standing nearby, a cold, knowing smirk played on Hansu's lips. Deep in the gloomy woods, a mysterious figure cloaked in black from head to toe moved like a phantom whirlwind. This isn't just any manhwa, it's an action-packed one. He was a blur of motion, twin swords in his hands dripping with fresh blood. Guktae's entire guild had been, well, deleted, not a single one left standing. Looks like the trash has been taken out. Let's rewind the tape a few minutes, shall we? Guktae and his crew were gathered around a massive tower, the place they believed held some kind of ultimate power. Guktae was sporting a smug grin, absolutely convinced he had this whole thing in the bag. Perfect, he gloated. My only job is to stir up some trouble and wipe out all the monarchs. Piece of cake. Guktae figured everything was perfectly under his control, but fate had a nasty surprise in store for him, one he never saw coming. As Guktae ordered his minions to tie up the monarchs, he was certain he could now grant his guild an immense power. He recalled what Hansu had given him. Those shimmering crystals, a sweet deal for a backstabber. Hansu, that idiot, he sneered. We only made a deal with him to get ourselves out of a jam. Go contact them now, Guktae commanded his underling. Hey, it seems we've landed in a different spot than our return point. Suddenly, one of the goons shouted a warning. There's someone over there, a dagger whizzed through the air, piercing a guild member straight through. A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Guktai panicked. Who I can't sense a thing, a mysterious voice echoed from the shadows. So you really showed up? I was honestly starting to have my doubts. The voice put Guktai's entire group on high alert. They desperately scanned for the enemy but saw no one. The darkness was so thick, they couldn't tell friend from foe. An unseen force slowly grabbed hold of Guktai's legs, rooting him to the spot. Why can't I move my legs? I'm sinking into the ground. Guktai's terrified voice cried out in desperation, but no one came to his aid. I already set a little trap, you see. A ghostly figure flickered into existence right behind Guktai, his face pale and expressionless, looking like a vengeful spirit straight out of a horror manhwa. It's an item that activates after a set amount of time, he said in a monotone voice. It all worked because I knew your exact location. My sixth sense is top tier, you know. Guktai stammered in a panic. No way, how could you possibly know? The ghostly figure smirked. Did you forget I'm the king of observation? My sixth sense is better than Google Maps. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade pierced straight through his chest. Guktai collapsed, his blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Standing nearby, Du-hyun witnessed the horrific scene, the color draining from his face. Please, spare my life, he screamed, his voice trembling. I'll obey your every command. I'll even donate to Jade Rabbit Studio. The mysterious figure only replied coldly. Not a chance, kiddo. And quick as a flash, he lunged forward, smashing Du Xuan's face into the ground. The impact was so intense that the earth itself cracked, looking like it had just suffered a mini earthquake. You don't have what I need, he said slowly, raising his hands, preparing to wait for the arrivals from the central island and slaughter every last one of them. Slowly, the man removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. This is the first I'm hearing about a central island and the tower, he muttered to himself. I have no clue what that guy was on about. But as always, he was just as deadly as ever, and man was he captivating, like the protagonist of a great manhwa. In Shangjin's memory, an image of Han Su appeared and spoke, You want me to use you, don't you? If that's what you truly want, fine. Han Su said, Follow my instructions to the letter, and you can become far more powerful than anyone else at your level. Head to the place I told you about. Whether you decide to follow me after that is entirely up to you. An unnerving silence fell as Han Su quietly vanished right before his eyes. A twisted, almost addicted smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, Han Su, trusting you was the single greatest decision of my life. Now, all I have to do is wait. Beneath the moonlight, a glowing crystal materialized in a desolate forest. Two figures stood there deep in discussion. The old man spoke, Damn it all. The old woman shot back, Who? Li Guotai. She frowned, crossing her arms as she asked. Don't tell me the Central Island mission was a failure. The old man grunted. Damn it, the old woman replied. Who? Li Guotai. She scowled, arms crossed. So the Central Island mission failed. He's a goner, isn't he? The man immediately answered. His last point of contact was the Demon King's fortress. So he most likely died there. At the very least, he cleared out some of the fodder for us. Saves us the trouble of grinding. He clenched his fists, revealing a glowing symbol on them. It was the same one Guo Tai had. He seethed. I anticipated this, so it makes no difference. It appears we have an obstacle in our path. This time I will handle it myself and teach that whelp some manners. He was certain that their targets were heading for the Tower Island, a place that held far greater rewards than any other. And after using that crystal, there is only one route to get here. His guild began to prepare for battle. They've surrounded the Spirit Stone. The man gloated, None of you are getting out of here. In one piece, an image of countless small separate islands came into view floating in the sky. It was all perfectly illustrated on a map. The map of the islands handed out on the Ascension Road looked like something out of a fantasy manhwa showing hundreds of islands to climb. The islands were split into 3 main stages, starting of course with Stage 1. Here on the Ascension Road, it's like a game of free fire. You first get past the military island. Then you reach the Sky Gate. It's a mad dash against the training sessions. As if they were just out for a jog, they had to cross the Stage 2 islands. which included the central island. And finally, they would reach the Stage 3 islands. To complete the tutorial, one of the islands in Stage 3 is rumored to grant the highest tier rewards. Hansu laid it all out for the others. He explained the rules of hopping between these islands. To power up, there's the Tower Island, he said. It's basically the hot drop zone in Free Fire where you find all the best loot. But that also means the competition is absolutely savage. You could get taken out before you even know what hit you. However, he said, chasing high-tier rewards to get stronger is a perfectly understandable goal. Hansu smiled, but his voice suddenly grew heavy. This whole time, mind you, he was still casually chewing on a juicy piece of meat. That's when someone finally spoke up. Confused, they asked, "What are you trying to say?" He shot them a serious look. "I'm saying, if you're heading to the Tower Island just for the rewards, you'd better think again." Despite his serious explanation, they just stared back at him with completely clueless expressions. Over on the side, Han Qian was practically drooling just looking at Han Su's piece of meat. He thought to himself, just how much food does that guy have stashed in his inventory? Don't be fooled by his appearance. This young man has a serious talent for eating. Han Su continued to grill them. You guys almost got completely wiped out this time. After heading to the central island just for the rewards, am I right? His face still had some food on it, but his eyes were razor sharp as he looked up, warning them to think very carefully. I'm giving you some honest-to-God advice here. His stark warning made everyone tense up. Surviving on the Tower Island is way harder than the central island. There's no point in getting cool powers if you're just going to die before you get any stronger, he added. One of them asked, so what are we supposed to do then? Xie raised a hand. Wait, so you're not going to the Tower Island either? Off in the distance, Saigon was striking a classic pose, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar. It seemed she'd overheard the entire conversation. Hearing her question, he just shrugged. Hey, you can find a reward on any island. I'm just giving you all a warning, he added. From here on out, you're responsible for your own skins. The girl in the distance heard this, gripped her sword, and promptly spun on her heel to leave. After hearing his rather grim warning, Xie stroked her chin thoughtfully. And here I thought he was the type to go big or go home. Guess I was wrong about him. Seeing that the guy had a point, Rongju spoke up to defend him. He's making a lot of sense. He just told everyone that their guild managed to convince the rest of the adventurers to join them. The monarchs are gone. Everyone's exhausted and needs to recover. So heading to a safe place is obviously the smartest move. He concluded, now that's what I call a real leader. His words are as sharp as his attacks. Han Su looked up to see Rongju holding out his hand. We're about to leave, he said, reaching out to our boy. He continued with heartfelt gratitude. I want to thank you for everything. We only made it out alive because of you. But Han Su, ever the edgelord, didn't even bother to shake his hand. He just turned away and said, see you around, if you manage to stay alive. Even after that savage cold shoulder, Rong Guo just took it in stride, casually replying to his send-off. Yeah, you too. He turned to Hanan and said, let's go. Hanan, right by his side, replied, right. Seeing them leave, Jimin turned to Xia for her call. Shouldn't we get ready to move out too? Xie, deciding to heed Han Su's warning, answered. That guy told us not to go to the Tower Island. I think it can't hurt to listen. Suddenly, a shimmering portal materialized inside the tower, erupting in a brilliant flash of golden light. The commander had made his decision, but you could still hear some of the others whispering nervously. So we're really going somewhere else. I'm so sick and tired of places like this. Going somewhere even Han Su can't handle is just way too risky. This isn't some action manhwa, you know. Han Su finally spoke up to the remaining people. You all go on ahead. I've got something I need to take care of. Rongguo nodded. All right, then we'll head out first. Commander Rong Guo, along with Hanan and their teammates, began walking towards the Golden Magic Gate. He glanced back over his shoulder one last time. Try and stay alive. Hope to see you again. Over on the other side, Xia just muttered, yeah. Jimin, noticing she was dragging her feet, started moving forward. She let out a hump and declared, I'm going on ahead. The short-haired girl nonchalantly said, do whatever you want. He saw this and simply stood by watching without saying a word. Xia also began to walk toward the barrier gate. Before stepping through, she looked back at him to say her goodbyes. I don't know about goodbye, but I'll see you again. And with that, everyone had passed through the enchanted portal. The gate gradually vanished, leaving Han Su standing there alone watching them go. But Han Su knew that one person had remained. He glanced back, asking her suspiciously, "Why didn't you go with them?" Hiyu turned to face him. Her eyes filled with confusion as she shot the question right back at him. I'm not one of them. So why on earth would I go with them? The two just stared at each other for a long, tense moment. Why haven't you left yet? Shi Guan, the girl with the signature freckles, retorted, Why didn't you go first? I needed to check something, he replied. Oh really, did your family used to sell snake oil or something? She teased, You lay on the charm so thick with everyone you meet, it's honestly a bit much. Hearing that, Han Su spun around and shot back, Fine, have it your way. He then slowly started stepping into the new barrier gate. Halfway through, he couldn't resist turning back to say one last thing to her. See you on the next island. We'll talk about whiplash. One second he's giving her the cold shoulder, the next he's giving her butterflies. His sudden departure left her completely baffled, muttering, What? By then, he was already gone. She immediately activated a device, whispering to someone on the other end, They're gone. But I'm sure some of them are heading in that direction. Beyond the gate, a man with long flowing orange hair made his appearance. He grumbled to himself, This message certainly took its sweet time. Noticing the gate pulsing with a powerful light, he looked up, a curious glint in his eye. Have those little pests finally arrived? His hand shot to the hilt of the sword at his side. All around him, an entire squad of masked assassins lay hidden in the shadows. He gave the command, Get ready. With a wild grin, he clutched his sword and sprinted towards the portal, roaring, I'll kill the first one that comes out. The barrier gate burst open, unleashing a blindingly brilliant light. He spotted a figure emerging and narrowed his eyes, coiling his muscles for the attack. He bellowed, Eat dirt! But the person who stumbled out of the portal was the freckle-faced girl from before. She let out a baffled, Huh. He swung his sword straight at her, sending her into a panic. Luckily, she managed to duck just in the nick of time. Her face went chalk white as she scrambled away, her eyes as wide as dinner plates. Barely escaping the attack, she finally caught her breath. Well, that was a pretty warm welcome. A little too warm, actually, nearly gave me a heart attack. Trying to greet someone for the first time with a sword, what a classic Manhwa villain move. The girl with the short hair and freckles threw both her hands in the air, signaling her complete and utter surrender. At the same time, she sized up the orange-haired man in front of her. He stared right back, his guard clearly still up. He demanded, Who are you? Me, oh, I'm just a simple tourist. She replied with a voice dripping in pure, unadulterated innocence. A tourist? You got one of these? He flashed a green-colored card. She pulled out her own card in response. I've got one too, but mine's blue. I bet your card works just like mine, doesn't it? Waited for everyone else to leave first. Is no one else coming? His face soured, not a single soul. In response to his question, she said, Oh, I deliberately waited for them to clear out before I showed up. No one's coming. His face was a mask of frustration. Not a single ant. You must have stayed until the very end, just to be sure. She confirmed it with absolute certainty. Yep, I definitely saw them all leave. There's no mistaking it. I can't believe they all fell for that chain user's stupid trick. What a classic Manhwa protagonist move. All beauty and no brains, the lot of them. He muttered under his breath, then his voice rose in fury. It's that guy again. Both of those damn monarchs ran off just because of what that brat said. Veins popped on his hand as he squeezed the trunk of a large tree. He was so furious he channeled his energy into it, making the tree explode from the inside out. His face was absolutely thunderous as he growled. He's really starting to get on my nerves. The tree he had crushed crumbled into tiny pieces, scattering across the ground. He felt powerless. We can't kill them. Trying to locate the gate by using my people is completely pointless. Just then, a middle-aged woman with a bob haircut appeared beside him. He turned and asked Sijin, Do you have any idea why he would do something like that? She waved her hand dismissively, clearly bored. Who knows? From the way he was fighting on the front lines, it seems like he just wants to protect people. He's never actually killed anyone either. It just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. He tries so hard to act all mysterious and dangerous, but really he's a total sweetheart. Now that's style straight out of a manhwa. The old monarch was radiating pure murderous intent. He's going to be a major obstacle to our plan. Then he issued an order to the middle-aged woman. Relay this to all the guild members on the other islands. If they see Kang Hansu, kill him on sight. But Kang Hansu is strong, the woman shot back. Once he got what he wanted, he finally gave the guy some praise. Nicely done. The man let out a sigh of relief. Then he adds, thank the heavens. Now I'm off to the next island. Hearing Hansu's praise, Shang Jin's face turned beet red. Man, the drama in this manhwa is getting seriously intense, folks. Looking like some kind of twisted monarch, he sneered and said, no, didn't you say he doesn't kill people? If they attack him, tell them not to hold back for a second. He strode right up to the woman, grabbed her by the scarf, and warned in a low, dangerous voice, don't you dare forget our objective. You haven't forgotten what the other monarchs did, have you? Hearing that, the woman looked genuinely worried. His voice was like steel, eliminate all obstacles at any cost. The woman clutched her chest, her heart aching with fear for all the people they had already lost. As the two of them turned to leave, the man spoke up, John, report on Kang Hansu's arrival and the weapon he's using. Now it's time to head to the tower. Seeing him just walk off, Cyan quickly asked, my lord, aren't you going to wait? He replied coldly, I don't like to wait. And with that, he ordered the assassins, everyone fall back. Back at the battlefield, that golden barrier gate shimmered and opened once more. And from within its light, a familiar silhouette stepped through. It was none other than Hansu, the very guy our villain had been so impatiently waiting for. But our boy Hansu was way ahead of them. He knew exactly what their plan was, so he'd intentionally taken his sweet time getting there. Seeing that the coast was clear, he thought to himself with a smirk, looks like they've already skedaddled. Knew he'd give up eventually. He never changes. All right, time for me to get a move on. But hiding deep in the forest was a mysterious cloaked figure. Hansu strolled right past, and it was obvious. He'd already sensed the guy's presence. He called out casually, how long have you been hiding there? Busted. The hidden figure was visibly startled. Realizing it was Hansu, he pulled back his hood to greet him. Long time no see, Hansu, I did as you asked. Hansu, all business as usual, cut right to the chase. Did you bring what I requested? The man under the cloak was Shang Ren. He answered with a grin, still the same as ever, huh? I brought them right here, the earrings of the 7 siblings. He handed the items over to Hansu, a slightly puzzled look on his face. I have no idea what you're planning to do with all this stuff. He was thinking as he watched the kid's body morph into a girl's, that he was about to totally freak out. Thank the heavens, now on to the next island. The moment Hansu praised him, Shang Jin's face turned beet red. Oh my goodness, folks, this is getting seriously intense. He just knew that the second he saw himself as a girl, he would scream his lungs out in a complete panic. And yup, the moment he transformed, he let out a terrified shriek. What's with that look? You used the artifact, didn't you? Hansu started to explain it to him. This way it'll be a lot harder for anyone to recognize us. And just like that, Hansu is officially a girl, and my god, what an absolute bombshell. We're talking top-tier manhwa waifu material. Alright, time to head up the tower. In the dead silence of the night, a towering pagoda loomed before them, looking incredibly grim and chilly. Inside the tower, on the first floor's main hall, little groups of people were already splitting off into different factions. Everyone seemed to be wondering where the best place to stand was. Should they go with the side that has more people, or maybe find a less crowded spot? We were seriously lucky to even make it this far. But there are fewer people here than I thought. A young man in an orange hat mumbled as he scanned his surroundings. He continued, right about now that little punk is probably having to use that obnoxious voice of his to explain everything. As he spoke, the guy glanced over at a girl in a black outfit in the distance. Wait a second, he's not even here. The girl had a killer figure, a dash of attitude with her short tomboy hair, and a tight black shirt, and she was busy talking to someone. The guy in the orange hat felt a flicker of recognition. Who is that? She looks so familiar. He was staring so intently that he didn't realize he'd been caught. The girl suddenly turned to look right at him, her ice-cold gaze making the guy flinch in shock. Before he could even figure out how to react, she started walking straight for him. You keep staring at me like that. Is there something you want to say? She looked up, her captivating sea blue eyes just radiating style and personality. The guy in the orange hat felt like his soul had just left his body. He was completely stunned. He stammers, have we met before? Somewhere, right? His mouth is asking, but his mind is racing. Even the way she talks is so damn familiar. While the two of them are lost in thought, a guy in glasses pipes up from a distance. Hey, are you two together? You know what they say. The guys with glasses are always the most dangerous. He saunters over, making his pitch. His tone is exactly like one of those pyramid scheme recruiters. Want to join our party? Our guy in the cap immediately tries to shut it down. Ah, no, we're not together. But before he can even finish explaining, the girl grabs his arm and yanks him along. Let's go. All our hero can think is, damn, she's got style. Cut to another location. Someone asks, we have enough people, are we ready to go? In front of them is a massive gate glowing with an ominous blue light, a classic Manhwa portal. He and the girl are now standing with a whole group of strangers. The guy with the glasses speaks up again, his voice a little strained. Since everyone used to be in their own guilds, it's been a bit tough to find new recruits. Lucky we found you two, haha. It seems the higher we go in the tower, the bigger the rewards. But a hothead with bluish-purple hair isn't having any of it. Why are you flapping your gums so much? Let's just get in there and get this over with. He lets out a smug sneer. All we have to do is go in, take out the others, and the survivors get the prize. We didn't come here to make friends, so cut the chatter. How many of us do you really think will survive this? I can already tell who's going to be the first to die. So let's stop wasting time. Han Shu gives him a cool, calculating, and ridiculously captivating look. The scene changes completely. Now they're surrounded by gigantic ants. Just looking at these monstrosities is enough to make you break into a cold sweat. People start shouting commands to each other. Attack them one by one, separate them from the swarm. With two glowing yellow eyes and a nasty mouth flanked by one large pincer and one small one. The hideous creatures charge, attacking everyone in sight. They attack relentlessly, forcing the party to grit their teeth, fight back, and try to wipe them out. This is the kind of action you look for in a good manhwa. One of the ants smacks a brown-haired girl, sending her flying. Just as it looks like she's about to be finished off, our guy in the orange cap and Han Shu hear her scream and spot the trouble. Han Shu thinks to himself, this earring of the Seven Sisters is having all my stats. There's no way I'm fighting them head-on in this condition. But then a small green dagger materialized right in Han Shu's hand. Time for a little self-assessment, he thought. Gotta see what this current body can do. And just like that, it was go time. Han Shu made a beeline straight for the brown-haired girl. You're in my way. He shoved the guy in the orange cap aside, basically saying, move it, scrub the main characters here. Then gripping his dagger, he charged headfirst at the ant. Thwack! The blade sank deep into the monster. He then vaulted into the air, using the momentum to plunge the dagger straight into the ant's back, finishing it off for good. He glanced up thinking, normally I could have crushed this thing with my bare hands. Now it actually takes a bit of effort. This whole situation feels like a starter-level manhwa. The brown-haired girl, finally catching her breath, spoke up. Thank you for saving me. You took down that giant ant with nothing but a tiny little weapon. You must be a seasoned fighter, huh? She added, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I'm actually looking for someone really strong around here. I heard he goes around helping people and uses some kind of chain weapon. Do you happen to know him? I really need to find him. He shot back with that signature ice-cold bad boy tone that you always read about. Stop asking me such pointless questions. Hearing that Mr. Orange Cap decided he just had to chime in. Hey, a little conversation never hurt anybody. Why do you have to be such a jerk about it? Seeing she was getting absolutely nowhere with our moody protagonist, the brunette turned to Mr. Orange Cap. How about you, do you know him? I heard he's on the central island and is crazy powerful. His name is Jiang Han Su, isn't it? At this, the edgy girl with them just cracked a smirk. A little conversation never hurt anybody. Why do you have to be such a jerk about it? Seeing she was getting absolutely nowhere with him, the brunette turned to the other guy. Do you know him? I heard he's on the central island and is super strong. His name is Jong Han Soo, right? Hearing this, the edgy girl with them cracked a smirk. Jong Han Soo, the guy in the orange cap, sputtered, completely taken aback. He looked a little shifty. He nervously scratched his head and started explaining, "Yeah, I know the guy. We started out from the same place." Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up like a pair of high beams. "For real, is he on your team?" "That's awesome." Ha Yun, meanwhile, who clearly couldn't care less, just coldly turned and walked away, without a single backward glance. The other two, however, kept chatting. Mr. Orange Cap asked curiously, "But how do you even know about Jong Han Soo?" She replied, her eyes lighting up with delight. "I've heard the adventurers whispering about how absurdly strong he is. You're on Kang Hansu's team, aren't you? Any idea where he is right now?" The guy in the orange hat could only muster a look that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts pure regret. "I have no idea. That guy's always off doing something. Heaven only knows where he is now." He said one thing, but in his head he was thinking, if there are rumors about some crazy strong dude named Kang Hansu, then it's definitely gotta be him. He glanced back at Hansu, a thought crossing his mind. Come to think of it, she kinda has the same vibe as Kang Hansu. At first I thought he was all talk, but if Kang Hansu hadn't been there, a lot more people would have been dead for sure. He must have surpassed my level ages ago. Meanwhile, back with the rest of the guild, a guy with bluish-purple hair piped up looking all high and mighty. "Are you kidding me? No artifacts. We killed a whole swarm of these ants and all we got were these lousy runes. Well, with this many people on a low difficulty floor, the item drop quality is gonna be garbage. Huh. Hey, there's a door over there. It looks just like the one we used to get in." The guy with the glasses chimed in. And just like that, a massive dungeon door appeared glowing with a blue light straight out of a fantasy manhwa. "Looks like we can finally head to the next floor. Wait, do we still get artifacts if we just leave now? In that case, let's just bail." Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the room. "I don't think so." The purple-haired dude grinned like a maniac, his face splattered with the blood of the poor soul he'd just logged out of existence. He roared, "I'm going to kill every single one of you." Talk about a classic manhwa villain monologue. "So I'm supposed to take care of the people who just went through, right?" But before Hansu could even answer, she shot the idea down herself. "I get why you'd want to do that, but there's no way we can handle all 40 of them." Hansu just nonchalantly replied, "What are you talking about? You guys only need to take on 10 of them at once. And take all your artifacts for myself." And with that, he charged in, launching into a merciless slaughter. He laughed maniacally as he cut them down. "You're all dying because all you do is run. Every last one of you is a pathetic weakling." He then made a beeline straight for Hansu, who was just about to counter, but the psycho knocked the knife right out of his hand. As Hansu fell to his knees, the attacker loomed over him, taunting arrogantly. "What the hell is this? I thought you were supposed to be the strongest one here. How pathetic, you're just too weak." Orange Hat Guy was shaking like a leaf, but he still tried to act tough, stepping in to protect the girl. "Get back, hide behind me. When I give the signal, you run as far away as you can." But little did he know the person behind him was pulling out a little something of her own. The girl casually signaled for him to stay put, leaving the poor guy's jaw on the floor in utter confusion. She whipped out a crossbow, aimed it, and said, "If you move, I might miss." An arrow flew straight into Purple Hair, instantly logging him out of existence. Orange Hat turned back ecstatic. "That was amazing. You got him right when he let his guard down." The girl replied, "Hey, it's my first time using this, so I'm not that great," naively believing this girl was on his team. He never saw it coming when she pointed that very same crossbow right at his face. She continued, "I was supposed to kill both of you at the same time, you see." One shot straight to the head and Mr. Orange Hat crumpled to the ground on the spot. And that, folks, is why you don't trust anyone until the credits roll. With business concluded, she cheerfully scooped up the artifacts, smirking, "That takes care of both of those pests." She then got on the line to report to her sovereign. "There's no chain user in room M on the first floor. I've already dealt with the others. If I catch him, I'll bring him to you as a gift, my lord. If I find him on the next floor, I'll report back immediately." She was so wrapped up in her report that she didn't even notice Han Shu slowly getting back to his feet. The sovereign on the other end replied, "Understood." That's when Han Shu's voice cut in, "What if he's right here?" She jumped. Whipping around, she nearly had a heart attack when she saw Han Shu was still alive. "I thought you were—" Before she could even finish her sentence, a blue chain shot out, wrapping around her body and squeezing tight. Han Shu strode forward, pressing a knife to her throat. "Were you looking for me?" "Peekaboo's surprise didn't see that coming, did you?" Han Shu leaned in, grinding the dagger against the girl's neck. She was absolutely horrified, her eyes bulging with a fear that screamed, "I'm about to wet myself." But you were clearly," she stammered. Han Shu stared right into her eyes, his voice as cold as ice. "My acting skills aren't too shabby, are they? Don't even think about contacting that sovereign of yours." Before she could utter another word, Han Shu clamped a hand over her mouth, his razor-sharp gaze freezing her in place. "Don't worry, I'll pass on a message to him for you." And just like that, she hit the floor out cold. Han Shu casually unwound the chains from his feet, muttering to himself. "Seems like they only planted one person in here, a classic Manhwa trope. And that snake of his, it's just chilling with a stone in its mouth." Han Shu never expected them to fold that easily. He stared straight ahead, muttering, "But we'll be seeing each other again soon enough. I've heard about this before, back in the tutorial area during my past life," recalling what Jian had told him. The hidden dungeons aren't exactly separate entities. The tower has a very specific structure. It's a massive, impenetrable fortress, and you have to clear these dungeon rooms to climb to the higher floors, which means there must be dungeons that go beyond the third floor. Han Shu just stood there, an imposing figure coolly scanning his surroundings. That was the ultimate goal of the tutorial area after all. Now in the main hall of the second floor, Han Shu stood alone thinking, all right, I've got a few things to take care of first." He glanced down at the ring on his finger. "My current artifacts are just not up to par," he thought. "Except for a growth type one like Numaha's, the rest of this stuff is pretty much garbage." A sudden noise from the side broke his concentration. "I need to find some new artifacts to replace this subpar junk." While everyone else was buzzing with conversation, Han Shu was completely lost in his own strategy session. "All right then," he decided, "I'll make the most of the hints you gave me." A number suddenly flashed up on the announcement board. People started freaking out, shouting, "Wait, only 50 people made it from the first floor. Hurry up!" The scenery abruptly shifted, dropping them into what looked like a dense, sprawling jungle. Fei Li floated overhead and announced, "Welcome challengers to the second floor. I'll give you a quick rundown. You've been waiting long enough, haven't you? So let's get this show on the road." A treasure chest materialized, overflowing with gleaming runestones. Fei Li chirped, "Welcome to Treasure Island. It's a lovely place full of crystal-clear springs and lush greenery. You lot certainly have good taste for picking this room. Of all the rooms in the tower, this one is by far the biggest. A truly epic, manhwa-sized stage. Your mission is to defeat the treasure's guardian." Fei Li then conjured a golden orb and explained, "Bring the treasure to the center of the island to exchange it for an artifact." Everyone listened intently, their faces etched with anxiety. "Your time limit," Fei Li continued with a grin, "is 2 weeks. And of course, where's the fun if things are too easy, right? Only those who successfully trade the treasure for an artifact and claim it as their own will be allowed to leave. In other words, if you don't get an artifact, you die." A flurry of blue notification screens popped up, all showing different numbers. There's only one treasure, so you can choose to take a bunch of artifacts and save absolutely everyone, or you can grab fewer higher quality ones and just let some people die. Fei Li let out a wicked grin. "The fewer the artifacts, the better the quality. I do hope you all make a wise choice." A different number appeared before each person. In total, there were 128 guardians. Fei Li said he'd mark them all on the map. Han Shu could hardly believe what he was hearing. 128 guardians in just 2 weeks. He glanced over at the others to see how they would react. Suddenly, a bold woman stepped forward and declared, "I have a plan." The blue-haired girl let out a confident laugh and explained her strategy. "We split into 5 teams, 10 people each. Each team will hunt down and eliminate 2 guardians per day." She looked around at the crowd. "You can all handle that, can't you?" The moment she finished, the crowd started murmuring nervously. You want the guilds to cooperate, and in teams of only 10, anyone without a guild is going to be at a serious disadvantage. Hansu listened in, thinking it wasn't a half-bad plan. Suddenly, from the middle of the crowd, a blonde girl poked the guy next to her. He instantly got the message and spoke up, "We agree with the plan. 2 guardians per team per day. Sounds reasonable. But if this plan fails, you're the one who'll take full responsibility. Our guild already has enough people. Those 2 over there will be the ones calling the shots." At this, the others grew even more agitated and confused. Right now, we don't have much of a choice but to follow along if we want to live. If we find the treasure, we'll let everyone know and meet at the center immediately. Meanwhile, our classic stoic manhwa protagonist Hansu hadn't moved an inch, just silently observing the chaos. 5 more people over here. Our guild is already past the 10-member mark. God. He stared at the map that was now materializing in front of him. All 128 guardians were scattered throughout this dungeon. I need to move fast. Without saying a word, he quickly turned and walked away. For now, I'll just handle this on my own. The blonde girl watched him go, completely baffled. Where the heck is he going? The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed nearby. There's a piece of the seal here, a stone slab slid aside, and then a booming voice announced the condition. I shall grant you all one opportunity. Will you undertake the quest, or will you choose death? The choice is yours. And I'd bet my life no one but me has ever actually succeeded. Jang Hansu, I'm only telling you this, so you better clean out those ears and listen. Of all the orbs you get from defeating the Guardians, only one of them glows, the rest are all just normal types. Everyone else just gets greedy for the treasure and usually throws these spheres away. Jiang Hansu closed his eyes, saying with dead seriousness, but I've discovered they aren't just ordinary orbs. Then he threw up his hands, declaring with an air of mystery, aren't I just a genius? If you collect all 32 of these orbs, you can trade them for an artifact that mimics the Philosopher's Stone. You had no idea, did you? Then he burst out laughing like a complete idiot. Discovering hidden events like this is my specialty after all. It's what makes me such an infuriating pain for everyone else. Seriously, does this guy ever shut his trap? Jiang Hansu immediately spoke up. While it's different from the Philosopher's Stone that Anwei Alalin ate, the effect should be pretty much the same. The difficulty of this dungeon is getting crazier by the minute, and the number of times we can face these things each day is severely limited. He gripped the hilt of his dagger, striking a cool manhwa pose. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Just don't let anyone else find out. Outside, something was lying motionless on the ground. It suddenly shot to its feet, sending dirt and rocks flying. A colossal monster appeared, completely covered in mud. It tilted its face to the sky and let out a bizarre cry. Hearing that sound, everyone immediately craned their necks to look up. What was that noise? Fairy's voice suddenly rang out. The second guardian has been eliminated. Congratulations to you all. Killing 2 in a single day. At this rate, you'll complete your mission in no time. In that instant, a loud scream pierced the air. Everyone group up. What was that sound? Whose scream was that? The girl turned her head and said, I know. The monster loomed up from behind her, opening its ugly fang-filled mouth to chomp down on her. But she gracefully leaned back, dodging the attack. Then she raised her leg high, preparing to unleash a kick. And just like that, the monster was sent flying 1,000 meters away, writhing in agony and drooling all over the place. What an epic manhwa moment. Right after an arrow shot out, piercing straight through its gut. The way he was standing looked like it was ripped straight out of a manhwa. You could have clearly dodged that without even looking. I guess I just wasted my effort. The girl scoffed. You should have just handled it yourself from the get-go. The 2 of them went back and forth for a bit. We haven't run into a single guardian yet. But everyone's moving so damn fast, we've only managed to snag the small fry. The girl shook her head. No, the first and second guardians. They weren't taken down by a group. There's someone out there working alone. I've got a hunch. Hearing this, the others turned to each other and asked, if you're saying that, does that mean it's the sovereign Yin Qi? She shot back, I told you people to stop calling me that. This ability of mine is such a pain. She glanced at her team and ordered, let's get a move on. It looks like whoever was up ahead already bolted. But then she suddenly realized something was off. Hold on, something's approaching. This powerful aura. I've been feeling it ever since we left the starting point. And sure enough, a seriously intimidating crew was marching right toward them. Their leader was saying, I told you, we shouldn't be going after the Guardians. Even if we find the treasure, there's no way we'd make it to the altar in one piece. They chattered amongst themselves as they walked. Looking at the other teams, I'm seeing a lot of heavy hitters. Yeah, but we can't just sit on our hands. The leader glanced back at his men, his voice firm. While all the other idiots are busy hunting for guardians. We should use this chance to do a little training. He started laying out all sorts of underhanded schemes. Even just farming monsters will give us enough juice to put up a fight. We just need to pick off the guys who are already heading back with treasure. If a few of them go missing, who's gonna notice? They continued to plot, completely clueless that someone was eavesdropping. If we don't find that treasure in 2 weeks, we're all getting a permanent dirt nap right here. The girl hiding behind a tree heard this and muttered, if everyone thought like you psychos, this place would be absolute chaos. But this strange feeling I've been getting, it's not coming from lowlifes like them. All of a sudden, Hansu appeared and spoke up. I agree. His voice startled the hell out of everyone. Leaning casually against a nearby tree, Hansu continued, it'd be better for all of you to just play by the rules. The girl just stared at him, saying absolutely nothing. I mean, she was bruised up from head to toe. So where was her squad? She had this whole worried and scared look down pat, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously fishy about her. Hansu, cool as a cucumber, turned to look her dead in the eye with a little smirk. And bam, their eyes met. Still rocking his, cross-dressing getup, Hansu leaned against a tree and said, you people really should learn to follow the rules. The dude with brown hair heard the voice and whipped around in a flash. Being a total hothead, he immediately knocked an arrow and aimed it straight at Hansu. He demanded, hey you little punk, what do you think you're doing sneaking around back there? Are you alone? Spit it out and be honest? Hansu, completely unbothered, replied, I came to give you all a little tip. Brownie wasn't having it. He kept his bow raised and shot back, are you out of your damn mind? Why in the world should we listen to you? Hansu gave them a withering side-eye before speaking. Being cautious is smart, I'll give you that. But you're aiming all that suspicion at the wrong person. Besides, he added, I'm not here to talk to you anyway. His gaze then shifted back to the girl. The girl flinched, her face a mask of sudden anxiety. The brown-haired guy was baffled. Wait, you know her. Never seen her before in my life, but I can tell she's one of the good ones. You guys, on the other hand, you reek of disgusting greed. What did you just say? The brown-haired dude roared, absolutely fuming. I said, Hansu drawled, you should all get the hell out of here before I change my mind. Don't you dare lecture us. We're about to teach you a lesson. And just like a classic Manhwa brawl, the whole crew charged straight at Hansu. Turning to the blonde girl, Hansu said, Monarch, you're the one I want to talk to. Without even waiting for her reply, Hansu pressed on. With that intuition of yours, I'm sure you already know. Hearing this, the blonde girl broke out in a cold sweat, her nerves completely shot. She thought to herself, this person, she's the reason I've had this awful nagging feeling for so long. It was hard to put my finger on it, but there's no doubt now. Her thoughts continued to race. She has intuition just like I do. Or maybe it's even sharper. This whole damsel in distress act, it's just a cover. A shell to hide something far more dangerous underneath. There's something purely wicked lurking inside her. I have to be on my guard around her at all times. Man, a woman's intuition is a truly terrifying thing. Noticing the sheer terror on the blonde's face, Hansu tried to calm her down. Hey, no need to be so tense. Didn't I just say, I'm only here to make you an offer? Meanwhile, Mr. Brown Hair had been listening to this whole exchange and his face was just one giant clueless question mark. He kept his bow raised, ready to let an arrow fly at any moment. What kind of game are you playing? If you keep spouting that nonsense about being a leader or whatever. Before he could even finish his threat, the blonde girl shouted, cutting him off. Stand down, I'll handle the conversation. Seeing her take charge, the brown-haired guy finally relaxed his stance. But he was still suspicious, thinking to himself, our leader? I've never seen her this rattled before. The blonde girl stepped forward. She looked more than capable of handling this on her own. Why are you making this proposal to us? I need to know your reason. And even if you're strong, don't for a second think we'll go down without a fight. She said all this, while slowly inching backward, right behind her brown-haired bodyguard. Hansu heard her but couldn't care less. She replied coolly, everyone has their reasons. And mine is that I need someone to fight on the front lines for me. At that, the blonde girl jumped in. You want us to do it? Hansu was completely unfazed by her outburst. She just repeated, everyone has their reasons. And I need a team to fight on this front line in my place. Hearing this, the blonde immediately pressed on. You want us? The blonde cut in again. You want us to do it? Besides, they're all just a bunch of scrubs weaker than you. Use your authority as a leader. Start with the weakest groups. Force them to become your guild members. And just like that, you increase your team's numbers. You guys only have to deal with like 10 people at a time. And again, these guys are weaker than you. Just use that authority you have as their leader. Start by picking off the weakest teams. It's a classic power-up strategy straight out of a leveling manhwa. Just absorb them and grow your numbers. Grow your numbers. Upon hearing this brilliant plan, the blonde girl felt a massive headache coming on. She thought, are you freaking kidding me? Managing the people I already have is a complete nightmare. And this woman wants me to recruit more. Is she actively trying to work me into an early grave? But of course, she only dared to think this, not say it out loud. Her survival instincts were screaming that voicing that thought would be a form of spontaneous self-destruction. The brown-haired guy next to her saw her expression, which looked like she'd just stepped on something really, really gross. If it were her problem, she'd just give a little cough. A clear sign she was already moaning about having to manage so many damn people. The blonde girl just held her forehead, completely fed up, and replied, are you serious right now? I just wanted to get through this whole thing in one piece peacefully. But I guess that's not an option anymore, is it? So fine, I'll give it a shot. With that, she and her crew turned on their heels and walked away. From behind, Hansu called out a warning, I'll be watching, you know. Hearing this, the blonde just let out a weary sigh. Just letting you know now, she called back. This is probably going to be a spectacular failure. Once they were out of earshot, Hansu muttered to himself, perfect, it's the ideal moment to set up the next phase of the mission. A little while later, some poor soul was getting slammed to the ground in the distance. And surprise, surprise, it was the blonde girl's group doing the slamming. The guy with brown hair, let's call him Wei, jogged up to report. These jerks are refusing to join the guild, he said. The blonde girl couldn't have cared less. She just waved a dismissive hand. They're already part of the guild whether they like it or not. Just tie them up and be done with it. No need to make a fuss. And over on the other side, the guys who had been resisting were all being tied up just as she ordered. Hey, this is a pretty familiar way to tie someone up, one of the girls in the captured group questioned. You don't need to tie us up. Are you discriminating against us just because we're from another guild? We haven't even done anything yet. The blonde girl cursed under her breath, thinking, you really think I enjoy this? In the end, she was just following that other woman's orders to the letter. What a classic manhwa setup. But aside from these few holdouts, she had successfully absorbed everyone else there into her guild. After a moment of thought, she grabbed her hair in frustration and groaned. This is so exhausting. I'm not even on board with this plan, but this stupid freaking quest. Suddenly, a notification sound cut through the air. Congratulations, you have discovered the treasure. Everyone just froze for a solid 5 seconds. The collective expression was a big fat, "Huh, the heck?" The notifications just kept on coming. You must bring the treasure to me to complete the transaction. The blonde girl was completely baffled, her jaw practically on the floor. But, if every single one of us is right here, then who the hell found the treasure? Right on cue, a voice piped up from behind them. A guy strolled forward holding a shimmering, sparkly golden orb in his hand. He just casually handed it over to the blonde. I found this thing under that tree over there. The blonde girl stepped closer, staring at the mysterious object and muttering to herself. She said she'd help us. The woman grabbed the golden orb, presented it to Fei Li and asked, this is the real treasure, isn't it? Fei Li took it, flashed a grin that was way too wide, and announced, that's right, confirmed it's a perfect treasure. Such a shame nobody died over it, though. But you all did a pretty good job. Even though it looks like you weren't the ones to actually, get it. The blonde girl cut in. So does that mean there's no reward? No need to rush, Fei Li replied. Don't you worry. I'll give you plenty of time to make your choice. Then with a snap of his fingers, he summoned a sequence of numbers and asked, which number do you want to pick? After all, you're the monarch. But that one-of-a-kind golden cloak, yeah, you can't reach that. Heh heh. And who are all of you? We're here to join the guild. Hearing this, the blonde girl replied with ice in her voice. We don't accept members of the Dark Guild. Instantly, the room was filled with hushed whispers. But why? Everyone else watched the blonde girl, waiting for her to make the big decision. They swallowed nervously, praying to the high heavens that she'd pick an option where everyone gets an artifact. It has to be number 50, they hoped. But just then, the blonde girl let her nasty true self show, chuckling as she said, what should I choose? Should I maybe pick number 1 and kill you all? Hearing that, one of the guys in the crowd practically jumped out of his skin and yelled, please save us. The man shouted, number 50. You saved all 50 of us. We will follow you forever, my liege. The blonde girl just stared at him. Her expression practically screamed, oh, for the love of God, just shut your mouth. She turned back around with a cold smirk. You know, this is all getting rather boring. How about we play a little survival game instead? All new members of the guild must either off themselves or kill each other. That's a guild order. The group across from her collectively lost their minds. How are you supposed to deal with a psycho like this? It was a twist worthy of a dark manhwa. Shouting, no way, they geared up to jump the blonde girl all at once. But in that exact moment, the seals on their hands began to glow. One of them roared, you think we're going to obey you just because you're the monarch? But then they realized something was changing. The seals on their hands began to crack apart. It wasn't just one person, it was happening to dozens of them at once. Seeing it, they cried out, my guild tattoo, it's gone? So does that mean we're not part of the guild anymore? We're free. Fei Li shoved his way in with a smirk. You clowns really think that order means anything without loyalty? How pathetic. Now scram, this place is about to be sealed off for good. The path to the 3rd floor is now open. That snapped the crowd out of their daze. Suddenly, it was a full-blown marathon toward the 3rd floor gate with everyone screaming their heads off. Crap, we have to get out of here now. While the mob was busy freaking out, the blue-haired girl had already managed to untie herself. She turned to her comrades and whispered, I'm free, let's go. We have to report this to the sovereign. Another person replied, the sovereign already went on ahead of us. He's got to be on the 3rd floor by now. Nearby, Hansu stood perfectly still, taking it all in. The moment he heard the word sovereign, his ears perked up. The others kept on talking, totally clueless that Hansu was pulling a classic manhwa protagonist move, eavesdropping from behind a tree. Catching on to the situation, one of them got on the phone with their sovereign. Yes, sovereign, we can eliminate them all, but there's a complication. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sovereign on the other end must have barked a new order. The man immediately snapped to attention. Yes, understood. A second later, his tone changed completely. What, you want me to come over right now? Yes, I'll be right there. After hanging up, he spun around and yelled at his crew. Let's move. The sovereign is in a bind. Get to the 3rd floor on the double. The sovereign's in danger, so stop dragging your feet. From behind the tree, Hansu let a small, cunning smile spread across his face. Gotcha. He thought to himself, all right then, lead the way to your precious sovereign. Hansu was practically buzzing with anticipation for their little meeting. The 3rd floor is a massive place known by most as just hell. Trying to find a single person here is next to impossible. There's only one way to do it. Flashback to earlier, Hansu's team was in the middle of a strategy session. One of them said, if we don't manage to catch the Shadow Sovereign in the tutorial area, and he manages to slip away to another location, everything we've worked for will be down the drain. While the others were focused on the plan, Hansu was quietly lost in his own thoughts. And the orange-haired guy, he was completely passed out, snoring away in a corner. Just then, the blonde guy, you know, the one with the intellectual face and a body that probably smells like success, spoke up. We have to block off all the routes and funnel him in one direction. What if we use the Tower Island to execute the plan? Backtracking to earlier, Hansu's team was going over the plan. A team member spoke up. If we can't capture the Shadow Sovereign here in the tutorial zone, and we let him get to another area, all of our efforts will be totally wasted. As everyone else brainstormed, Han Su was in deep, serious thought, and our friend with the orange hair was still dead asleep in the corner. Just then, some brainy-looking blonde dude who probably smells like $1,000,000 piped up. We've got to block every escape route and funnel him into a single location. I'm thinking we use the Tower Island to stage this whole thing. Sound asleep in a corner. The brainy-looking blonde with the $1,000,000 scent spoke up. We have to cut off all his paths and herd him in one direction. Let's choose the Tower Island to execute the plan. Choose the Tower Island to execute the plan. Just then she walked in from outside. I agree, you've got a point. Floors 1 and 2 of the Tower Island are a no-go, but the third floor, now that's doable. There are hundreds of spawn points on the third floor, but the second he sets foot up there, he's going to need backup from his guild. That means he'll have to summon them from all over the place. She emphasized, that will be your one and only chance. The third floor of the tower is the final gateway you have to pass through before entering a whole new world. And while it's a little different from reality, the environment is an exact replica. The monsters here are also on a completely different level, like something from a top-tier manhwa. At that moment, the orange-haired guy who'd been dozing off suddenly snapped awake, exclaiming, "So the plan is to lure him in." He then proceeded to state things that literally everyone already knew. If he even gets a whiff of danger, he'll immediately go into hiding. We wait until he feels all safe and cozy, and then we strike. He's super cautious. I bet he's gonna call his entire guild to that area. Listening to this guy's brilliant insights, Han Su shot him a look that just screamed, "Are you done yet? Go play in traffic or something." The orange-haired dude continued completely unfazed. He might not be as strong as me, but he's still, really strong. You know what you need to do to kill him, right? Anyway, back to the present. Han Su was holding a crimson gem in his hand, a perfect replica of the skin extractor gem he'd scored from the treasure. Everything was perfectly in place. All right, Han Su thought to himself. But before any of that, I have to deal with the Shadow Monarch on the third floor. With that settled, Han Su bolted through the gate, crossing the threshold and diving headfirst into hell itself. As he ran, a thrill shot through him. Finally, it's time I face that bastard head-on. The moment Han Su stepped onto the third floor, the blonde girls' guild, who were hiding behind a stone pillar, flashed a devious smirk and whispered, "Let's follow him." Meanwhile, amidst the endless darkness and cold, jagged rocks, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence. "Decontact the members now. Get everyone in the guild up to the third floor immediately." Turns out the one screaming his lungs out was none other than Li Yuanqiang. A moment later, his entire guild had assembled. There was just one tiny problem: they were currently surrounded by 3 gargantuan monsters. He thought grimly, this whole area is filled with poison and even the air feels hostile. Monsters were popping up left and right, and this was just the welcome party to this twisted manhwa world. They said they wouldn't interfere, but at this point, I don't think I need their help anyway. He thought to himself, and right on cue, a monster burst onto the scene. It lunged its massive jaws gaping wide as it dove straight for Li Yuanqiang. But just as its razor-sharp teeth were about to clamp down, he swiftly jammed a colossal blade into the creature's throat, giving it an impromptu dental appointment that cost it a few fangs. The monster, however, wasn't about to give up. It pressed its attack with even greater force, making Li Yuanqiang struggle just to hold his ground. He gritted his teeth. "You really don't want to make me angry. It's exhausting for everyone involved." Then, with an unbelievable display of power, Li Yuanqiang ripped the monster's jaw apart with a single slash as if it were a piece of paper. Just then, on the other side of the battlefield, someone shrieked, "More of them are coming!" Li Yuanqiang planted a foot on the corpse of the beast he'd just slain, and roared, "Everyone with me! We're pushing forward, do not let these creatures defeat us." Hearing their leader's command, every member of the guild let out a battle cry, raising their swords in unison as they charged ahead. Li Yuanqiang clenched his jaw, reaffirming his resolve. "I can't die here. I will not take a single step back. My guild is the strongest on this floor. I've slaughtered countless foes to make it this far. I absolutely refuse to die now." A moment later, however, something else caught Li Yuanqiang's attention. He asked in confusion, "Are those monsters coming from that fragment? It looks like a living thing." But upon closer inspection, he realized they were people. Not just one person, but hundreds. There are people here, Li Yuanqiang gasped. Trapped in a place like this of all things. Realizing this, he advanced toward the glowing red cross. Seeing him approach, Fei Li spoke up. Beautiful, isn't it? The view from here is simply to die for. Of course, there's more to it than that. Fei Li flashed a cryptic smile and said, take a closer look. You might just recognize a few familiar faces in there. They're the ones who made it past the tutorial area. After hearing that, Li Yuanqiang shot a sharp glare at Fei Li, and then he began brushing away the stone shards at the base of the cross. Just as Fei Li had said, he saw a familiar figure. As he looked closer, his blood ran cold. It was his daughter. Seeing his daughter, Li Yuanqiang trembled uncontrollably, reaching out a shaky hand wanting to touch her. He whispered her name, Su Jing, desperate to say the words, let's go home. He then collapsed to his knees, his spirit completely broken, mumbling in pure agony. Suo Jing, my daughter, if only I had become a king sooner. Li Wengong flashes back to the past. Back on the first floor when a monster appeared and sent everyone scrambling for their lives. Suo Jing had grabbed onto his leg, begging, don't leave me behind. She crawled on the ground, her body trembling as she cried out, Dad, please save me. Seeing his daughter, like that, Li Wengong screamed Suo Jing and rushed forward. But that rotten king of his held him back. The guy ordered, no, you must protect me, that's an order. At that moment, Li Wengong didn't have the courage to defy him. He stammered, but my daughter, that absolute bastard of a king, continued. Your mission is to protect me, not that useless thing over there. You should remember, I am your king. If I'd known monsters were here, he added, I would have used that little small fry as bait a long time ago. A moment later, Suo Jing seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Only then did Li Wengong rush to her side, holding her and pleading, Suo Jing, my child, please wake up. In stark contrast to his overwhelming grief, that king of his felt absolutely zero remorse. In fact, he had the gall to say, to die for your king is your greatest honor. That was the last straw for Li Wengong. All right, that's it, you're done for. He got to his feet, muttering under his breath. If I had known that my daughter was just cannon fodder, in the eyes of a king like you, I never would have joined this guild. But the king was oblivious. He didn't realize that aside from the giant monster, right beside him, another one had just been born. So he was still shouting back. Let's go quickly, while the monsters are busy eating that brat's corpse. You cannot defy my orders. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Li Wengong lunged forward and with a single strike, sent him on a one-way trip to the great beyond. After taking out the trash, Li Wengong stood there, a blood-stained knife in his hand. He declared in true Manhwa protagonist fashion, if a piece of garbage like you can be a king, then so can I. Immediately after, a sigil on the back of his hand began to glow, proving that Li Wenqiang had everything it took to be a king. His mission to squash bugs just like that last guy. He clutched his hands, trembling as he spoke. Because of this power, for my daughter's sake, I will rule this world. Li Wenqiang was filled with a deep sense of regret. His resolve hardened, a single tear fell, and the game was over. He vowed to himself, I will not stop until I find my daughter. Fast forward back to the present, where Li Wenqiang was still in a state of utter disbelief. He muttered, I thought I'd never see you again. Thank the heavens, the gods must still have a soft spot for me. A moment later, Li Wenqiang spun around and urgently asked Fei Li, quick, tell me, how do I save her? Fei Li, who had been watching this touching family reunion, just burst out laughing and said, whoa, chill out, that's just a model. We created a data clone of you and stored it in that cross. Even though it's just a copy, it has the exact same power and memories as the real you. Pretty meaningful, right? Means a lot to you, doesn't it? The rules are simple. We need raw materials to create a new item. Just stuff a living person inside. Upon hearing this, another guild member's face lit up with hope. He asked, wait, does that mean my son can also... The one who died in that cross? Over on the other side, Li Wenqiang was getting just as antsy, blurting out, but Asi, where are we supposed to find someone to sacrifice? Just then, the humanity in Li Wenqiang's smile began to fade. He thought to himself, all I have to do is sacrifice the weakest one and Su Jing will live again. You know, when it comes to his daughter, all lives are equal, lie expendable. But it seemed Fairy could read his dark twisted thoughts like an open manhwa. He immediately shot the idea down. Nope, you can't use your own guild members. That's too easy. I want you to shove someone else in there. So choose very carefully. Oh, look at that. 4 more players have made it to this floor. There aren't many survivors left up here, as you're probably aware. Fairy said, his voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. Enraged, Li Wenqiang slammed his fist against the cross and growled. Damn it, I've come all this way. This is my only chance to see my daughter again. But just as he was being consumed by despair, a voice suddenly called out from behind Li Wenqiang. My lord, the scout's reporting that someone's climbing up here, and they've already pushed our guys off. Hearing this, Li Yuan King just cracks a smirk. It was the kind of smirk that screamed, oh, you are so dead when I get there. He then barks out an order, take them alive for me. Meanwhile, back at the spot where the guild member from Li Yuan King's crew got his clock cleaned, a lone figure quietly steps onto the scene. And that person is none other than Hansu. He wipes a few drops of sweat from his brow and lets out a sigh. Man, what a drag. A cigarette would really hit the spot right now. Just then, Hansu realizes he's about to have some company. He glances over to the side and mutters, well, here they are, it's Li Yuan King's guild. Hansu sizes up their leader and thinks to himself, one of the overlords I'm destined to destroy, the Dark Overlord, Li Yuan King. What a classic manhwa title. The list of crimes this guy has committed would take a novel to write down. Granted, he hasn't actually done them yet, but it's only a matter of time. A Dark Overlord can't save anyone. After losing his daughter, he became obsessed with finding his son, a fixation that dragged him straight into the abyss. In his desperate search, he orchestrated a massacre, becoming a butcher without a shred of remorse. As Hansu draws his weapon, a thought crosses his mind. Either way, I'm going to save your son, even if it means I have to kill you to do it. One of the guild members spots the weapon in Hansu's hand and has a sudden flash of recognition, shouting, it's him, the guy who uses chains. When Li Yuan King hears he's finally met the enemy he's been dying to kill, he laughs like a complete psycho and says, how perfect, the very man I wanted to kill just served himself up on a platter. This will certainly make a fine gift for Song. A second later, Li Yuan King's expression shifts dramatically. He roars, I'm going to put your worthless life to good use. Hansu just furrows his brow, not saying a word. He's probably thinking, just shut up already, you little gray-haired gremlin. Without another word, Li Yuan King draws his blade and charges forward. Hansu quickly gets into a defensive stance, but before the two of them can even clash, the ground suddenly begins to shake violently. Both Li Yuan King and Hansu immediately snap to high alert. A moment later, the ground explodes into smithereens, and from beneath the layers of earth and rock, a monster, another colossal one shaped like a gigantic worm, bursts forth. As the chubby worm emerges, dirt and rocks are sent flying everywhere. The members of the Dark Guild take one look and immediately start screaming in panic. Overlord Li Yuan King stares at the monster before him. He can immediately tell this thing is way too powerful and yells in frustration, damn it, there's a monster here. We have to retreat now. He turns back to Zhang and orders, don't let that chain wielder escape. Zhang turned back to keep watch. It's a matter of skill, Hansu interrupted. In the next instant, Hansu cracked his chain, swiftly coiling around the fat worm like it was a giant burrito. With a single swing of his arm, the entire colossal worm was instantly sliced into pieces, which rained down upon the ground. After making short work of the monster, Hansu declared, now there's nothing left to stand in my way. If you don't have the guts, then I'll do it. And with that, he charged directly at the still-stunned Wenjing up ahead. Having just witnessed that entire spectacle, he couldn't help but gasp in sheer astonishment. What is this guy, some kind of monster from a horror manhwa? Then he roared, men kill him. At their king's command, the lackeys immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Hansu just smirked. You're not surrounding me, I'm the one surrounding you. That whole mob was sent flying with a single whip of Hansu's chain the moment they rushed in. Hansu stood in the center of the chaos, swinging his chain with gusto. Clear the stage, the main character has arrived. Wen Jing watched. The scene unfold, looked up at the sky, and screamed at the heavens in pure rage, "Who the hell said he doesn't kill people?" Hearing this, the white-haired girl shot him a judgmental glare and asked, "What kind of garbage intel was that?" Meanwhile, the links of Hansu's iron chain continued to fly relentlessly, making it incredibly difficult for even John to dodge them all. While parrying a blow, John screamed, "Arg! I know he's strong, but I don't see him using any techniques. It's like he doesn't even know any skills." Hearing this, Wen Jing didn't even bother asking if the info was solid. Instead, he immediately bellowed, "Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Overwhelm him with numbers. If he has no defensive skills, we just need to crush him with brute force. This isn't some OP protagonist manhwa. Get ready." Wen Jing started directing. Members with attack skills charge forward and block his movements. Hearing their king's order, the underlings shouted in unison and immediately shifted their formation. But was it going to be that easy? Please, you guys are still amateurs. Seeing them charge, Han Su instantly leaped into the air. Just then, another spectacular attack came flying in. Jun had been lying in wait from behind, just biding her time for Han Su to leap into the air. "Surprise bet, you didn't see this coming, did you?" she roared. Only then did Han Su finally spot Jun right in front of him. With danger breathing down his neck, Han Su's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. In a split second, he thought, "If I can't dodge this, I'm damn well gonna counter it." Right on cue, the enemy Jun brought her blade slashing down. And once again, Han Su managed to block it. But after parrying that blow, a nasty jolt of electricity shot through his entire arm. Han Su gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn, she's strong. I can't go blow for blow with her without getting seriously wrecked." Seeing this from the sidelines, Li Yuanqing roared, "It's working, keep up the pressure." Immediately, the other guild members swarmed in like a pack of angry bees. But against this small fry cannon fodder, Han Su could take them down without even looking. In the middle of the chaotic exchange, one of Li Yuanqing's goons accidentally dropped an ancient rune. The moment it saw the glowing stones, Han Su's little pet snake immediately darted out. It opened its mouth wide and snatched up that white rune, then happily started munching on its prize. The henchmen saw this little critter and just stared at each other, completely baffled. Does that guy have a monster on him or something? Is that thing absorbing the ancient rune? Li Yuanqing saw this too, and he frantically yelled at his underlings, "Don't let that thing get any stronger." Over on this side, the white-haired girl the coach had just sent into the ring waved her hand and cast a spell. A series of sickly purple magic circles popped up right under Han Su's feet, and in the next moment, a bunch of slimy tentacles shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around him. Just then, the expert fighter Jun didn't hesitate to leap high into the air, swinging her sword to finish Han Su off. But since he's the main character in this manhwa, of course, he wasn't going to die. Han Su reacted in a flash, raising his chains to block the attack yet again. Seeing this, Li Yuanqing on the other side started screaming his head off again. "No, we've come this far to get revenge on the bastards who trampled all over us. Don't you dare fall back. We have to annihilate every last cockroach that stands in our way for our fallen comrades, for our fallen families." But you know, those words felt like they were meant for Han Su too. After hearing that little inspirational speech, he just got even more fired up. On the other side, Luan Qiong wasn't done yet. He bellowed, "My words shall guide how we live and how we take our revenge." Han Su watched and assessed the situation. If necessary, that guy would force his own clan members to fight regardless of their condition, even though this completely contradicted his grand declaration about not treating his clan like cannon fodder. "He's just trying to wear me down before going all out. The longer this drags on, the more damage I'll take." After catching a glimpse of Luan Qiang's sleazy grin, Han Su thought to himself, "Nope, I've got to end this, and I've got to end it now." Just then, the white-haired girl launched another attack, shouting her move like a weather forecast. "I'm gonna bind you in your dreams." Han Su shot back, grabbing the dagger from his iron chain. He plunged it directly into that witch's magic. Her skill was instantly neutralized, and the backlash sent a sharp jolt of pain right up her wrist. Han Su then proceeded to clean house, wiping out the small fry minions and clearing a path straight to his target. Seeing Hansu charging straight for her, the white-haired girl's demeanor flipped in an instant. A twisted smile spread across her face as she said, "Fall right into my trap." Immediately after, those creepy tentacles erupted from the magic formation on the ground once more, again wrapping tightly around Hansu's ankles. Both of his legs were caught, and this time there were way more of them. The tentacles then coiled themselves firmly around Hansu. Seeing him caught, the white-haired girl gloated. "Did you really think I'd just let you charge straight at me?" Now, seeing that Hansu was at a disadvantage, Luan Kyung spoke up, his voice dripping with arrogance. "No matter how hard you struggle, you're still all alone. You're not walking out of here alive. It's time for you to pay the price." The moment he finished speaking, he brought his massive blades swinging down. A brutal strike delivered with vicious flair. After managing to wound him, Luan Qiang burst into crazed laughter. His face was a mask of pure ecstasy as he screamed, "I've won my daughter! My daughter will live again. The first step of my plan is finally—" But he didn't get to finish. Hansu cut him off, his voice dangerously calm. "Are you sure about that?" He then raised a hand and clamped it firmly around the blade buried in his shoulder. The weapon had sliced halfway through him. And then, like a scene straight out of a badass manhwa, he looked up and smiled. "You're not getting away, son of the Grim Reaper. I've already got a coffin picked out just for you." Hearing this, Li Yuan King was absolutely seething, grinding his teeth so hard they squeaked. Hansu just smirked at the sight. "The saltier you get, the more I enjoy this." But just as Hansu lunged with his dagger, his attack was parried by another dagger. Li Yuan King gloated. "You fool! Did you really think I'd only come with one weapon? I've seen right through all your little tricks. You're still just a rookie, aren't you?" "Oh really?" Hansu shot back. "Funny you should say that. The chains aren't my only weapon either." As he spoke, Hansu summoned another dagger of his own. "Surprise, surprise, bet you didn't see that coming, huh?" Hansu then yeeted the dagger straight at Li Yuan King. And since this guy clearly doesn't have the plot armor of a manhwa protagonist, he couldn't dodge it, taking the blade right to the chest. The white-haired girl and John, watching from the sidelines, completely freaked out. "My king? Get away from our king, I'll kill you." Hansu couldn't be bothered with their pointless chatter and just slowly got to his feet. Meanwhile, Li Yuan King, using the last of his strength, propped himself up to ask Hansu, to think you'd use your own body as bait." Then he suddenly bellowed at his subordinates, "This is an order. Get him now." "Ugh, to think you'd use your own body as bait." He then suddenly bellowed at his subordinates, "This is an order. This is our chance. Take him down before his wounds heal." Hearing the command, the guild members charged forward once again. But Hansu didn't even give them a second glance. Instead, he just stood there calmly dropping some life advice. "If you intend to take a life, you must also be prepared to lose your own. Do you have that kind of resolve? Your men are dying for you just as you've always made them do." A moment later, in a totally shocking twist, worthy of a top-tier manhwa, Hansu had single-handedly wiped out the entire guild. At this point, Li Yuan King was utterly broken. The dude was in pain, an absolute emotional wreck. He suddenly started screaming hysterically, "Why are you getting in my way? What did I ever do to you to deserve this?" But because of his injuries, he ran out of steam after just a few shouts and was left gasping for air. He then switched tactics to interrogation mode. "Is this about that stupid rule you came up with? That ridiculous rule about not killing other travelers?" Hansu just sighed, tired of this whole song and dance. He was so sick of having to plead his case. "Is it because we broke your precious guild rules?" Li Yuan King screamed. Those words sent Hansu spiraling back in time all the way to his past life. In his previous life, when he was being taken down by Hansu and his whole team, Li Yuan King had said the exact same thing. He had asked, Why did you chase me all this way just to attack me? Is this about revenge?" Hearing that, the orange-haired guy standing next to Hansu absolutely lost it, screaming in pure rage. "Do you have any idea how many people you've slaughtered? Because of you, even people from my own guild are dead. Hansu, move. Let me smash this bastard's skull in." But Li Yuan Qing, showing zero remorse for his atrocities, just casually replied, That's just how this world is. They were all gonna die sooner or later anyway. Then Li Yanqing suddenly screamed, his voice filled with anguish. But why did Su Jing and Min Ti have to die first? What did they ever do wrong? You call yourself a savior. You're nothing but a murderer. You're just like me. What right do you have? You couldn't even save my son and daughter. It's all because of you damn hypocrites and your rulers, all of you worthless trash in this godforsaken world. That's why I want to destroy everything. Whether it's humans, rulers, or this entire world, why the hell should I have to play by those rules? Li Yuanqin repeated the exact same words he'd said back then. He was still trying to pin all the blame on Han Su. Look around you. You're the one who's the crazed killer here. You hypocrite, your self-righteous rules. Do they not apply to you? Han Su shot back, I'm not killing you. Because you broke some rules. You think I have time for that nonsense? He then crouched down in front of Li Yuanqing and laid it all out for him. The power you gain from just hunting has its limits. You guys are nothing but stepping stones for me. My goal is, as a certain golden-haired dude once said, not just to unite humanity and clear the 3 trials. We have to use every means necessary for what's coming. Even if that means we have to kill every single person in the tutorial zone. With that, Blondie turned to Ares and asked, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Ares took a moment to think, but before she could even answer, the orange-haired guy jumped in and cut her off. Ares, don't you worry, a mission this important, I'll handle it myself. I'll kill anyone who gets in our way. And I'll take all their treasure. They'll call me a hero, and I'll become the ultimate ladies' man, just like in my favorite manhwa. Hearing this utter buffoonery, Ares's fist just couldn't take it anymore, and she sneakily slugged the orange-haired dude by hunting beasts and other monsters around the red zone. Assistant Fairy then clears his throat, putting on his best know-it-all voice. Fairy strikes a dramatic pose for extra flair. He goes on to stress that nothing in this world comes easy. The rank of the ship a player builds depends entirely on the materials they use to construct it. To illustrate, Fairy conjures up some super vivid images. Ares then chimes in. Look, I'm not a fan of sacrificing the few for the sake of the many, but we do need to get stronger. 'Cause who knows what kind of monstrosities are lurking in that hidden dungeon. Then Ares adds firmly, even so, we have to find another way, one that doesn't involve killing everybody. Meanwhile, the orange-haired dude, fresh from getting blasted by Ares, scampers over to the blonde guy, whining, what did I even do? I didn't do anything, I didn't even touch her. Then he turns back around, puffing his chest out. Honestly, there's no one better for the job than me. Just then, a magic circle materializes right in front of Mr. Orange. Boom, and just like that, he's fried to a crisp, a classic manhwa trope. The culprit none other than Han Su. He calmly asks, so what did that little magic circle of yours have to say? The orange-haired guy, having been zapped, just keels over and passes out. Over on the other side, Ken chimes in, the tower's dungeon must be cleared. But we can't do it with just regular hunting. There are certain people we need to handle before this tutorial is over. We need to eliminate them. So, let's put them to good use. At this point, Mr. Gossip himself, the orange-haired dude, pops back up and butts in. Yeah, that's right, if we kill all the bad guys and absorb their runes. Yeah, we'll definitely get strong enough to clear the hidden dungeon. We get to level up and become heroes. It's perfect. Han Su, hearing this, just shrugs. If everyone's on board, then so am I. Just then a hand lands on Han Su's shoulder. The person behind it then tells him, Zhang Han Su, don't overthink it. Anyone who gets in the way of our goal, just get rid of them. Back in the present, as Han Su recalls these words, he says to Lun Ji, you wanted to kill me. You trampled over everyone else to get to this point. So why are you making a face like you don't deserve exactly what's coming to you? Wouldn't it be better to just accept that this is why we're fighting now? Hearing this, Lun Ji just bursts out laughing. Ha, I thought you were trying to play the hero, but this is the real you, isn't it? It finally dawns on him. Ah, we really messed with the wrong guy. The moment I foresaw, it's arrived far sooner than I expected. Li Yuanqiang began to deliver his last words. If you find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes just like me. Yeah, right. Who's got time for a side quest? Hansu shot back before trying to calm the guy down. But if my plan goes off without a hitch, everyone else, including your son, will survive. Hearing this, Li Yuanqiang looked utterly baffled. Ah, so that's how it is. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Hansu didn't even give him a chance to finish his sentence. He immediately sent the guy express mail to the afterlife. After finishing off Li Yuanqiang, Hansu let out a long sigh of relief. He stood there looking around, feeling the heavy, tense silence that had fallen over the place. Everything that had just happened was part of Hansu's master plan. But even he couldn't deny that things were getting more and more complicated. Elsewhere over with the blonde girl, she suddenly snapped. How much longer do we have to protect this place? The brown-haired guy nearby heard her and said, "You're free to leave if you want, you know." Hearing that, the blonde broke into a cold sweat and stammered, No, that's not what I meant at all. We were trying to tail her secretly, but we got made. If we have to, we'll ambush her. Well, speak of the devil and he shall appear." Right on cue, Hansu materialized behind them. He spoke up, "I deliberately left you all to your own devices. So did you do a good job guarding this place?" The moment the blonde heard Hansu, she flinched instantly, switching to her best good girl act. "Of course, we even managed to capture the creeps who were tailing us here." Oof, so much for their stealth skills. Seeing the blonde's reaction, Hansu thought to himself, she didn't see it. I was planning to kill her if she had. But I've already taken care of the problem. She'll be fine. Did you do a good job guarding this place? The moment the blonde heard Hansu, she jumped quickly, putting on an obedient face. Naturally, we even nabbed the guys who followed us here. How utterly embarrassing for them. Hansu observed her reaction and had a classic internal monologue, just like in a dramatic manhwa. She didn't see what happened. Good thing too, I would have had to kill her if she did. But since I've already cleaned up my mess, she's in the clear. I've handled it so she won't find a thing. With that thought, he turned to leave. But not before announcing, "Good work, we're done here. You can all go now." Blondie heard this and wasn't buying it for a second. "Wait, that's it? What you mean, we can just leave?" Her brown-haired companion spoke up, "Your Majesty, we should go. Let's turn back and find another path." But Blondie wasn't having it. Her internal monologue was basically, "The more you forbid me, the more I'm going to do it." She announced, "No, we press on. I must find out what that person did. Ooh, this girl is interesting." A moment later, the sound of fairies clapping echoed. He shouted out, "Fantastic, a new traveler has arrived. Excellent, excellent. This is getting so interesting. So then shall we begin? As for how to use that holy cross." On the other side of things, Hansu had already stepped through the gate. He picked up a fragment, looked at it, and muttered, "This form is meaningless now." The place Hansu had reached after passing through the gate was the very spot where separated travelers were meant to gather, after they had clawed their way through all the rooms from the first to the third floors. And this was the fourth floor. By now, Hansu had already ditched the disguise he was wearing earlier. He stood there thinking to himself, "My dear Tower Island, I'm coming for you." He could feel himself getting closer step by step to his ultimate goal. But at the same time, he knew that plenty of obstacles still lay ahead. In the world of a manhwa, you can never predict what's going to happen next. With old enemies on his heels, Hansu had to prepare himself for even more brutal battles in the future. However, one thing was for sure, there was no turning back now. Over at the preparation area for entering the fourth floor's red zone, it seemed like a full house with people bustling back and forth. Just beyond the waiting area was a river as red as blood. This place also happened to be a specialized workshop for building the boats needed to enter the red zone. All sorts of big shots and absolute monsters were present. The materials would have to be gathered from the various monsters inside the red zone. Once preparations were complete, you could set off. A man saw Hansu standing all by himself and came over to clap him on the shoulder, saying, "Hey kid, why are you standing here all alone? Wanna join our team?" You know, by hunting beasts and the various monsters around the red zone. Assistant Fairy began to clear his throat with a scholarly air. Fairy raised a hand, striking a pose for dramatic effect. He stressed, "Nothing in this world comes easy. The class of the ship that you players create will depend greatly on the materials you use to build it." Fairy then conjured up some incredibly detailed images. They displayed all the types of ships and the materials required for them. He then reminded the players of the reward. If a player can successfully build a boat, that person can leave, along with anyone they wish to take with them, and making a big boat is always going to be better than making a small one. The all-powerful assistant fairy generously provided the players with a detailed list of basic and essential materials. The list even came with descriptive images and detailed information. After rambling on about a whole bunch of rules, Fairy announced that it was almost time to step into the new world. It told everyone to get ready to depart. The players immediately stood before their designated gates. One brown-haired guy looked at the majestic, untamed wilderness outside his jaw, practically hitting the floor in amazement. The brown-haired guy turned back and urged everyone to try and build a ship big enough for the entire guild to travel together. Another guild chimed in, offering to help and requesting an alliance. Kang Hansu, standing in the back, couldn't have cared less about these inter-guild alliances and friendships. Right now, the only thing on his mind was finding that place. Sang Jin came up from behind him and started a conversation. He asked if Hansu had finished doing all the things he wanted to do, and mentioned that his group had arrived early to gather materials. Kang Hansu confirmed that he had indeed finished his tasks, and now he wanted to confirm if Sang Jin remembered what he had told him back on the first floor, a crucial plot point in this real-life manhwa. He confidently affirmed that he had prepared everything Hansu had mentioned on the first floor. Sang Jin tentatively asked about the system. The name of the floor he was on appeared the 5th floor dungeon. He grabbed the spear and sword from his back. According to Ralph Lauren, whatever existed in this place was still a complete mystery. Suddenly, a barrage of swords rained down from the sky. They completely surrounded them. Sang Jin recognized him from the first floor. He remembered that form of his, and Hansu bluntly admitted that he no longer needed to keep up the disguise. Noticing how carefree Sang Jin seemed, Hansu couldn't help but wonder why. He was still hanging around here instead of gathering materials for the giant ship. Time was running out, and the materials were limited. Sang Jin was brimming with confidence, stating that the guild and me already had that covered. Sang Jin repeated the name Mihi, his voice laced with suspicion. The scene abruptly shifts to somewhere else in the quest area. A monster riddled with countless arrows let out a scream of agony. The one who fired those powerful shots was none other than Mihi. A shot of Mihi looking absolutely confident appeared thanks to the assist. Sang Jin recalled his reunion with her on the first floor of the Tower Island, and he insisted that the Mihi of today had changed an awful lot. While Sang Jin was busy rambling about how happy Mihi would be to see Hansu again, our boy couldn't be bothered and simply tossed a snake in Sang Jin's direction. He walked away, throwing a line over his shoulder that he didn't need the snake anymore. So he was leaving it for Sang Jin, who probably needed it more. The poor white snake was left utterly bewildered, having no clue what was going on, while Hansu casually strolled off without a single glance back. Just before he left, Hansu warned him that their little window for casual chit-chat was slamming shut, because according to him, the area beyond the tutorial zone was about to get a whole lot nastier. Sang Jin knew the kid wasn't just trying to sound cool, his warnings were dead serious. He knew he wouldn't be this strong without Hansu's help, and he made a promise that they would absolutely definitely meet again on the upper floors. Hansu didn't reply. He just gave Sang Jin a silent, piercing stare. After sizing him up for a moment, he cracked a small smile and walked away. That smile was all the acknowledgement Sang Jin was gonna get. Not that Sang Jin even saw that rare smile. And frankly, he wasn't holding his breath for a reply anyway. Just then, a couple stumbled back through the teleportation gate. He made a promise that they would absolutely definitely meet again on the upper floors. Hansu didn't reply. He just gave Sang Jin a silent, piercing stare. After sizing him up for a moment, he cracked a small smile and walked away. That smile was all the acknowledgement Sang Jin was gonna get. Not that Sang Jin even saw that rare smile, and frankly, he wasn't holding his breath for a reply anyway. Just then, a couple stumbled back through the teleportation gate. Nearby, a little argument between two people caught Sang Jin's attention. A blonde woman was complaining that their group was late and had wasted way too much time at the crossroads. Her brown-haired companion agreed, adding that bringing Yuan Qing along was a massive mistake. The blonde woman shot him a look. telling him to watch his mouth before someone overheard their little team-building exercise. Too late. Shang Jin, with his convenient plot armor hearing, caught every single word. A voice suddenly echoed, telling someone to get out. A single foot stepped out of the portal, along with a mumbled apology. Yuan Qing emerged, explaining his carelessness was due to being worried sick about his daughter. The blonde woman immediately jumped on his excuse. Worried about what? The team has someone watching our backs, what's there to worry about? She then added with a nasty edge to her voice that it's not like he could remember anything anyway. Yuan Qing looked utterly bewildered by everything. He could only remember taking a walk with his daughter. He didn't even know where the hell he was. The blonde woman sighed, completely fed up. She was at a total loss for words. Internally, she was cursing up a storm, thinking she needed a competent guide, not someone whose resurrection apparently came with a full memory wipe. The blonde mentioned a pair of twins following them, and muttered that she needed to have a word with whatever guide fairy set them up. Shang Jin had been watching this entire disaster unfold. He remained a silent, brooding observer to the whole mess. Meanwhile, let's cut over to Han Su's location. He was already pushing deep into the mission area. He did a quick sweep of the perimeter but didn't find much. All the monsters were apparently congregated in the center of the prep zone. As far as he knew about the rules of this bizarre manhwa, every floor and every room, they were all completely different environments, some of them looking just like a real sky or even the ocean floor. But at the end of the day, it was all just a big fancy illusion. He reaches out and his hand meets some kind of shimmering barrier. He gives the barrier a good long stare and confirms his suspicion. Yep, there's definitely a hidden seal here. He'd heard this tower was supposed to have 4 floors, but in reality there are a total of 5. The image of that secret 5th floor flashes in his mind. The 5th floor is the real prize, a dungeon where he can get the hidden piece. He tightens his grip on the hilt of his dagger. He knows that trying to get the piece through normal means would be ridiculously hard. No time to waste then. Gritting his teeth, he starts relentlessly hacking away at the barrier in front of him. He unleashes a furious assault, combining his non-stop attacks with the power of the Numaha ring to literally tear down the wall of the tower itself. A crack appears in the barrier. He plans on using this little opening to execute the next phase of his plan. A massive explosion erupts, sending dust flying everywhere. Hansu coolly climbs right through the hole he just made. He's dead serious about pulling off the absolutely bonkers plan he cooked up. Hey, if you can't climb up from the inside, you just gotta climb up from the outside, classic manhwa logic. Looking at it from out here, the sky-piercing tower looks both terrifying and magnificent. He glances back at the hole. He just blew in the tower wall, and in the blink of an eye, it's already vanished. Seriously? If he didn't have the Numaha ring, it would have been next to impossible for him to even attempt a crazy stunt like this. Hansu stares intently at the system window floating in front of him. Looking at the wall of stats on the panel, he can't help but curse inwardly at how pathetic they are. His strength is at 60.8%, dexterity is at 61.1%, stamina is at 66.7%, perception 67.7%, and the rest of his stats are at 58.7%. As Hansu dangles there, scaling the tower from the outside, he mulls over his less than stellar numbers. He managed to get all his stats up to 50 by using the relics he got from taking down the Hei Wang. But that just barely met the minimum requirements. Everything from here on out depends entirely on how he plays his cards. Looks like he's finally reached his destination. He carefully climbs back inside the tower from his little shortcut. By the time he reached the top of the tower, our boy was completely gassed. Gasping for air, he peered inside. He'd finally made it. He was on the 5th floor, and Shang Jin's interface was already pinging the system for info. Yep, this was it, the 5th floor dungeon. He whipped out the spear and sword from his back. According to Raf Lauren, whatever was lurking in this place was a complete unknown. Suddenly, a storm of blades rained down from the sky, embedding themselves in the ground and boxing them in, putting him on high alert. He steeled himself. He had to win this no matter the cost. The 5th floor's light core began to pulse with a strange otherworldly energy. And then, a dragon appeared. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. Turns out the system had generated a monster based on the intruder's own memories. He stood his ground, looking tough as nails. But his eyes, oh boy, his eyes couldn't hide his absolute shock and terror. That monster, it dredged up some seriously painful memories. A golden dragon laying waste to everything and slaughtering everyone in its path. A woman's voice cries out asking Kyriel, "Where is Hansu?" Her entire squad was in a desperate battle against the beast before them. A staff-wielding mage declared dramatically that all of humanity was on the brink of collapse. Another warrior brought his great sword crashing down. He knew they couldn't hold the line much longer, and that he had to get everyone through that crystal portal now. An announcement suddenly rang out, "Command has been transferred to Aaron." Aaron and a guy standing near her were both completely floored by the news. Back in the memory, Hansu was also at his absolute limit. He was desperately clutching a blonde-haired girl in his arms. All around them was nothing but rubble and ruin with monsters swarming the skies. The girl, she was gravely injured. Hansu choked out asking her why. Why did she protect him? If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The memory flooded back her, shoving him out of the way. Then charging forward alone, leaving him completely stunned. It was a classic heart-wrenching Manhwa moment. He had reached out helplessly, trying to grab onto her fading form. Without even thinking, he had screamed her name, Kyriel. The grief was so overwhelming he couldn't even form words. Kyriel weakly lifted a hand, trying to caress his cheek. She was so relieved she couldn't stop thanking the gods. She gave him the most radiant, beautiful smile of her entire life. Kiri whispered that she was just so happy that Hansu was safe. She told him not to stop, especially not now. All he could do was stay silent and listen to her. Her last words were a request. She made him promise that he would keep moving forward, and with that she couldn't hold on any longer and she passed away in his arms. He watched as her body grew more and more rigid, unable to hide the gut-wrenching sorrow erupting from the depths of his soul. He ground his teeth, cursing his own damn uselessness. He let out a roar of pure agony as memories tangled with that same old pain flooded his mind. Snapping back to reality, he still couldn't quite believe this monster was something the system had dredged up from his own memories. That was it, the very dragon that had taken his Kyriel from him. The image of the Jin Long of the Bellium region sharpened into terrifying focus. At long last, he was face to face with it again. The Jin Long hadn't woken up just yet. The reconstructed image was still rendering buffering into existence. From below, Hansu sized up the most powerful enemy his mind could remember. And now here it was, being brought back to life in a hidden dungeon. What a classic Manhwa setup. Hansu stood there, lost in thought, the pain from that day feeling as raw as ever. He knew this was the golden opportunity, the perfect moment to defeat this beast. But even if the monster was just a weakened red imprint, he couldn't afford to be careless. Two strange-looking items appeared in Hansu's hands. The loot he'd brought into this hidden dungeon was meant for one purpose, only to clear the 5th floor. The two stones in his hands were a bootleg version of the Philosopher's Stone and the essence of a demon jewel. Both were prizes he'd snagged during a treasure hunt event. Hansu recalled the event on the 2nd floor where he'd traded 32 measly marbles for this Philosopher's Stone. He knew full well this thing was far from perfect. And right on cue, as if summoned by his thoughts, the stone began to crack. Hansu squeezed the stone, his heart pounding with anxiety. Yeah, this thing might be a cheap knockoff. But if he could actually use it, all of his imprints could ascend to the legendary red state. A scale popped off the dragon, sending blood gushing from the wound. It seemed his attack hadn't been deep enough. The Jin Long inhaled sharply. A sphere of pure energy began to coalesce inside the Jin Long's mouth. The destructive power of that thing was going to be absolutely insane. This was some next-level Manhwa firepower. He seemed to recognize this particular attack from the Jin Long. The energy ball was almost fully formed. Jin Long. A scale burst off and blood spewed from the fresh wound. Looks like his attack didn't hit deep enough. The Jin Long took a deep breath and an energy ball started to form. Right in its mouth. The damage output from that attack was going to be catastrophic. He then got ready to pop the essence of the demon jewel into his mouth. This item alone was so valuable. It was probably enough to one-shot a demon king. He bit down hard on the essence of the demon jewel, shattering it instantly, its effects lasting for 1 day after consumption. A notification window. immediately popped up displaying Hansu's stats. With his buffs active, every single one of his stats was maxed out at a glorious 99.99%, and then cranked up by an additional 99.99% on top of that. But there's a catch: this god-tier power-up only lasts for one day. The day after, all of his stats will crash and burn, plummeting to a pathetic 0.1%. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit just to manifest a red rune. A massive surge of energy erupted from his entire body, as crackling streams of crimson aura flooded the area around him. His eyes were ice cold. He had forced himself to achieve this red rune precisely for the fight ahead. The golden dragon Jin Long had been successfully reformed. It let out a roar that shook the very heavens. As he watched the beast throw its head back and bellow, he made a silent vow to himself that he would absolutely positively take it down. The sheer force sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Hansu was blasted backward, using his entire body as a brake to grind his momentum to a halt. He carved a long, perfectly straight trench in the ground behind him. Showing not a single ounce of fear, he immediately summoned the first power of the Ring of Normaha. He gripped the hilt of his sword, and a brilliant red aura began to converge on the blade. This first power was none other than the 99% Red Annihilation. Sword in hand, Hansu charged straight for Jin Long, but the dragon just stood there like an unmoving mountain, completely unfazed and without a hint of fear. What a classic Manhwa showdown. A mercilessly sharp strike, impossibly fast and unwavering, was unleashed, with incredible power and decisiveness from Hansu's position. But even with his body and his very sword overflowing with buffs, it wasn't enough. His blade couldn't even slice through the ridiculously tough protective armor of Jin Long. He looked down to see his sword had shattered in two, and the damage he dealt to Jin Long, it was nothing more than a tiny scratch. He seemed to recognize what kind of attack Jin Long was preparing. An orb of pure energy was steadily taking form. Jin Long took a deep guttural breath. A sphere of raw power began to materialize in its mouth. You just knew the destructive potential of that thing was going to be off the charts. Oh yeah, he definitely knew what was coming next. That sphere of pure power was nearly complete. Jin Long opened its jaws wide, revealing a scorching crimson orb of energy that burned like a miniature sun. Once it had gathered enough juice, an overwhelming torrent of power was unleashed like a hurricane, blasting straight towards Hansu's position. You'd think he'd be running for the hills, but nope, he just stood there, waiting for that terrifying blast of energy to come say hello. And then out of nowhere, a smug little grin spreads across his face. Meanwhile, in another part of the mission area, a giant, long-tongued chameleon monster lay defeated, tongue-out eyes rolled back, the whole dramatic shebang. Shang Zhen hopped right on top of the loot he'd just scored. Yumeixi ran up behind him, announcing that this monster was officially the last one. Shang Zhen, for his part, was laser-focused on harvesting the slime sack from the beast. Once he'd secured the gooey goods, Shang Zhen decided it was time to head back to the shipbuilding site and finally get to work on their escape vessel. Yumeixi, however, was feeling a little anxious. She thought it would be a much better idea if they all waited for Hansu to come back and go with them. Shang Zhen immediately shot that suggestion down. He knew that even if Hansu were here, there was no way in hell he'd be coming with them. Trying to convince that guy to tag along is a fool's errand. Yumeixi couldn't believe it. What do you mean it's so hard? She genuinely had no idea what he was getting at. He sighed, explaining that the only reason they'd made it this far was because they were basically just hiding